Chapter 1 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 1. A boy who was passing along the Fox Farm road saw the horns and head of a black bull come crashing through the rotten weatherboarding of a cowhouse wall. A stout rope had been fastened round the horns of the bull. The boy could hear men shouting in the byre. "Tom, you muck of a fool, what be you a-doing with the chain? Master Jess, let the rope go. God save us, he'll tear the shed down." The bull's head had disappeared from the hole in the splintered timber, and in the black-fenced cowyard the figures of men went scattering across the straw. In the byre itself, the chain that had held the great beast dangled from the oak manger, and on the straw lay a searing iron, a red sponge, and a bottle of disinfectant. Briggs, the vet, a hard-faced little man in a green waistcoat, riding breeches and yellow gaiters, turned at the yard door with one hand through the latch-hole. Shirt sleeves rolled to the elbows, hands bloody, he still held a scalpel between his teeth, and his eyes were full of furious disgust. 3 men had climbed the high black fence and were straddling it like banderillos. The bull had stopped in the centre of the yard, nostrils smoking, horns shaking the rope that trailed behind him across the straw. The veterinary opened the yard door, dropped the scalpel into a tuft of grass, and turned like a lean, plucky little terrier, his teeth showing in a snarl. "Get the right side of the fence, Mr. Falconer. The beast's dangerous." A big man in rough brown clothes stood by the byre entry, holding the end of the rope. Huge and impassive, with the head of a Norse giant and the blue eyes of a dreamer, he stood watching the black bull, a slight smile lifting the corners of a melancholy mouth. "All right, Briggs. One ought not to lose one's dignity in the face of a beast." The veterinary turned to one of the men straddling the fence. "Perkus, you damned fool! What the blazes did you loose that chain for, before I gave the word?" The man Perkus grumbled through the scrub of a brown beard. "The staple broke, Master Briggs. I bean't such a fool, sure as to—" "Sakes alive, Maester Jesse! Come up out of the yard!" The bull had swung round so as to face Falconer, who stood holding the rope that had been used by the men to draw the beast to the manger in the byre. The bull advanced a few steps over the straw, tossing his head and looking at Falconer with ugly eyes. The farmer's brown face showed no fear. It was the face of a fatalist, of a man who had found life too sorry a business for him to cherish it too jealously. Briggs bit his moustache. "Tut, tut, Falconer! Dignity be damned! Don't play with the black devil!" Falconer kept his eyes on the bull. "There is the rope," he said. "I may as well get it off his horns." Briggs gave an expostulatory snarl, but he showed the pluck in him by shutting the yard door, picking up a pitchfork, and advancing across the straw. Falconer spoke to him without taking his eyes from the bull. "Keep away, Briggs. I can manage the beast." The bull swung sharply to the right, bucked, lowered his head, and charged the vet. Briggs dodged, ran for the fence, and scrambled onto the palings, and sat there biting his moustache and swearing. The bull went blundering round the yard, Falconer letting the rope run with him, and turning much as a ringmaster turns with a horse. He drew a clasp knife from his pocket, opened it, and glanced for a minute at the farmhouse, whose red roofs and gables showed above the pollard willows growing about the pond. Someone was watching from one of the gable windows, for a face showed behind the lead lights of the casement. The bull had come to a standstill in the centre of the yard, and stood staring at Falconer with dull malevolence. The man and the beast faced each other without moving. Then Falconer began to approach the bull, running the rope through his left hand. "If I leave him a yard on his horns," he said, "I shan't waste much." The farmhands were silent. Briggs glanced at the farmhouse, and then prepared to jump into the yard to help Falconer if he were attacked. "That's a damned silly game to play," he said, "with your wife watching you at that window." Falconer ignored the protest. He went step by step towards the bull, keeping his eyes on the animal's eyes and showing no hesitation. The bull stared and stood still. He allowed Falconer to come close to him, cut the rope within a yard of his horns, and retreat across the straw towards the cow-yard door. Briggs swung himself off the fence. "Confound it," he said. "If I were an insurance tout, I should keep clear of Fox Farm." Briggs washed his hands in a tub of water that stood outside the yard door. Once or twice he looked with an expression of cynical slyness at the window in the gable where Kate Falconer had appeared. He brought a gold ring from his breeches pocket, slipped it on his finger, and then spat with vicious emphasis. Jessie Falconer had coiled the rope and passed it to one of the men. Standing with his hands in his pockets, his blue eyes staring into the distance, he let his great shoulders slouch as though they were too heavy for him to carry. Falconer did not hold his head like a man whose instinct is to strike back when struck at. His face was the face of a watcher and a dreamer, sensuous, meditative, and a little weak. If Briggs resembled a snappy and valiant little terrier, Falconer reminded one of a great sad-eyed hound. The veterinary turned down his shirt sleeves. "Lucky I just finished the job when that chain gave. I'll run down tomorrow and have a look at the beast. Give him plenty of clean litter." Falconer nodded like a preoccupied god. "Just as you please." Briggs' sharp eyes swept the other man's face. There was contempt, pity, admiration in the glance. He put on his coat and hat that lay on an old bench. "I left part of my tackle in yonder. Tomorrow will do. I promised Willoughby I'd be down at the pool by 6. He nodded, smiled, and walked away with the wiry action of a little man who emitted the sparkle of self-confidence. Falconer watched him a moment, gave some orders to the men, and then passed on through the stackyard and behind the old brick stables to the orchard. He paused at the orchard gate, leaned his arms upon it, and stared at the horizon. Fox Farm lay on the ridge of a hill, and east and west the landscape fell away into vague blue distances. It was woodland country, a land of oaks and beeches, with here and there clumps of spruce, larch, and fir rising in darker knolls against the lighter green. An empty landscape is interesting only to sentimental boys and young poets. The maturer eye seeks the personal, human mood, the significant touches of the hands of men. As for Fox Farm, nothing could have been more human. Wind-blown, bluff-chimneyed, ruinous as to its outbuildings, it stood up against the grey of an English sky with a sullen beauty that haunted the heart. Its tiles and walls were covered with lichen, the colour of verdigris and of old gold. The mortar between the bricks was grey, crumbling, and moss-grown. The casements blinked and chattered when a high wind blew. Its very beauty was an autumnal beauty, a loveliness that glows with the ecstasy of decay. The roofs of the barns and byres undulated over rotting rafters and showed many a gap where the tiles had fallen. The gates, green and bare of paint, hung awry and dragged along the ground. The hedges, left uncut for years, had grown into great mysterious galleries where sheep and cattle sheltered. A wood of Scotch firs came close to the house on the northwest, sheltering the orchard from the north winds. In the orchard itself, the old trees were twisted, gnarled, cankered, and covered with moss and lichen. Weeds abounded, nettles, sheep's parsley, docks, goutweed, sorrel, and 100 more wildflowers smothered the place. There were banks that were all blue and gold in spring, or purple with orchids. Buttercups blazed in the meadows, and the long grass glimmered with great daisies and red sorrel. In the hedgerows, huge thorns spread green canopies, and elder trees sent the sad fragrance of their white flowers on the wind. As for the garden in front of the house, it was a delicious tangle, a passionate place where half-smothered flowers uttered cries of despair. The walls were grass-grown, the box edges ragged and full of gaps, the roses old and struggling and full of dead wood. Flowers bloomed as they could and fought each other and the weeds. A dozen scents contended for the mastery, the scent of stocks, jasmine, honeysuckle, roses, lavender, thyme, box, elder, bay, mint, lilies, and rue. Jessie Falconer leant upon the orchard gate and watched the woods grow mystical under the lights of the setting sun. A kind of languor was in his eyes. The autumn splendour of the oaks and beeches rose into domes of fire. For him the world was a sad, strange world. A man who dreamed, he had learnt to tell himself that nothing mattered. Contemplate nature, and she is beautiful. Contend with her, and she becomes fierce and relentless. The farmer learns to accept the tempestuous, wayward moods of a power that as a pagan or a Christian he once strove to propitiate with offerings and prayers. Nothing is certain for him, nothing assured. Little wonder that he may become either a drunkard or a fatalist when the perversities of nature press mockingly upon his senses. Falconer turned from the orchard and moved with long, slow, melancholy strides up the brick-paved path leading to the back of the farmhouse. A thatched porch stood out over the door, and an old yew had made the brick paving uneven with the upthrust of its roots. Falconer entered the porch without remembering to scrape the byre muck from his boots. A broad stone-flagged passage led right through the house, its walls distempered a dull brown, showing a few old prints hanging by green blind cord from brass-headed nails. Doors with thumb latches opened on either side, and that indescribable perfume that clings to old farmhouses met one on the threshold. There was the sound of steps descending the stairs. A hand came gliding down the rail, and a face looked over into the passage. "You fool!" Falconer glanced at his wife, and their eyes met and exchanged a challenge. "Thanks, Kate." She turned at the foot of the stairs with one hand on the newel post and stood confronting him. A tall, big-bodied woman with a fine bust and broad shoulders. Her face had a hard comeliness with its apple cheeks, red-brown eyes, and closely curled black hair. It was the face of a capable and energetic woman, a woman of narrow aims and notions, unemotional in the highest sense, unimaginative and a little mean. "What a fool you are! You put me out of all patience." Jessie hung his hat on a peg. His movements seemed rendered more slow and lethargic by the presence of his wife. "What's the matter, Kate?" "Matter? Haven't we worries enough without your paying for a doctor's bill? Oh, you make me mad." They looked each other in the eyes like antagonists with crossed swords. The woman's anger was not the perverse anger of love that has been alarmed. She glanced along the passage and then at her husband's boots. "Well, I never! Must you always bring your dirt in here? Jenny scrubbed the passage down this morning. You men never give a thought to the work you make. Look at that mess." Falconer turned slowly with the large, questioning forbearance of a great dog. Probably he had never realized how exasperating his dreamy fatalism was to this energetic, masterful woman. "I forgot. Oh, Lord, go and take those filthy boots off in the porch." "All right, Kate." He marched off down the passage, slouching and swinging his hands. His wife opened the kitchen door and called to her servant. "Jenny, bring your brush and pan. The master has messed up the whole passage." Falconer sat on the bench in the porch and unlaced his boots. He had ceased to marvel at this strange fact that two people who had once kissed with passion now angered each other with every trick of body and mind. The pity of the thing moved him no longer. Those impulses toward reconciliation were part of the past. He accepted the tragedy of their marriage, even as he accepted the realities of wind and rain. There were no children at Fox Farm, and as the dusk came down, Jessie Falconer sat in the long parlour and stared at the fire. The room was oak-beamed and paved with brick, and the open fireplace had its ingle nooks, its jack and chain, its iron fire-back, and dogs. Sparks and flames went upwards into a great chasm. There were oak-doored cupboards on either side of the fireplace, cupboards that sank for 3 feet into the thickness of the wall. In one of them Falconer kept his pipes and tobacco jar. He could reach them as he sat in his Windsor chair with his feet resting on the rough brick curb. The clattering of pans and dishes came from the kitchen and the busy practical voices of mistress and maid. Yet, for the moment, The man before the fire sat in a dim atmosphere of meditative and melancholy repose. He lit his pipe and stared at the flames, face impassive, muscles relaxed. His eyes seemed to reflect the wayward happenings of life, even as they reflected the wayward light of the fire. It was possible to read all manner of experiences into the man's eyes, the gloom of a wet summer, of ruined hay, drenched crops, and unmet bills. There was no anger, no rebellion, no godwardness in him. Nature had created him in the beginning, and had perfected the creation with the rough touches of her impartial hands. Falconer's face had a mild, impassive, dreamy radiance. He was learning to be happy in being sad, to steep himself in a species of oriental nonchalance. There were books in the cupboard where he kept his pipes and tobacco, but there comes a time for a man when books say nothing new to him. They became full of vain repetitions of things that lie like dust over the surface of life. The kitchen door opened, and Kate Falconer came through into the firelit room. Her presence destroyed its atmosphere of passive contemplation. Antagonisms and a spirit of critical unrest stirred in the air. "Jenny, bring the lamp." Her eyes rested a little scornfully upon her husband. "I'll have some of the fire, please. Have you seen to the beasts? Purkis's nose might be kept closer to the grindstone." Falconer shifted his chair, and the girl came in with a lamp. It was a gaudy thing, in coloured glass, with a globe that gave out a cold white light. Its glare had much the same effect on the room as Kate Falconer's presence. She was a woman without mystery, all sharp, decided surface, lacking shadow. "What's Briggs charging for that job yonder?" "A guinea." "I suppose he wanted the money on the counter." "No, I think not." The wife took her work-basket from one of the cupboards. She looked at Jessie slouching in his chair, chin on chest, his lips sending out lazy, rhythmic puffs of smoke. An impatient shrug of the shoulders showed how her own active nature clashed with his. "Can't you sit as though you had a backbone, Jessie?" Falconer did not stir in his chair. "I'm wondering how we're going to meet old Smunk's bill by Christmas. Do you know where the money's to come from? I'm not going to put my hand in my own pocket this quarter." "I don't want to take any of your money, Kate." "Well, can you pay the bills?" "Let them lie. They won't grow less for our worrying over them." Kate drew her work-basket towards her, chose a reel of cotton, and unwound a yard or so, and snapped it with an irritable jerk of the hand. "Jessie, no wonder that everything you touch turns out a failure. You want someone behind you with a stick all day, to lay in and shout, 'Get up, Noddy! Get up, you beast!' It's a pity you weren't built smaller. I know little men who could knock the head off you for pluck and go." Her hand swept to and fro as she used her needle, and Falconer stared at the fire. "What is, he said. "It's no use pushing against fate." His wife glanced at him, opened her mouth and closed it again with an air of resigned contempt. Presently she lifted her head and called in her hard, clear voice, "Jenny, you can bring in supper." So the table was laid, and the monotonous meal gone through with by the light of the glaring lamp. Kate Falconer turned again to the fire, drew a stocking over her left hand, and began to darn it in loud silence. Jessie filled his pipe, loitered a moment with an air of cumbrous indecision, and then went out along the stone-paved passage to the thatched porch and the black-bosomed yew. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 2. Jessie turned into the high road by the White Gate and walked slowly in the direction of Ashurst village. It was one of those nights when restlessness possessed him, and when the play of the wind in the hedgerows helped him to think. Faulkner had gone 1/4 of a mile along the lonely upland road, and was watching the flashing of the distant light on the ram's head when he heard voices coming from the direction of Ashurst village. Heavy country boots scraped clumsily along the road with a stumbling irregularity that suggested the homeward wanderings of some rustic Omar. A voice broke into song. "O'er a wreath of roses, first time that we met." The inspiration gave out abruptly and changed to grumbling, querulous declaiming. Unsteady feet went scuffling to and fro across the road. Falconer heard another voice, persuading, reasoning, cajoling. He drew back under the hedge and waited. "I tell 'ee, I be chaste and sober as a snowflake. Oh, jolly, my boy, yon's the light on Ram's Head. I can see it, Nan, plain as a pub window." The girl's voice chimed in. "Sure, Dad, we're near home. Take my arm now." The scraping of feet came nearer, and Falconer saw two dim figures draw out of the darkness, moving close together in the middle of the road. The man lurched badly and showed a sharp flare of temper. "What be you pushing for? Walk steady." The girl's voice had a quiet, patient comeliness. It was like a mellow breath of the wind amid the bells of a belfry. "There, Dad, you trod on a stone." "Damned stones! I wish they was in hell." They passed Falconer without seeing him, and went on down the road, the man muttering and grumbling into the night. The farmer hesitated, and then followed them, walking on the grass so that his footsteps were not heard. He knew the man for Sam Wetherell, who lived in the cottage under the quarry bank, down towards the ruins of Poole Castle. It seemed hard that this slip of a girl should have to bring home an old reprobate of a father. Jessie followed the pair till the light from the window of a cottage shone through a tangled hedge. He heard the click of a gate latch and Wetherell's footsteps going unsteadily up a brick-paved path. Then a door opened, showing a yellow oblong under the heavy thatch. Falconer turned back, asking himself why he had troubled to shepherd Wetherell and his daughter. The man was a waster, and as for Anne, he remembered her as half child, half woman, a slim, sallow-faced girl with dark eyes, a girl whom a man might not notice till he had seen her many times. Yet sometimes it happens that a woman who has never existed save to be glanced at and forgotten rises suddenly into the intimate inner consciousness of a man's thoughts. Jessie Falconer walked back to Fox Farm thinking of Anne Wetherell and the queer, one-storied cottage by the old quarry. It was as though the sound of the girl's voice had penetrated his indifference and stirred in him a strange and mysterious sympathy. There was both gypsy and gentle blood in the Wetherells, and the strains showed themselves in the man's method of getting a living. He was a vagrant who happened to live in a cottage, a brown battered nest of a place that seemed to overflow with children. Wetherell had lost his wife 5 years ago, and the hands of Anne, the eldest, had become a mother's hands. That was why, perhaps, the girl's dark eyes looked older and sadder than her years. She had taken care prematurely into her heart, with a drunken, indolent man about the house, and 6 bodies to clothe and feed. Wetherell was no man's man, a lean, fiery-eyed adventurer, with slouching shoulders, prominent masticatory muscles, and a ragged black beard. He knew as much as any poacher, gamekeeper, or tramp in the county. Folk were a little afraid of him. His laziness disappeared with dangerous rapidity when a crackle of words boded the flare of a quarrel. Yet Sam Wetherell was something of a philosopher. He had begotten children, and he did not see why these same children should not be of use. The education authorities were troublesome at times, but Wetherell knew how to circumvent them by use of the strap and by risings at 3 on summer mornings. Prosecuted on one occasion by the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, he had been fined £1 and costs for thrashing his elder boy Slim. And to demonstrate the futility of these old women's methods, Sam had thrashed the boy every day for a week and no one had dared to tell. In the country, money may be made in many picturesque ways. Wetherell knew and practised them all. In the spring there were wild flowers to be gathered, primroses, bluebells, lilies of the valley and kingcups, flowers that could be sold in Limnor, 7 miles away. Young Slim Wetherell would be kicked out before dawn to steal plovers' eggs in the fields. Then came hop tying, haymaking, fruit picking. Sam would lock up the cottage and take his whole family a-wandering with the piebald pony and the knock-kneed cart. Harvest and hop picking were useful in their turn. Then there were mushrooms to be gathered in the dew-wet fields. In autumn, the youngsters went out blackberrying, while other folk were asleep. Nor must Sam's 2 cats be forgotten, fierce, predatory beasts, who were capable of contributing a partridge or a full-grown rabbit. As for Wetherell himself, he would accept occasional odd jobs to get beer money and tobacco for his pipe. He bought dogs and resold them, a little hedging and ditching some days in the hay and harvest fields, forking up sheaves at thrashing time. These labours served. In winter, he earned money as a beater when the local gentry shot over their preserves, or by taking out his ferret and nets and disposing of rats and rabbits. Beyond an occasional hour's spade work in his own garden, he was not responsible for the raising of its crops. His life was largely a patriarchal life, passed in enforcing the labours of his children. The pageant of the day opened for the Wetherell children with the blare of their father's voice. "Slim, get up with ye, or I'll knock the life out of your body." And Slim would hustle out of the box of a bed where he slept with Joe, his younger brother, tumble into his clothes without waiting to wash, and go forth to chop wood, draw water, or thieve something for a living. Slim was a thin, muddy-faced lad with a hard mouth and insolent blue eyes. Mischievous as an ape, he was at war with the world, and reverenced nothing so much as the buckle end of his father's belt. Since blackberries fetched a fair price in Limnor, blackberrying was the order of the day in autumn, and the young Wetherells were out early with baskets and hooked sticks. Anne stayed at home to wash, cook, and clean. She kept the cottage and the children sweet and neat, Slim being the only dirty member, owing to his having reached an age when his right to be dirty was insisted on with arrogance. Next to Slim in age came Rose, a fat and smiling thing of 14, Sam's favourite because she was merry and pleasant to behold. Prudence, the third girl, had a thin, brown, hungry little face with pinched nostrils and open mouth. Wetherell disliked the child because she was sickly. Joe, the youngest, was a gentleman with fat legs and a snub nose that rarely was irreproachable. He delighted in discords and had a genius for making a noise. Prudence and Joe still went to the board school at Ashurst village, tramping off with bread and cheese in an old satchel, and carrying a brown umbrella when the weather was wet. "Kids back yet?" Sam Wetherell's head appeared at the doorway in the mellow sunlight of an October morning. "No, not yet, Dad." Anne was laying the table, her brown forearms showing up against a white apron, her black hair drawn back on either side of her forehead. Her skin looked fresh, firm, and sleek, and her simple bodice fitted tightly to her figure. "Kettle boiling?" "Sure." "Make the brew, I be hungry." Wetherell slouched in and sat down at the end of the table. The room with its pink rose paper, its strange and multifarious pictures, its brick floor, was beautifully clean. There were geraniums on the table by the window, and the queer odds and ends of furniture showed no dust. Over the porch, a few late roses nodded, and the old black soil of the garden carried green broccoli, cabbages, and purple kale. Anne knew her father's moods and habits. She made the tea and set a dish of bacon on the table. Sam Wetherell was never without money to buy good food. Ingenuity paid him better than hard work. Voices came up the high-banked lane, where the old quarry opened with its waving plumes of broom and furze and its wreaths of bracken. The children were returning with their baskets full of fruit. Wetherell gave a grunt and helped himself to bacon. The children's voices died down as they entered the garden. They had learned to wait in silence upon their father's moods. They came in through the sunlight, slim, sly-eyed and hungry-faced, Rose with juice-stained lips, Prudence with her black stockings in wrinkles on her little sticks of legs, Jo round-eyed and sniffing. Wetherell did not glance at them. The children stood round and fidgeted, but did not come to the table. "What you got?" He spoke with a mouthful of bread. The youngsters showed their tins and baskets. Slim's eyes ogled the food, but his greed was subservient to the greater and more authoritative greed of his father. More bread. Anne cut slices from the loaf. She herself had touched no food as yet. Wetherell always sat down to eat 10 minutes before his children, and took the best of everything that was on the table. "Come on." He drew a white jam pot towards him, and emptied it before the sullen eyes of his eldest son. If there was one thing that irritated Wetherell, it was being stared at while he ate. "Slim, what be you a rolling your eyes around my plate for?" "Wasn't." "None of your lip sauce." The boy sidled into a rickety chair. Anne's hands were busy ministering to their needs. Wetherell sat and stuffed bread and jam into a voracious mouth. "Where you been this morning?" Rose answered for the rest. "Down by Fir's End." "Yeah, no good. Take him down to the castle, Nan, after school." Anne poured out her own tea. She was the last to take her share. "Yes, father." Wetherell felt for his clay pipe. He filled it with shag and began to smoke. Slim, blue eyes furtive, was eating like a starved rat. Nothing was certain, so long as the humours of the patriarchal temper clouded the air. "Slim!" The boy looked up sharply. "Greedy young hog, ain't you? Just you go out and put the pony in the cart." Anne interposed. "I'll do it, father." Wetherell's mouth curled. "Sit down, Slim!" The boy jumped up, looking sullen and cowed. He had snatched a piece of bread and held it behind him. "When I speaks, I speaks. Don't you waste no time, Slim, or I'll be arter you with my belt." Sam Wetherell drove away to Limner, leaving orders that the children were to go blackberrying down at Pool. The Pool was a great sheet of sheltered water lying in the valley below Fox Farm. In the midst of its lily leaves stood the old castle of the Pool, or Pool as the folk called it, a castle of 10 towers linked together by a great curtain wall. The grey-black towers with their battlements and machicolations were reflected in the still black water, and the more ruinous portions of the walls were overgrown with grass, ferns, young ash trees, gilliflower and valerian. The Pool had been made in the 14th century, after the castle had been built upon its stone-faced knoll. A great bank had been thrown up across the side valley, and a small stream turned into the hollow. A shrub-covered bank that projected into the water showed the old causeway that led towards the little island Barbican, whose 2 bridges had given access to the main gate. The castle, with its sheet of placid water, had 100 moods and 100 legends. It was a silent, empty, tranquil place, gorgeous at dawn and at sunset. Jackdaws built in the towers and littered the worn stairways with twigs. When Wetherell sent his children blackberrying by Pool Castle, he knew that they would return with full baskets. A wilderness surrounded it, where brambles had grown into great hillocks, and the bracken stood in places as high as a man. The Fox Farm lands came down to the water on the south, and Jessie Faulkner never troubled to interfere with the gypsies, who often camped there. To Anne, purple-fingered and bare-headed, dragging down brambles with a crooked stick, came the frightened yelping of a dog. Prudence, who had been gathering beside Anne, had worked nearer towards the Pool. Rose and Master Joseph were far away beyond the castle, and Slim that lazy rogue, had not been visible for half an hour. Anne paused to listen, freeing her sleeve from the aggressive clutches of a trailing bramble. She heard Prudence calling her with the agonized eagerness of a lost child. "Nan, Nan!" "I'm here, Prue." A little figure came pushing through the bracken. Prudence's face was a smudge of tears. She ran to Anne with a choking cry. They be drowning a poor little puppy." "Who?" "A young man and Slim. I don't want it drowned. I don't want it drowned." The child howled, and her softness of heart found full sympathy in Anne. She took Prudence by the hand and, leaving her basket and stick, pushed her way through towards the water. A burst of lads' laughter came from the direction of the pool, laughter that was gloating and cruel. Prudence's young man was a crop-headed youth, with great bony knees and hands, and a mouth that was a mere ugly slit above a weak chin. He had a rough-haired white mongrel by the scruff of the neck, a mere puppy by the size of it, and anything between a fox terrier and a spaniel. Slim Witherell stood by grinning, as the lout swung the dog far out over the water. It fell with a splash, sank, reappeared, and came paddling back towards the bank, nose up, four paws splashing. The lads jeered. "Chuck a stone." "Ain't got un." "Here you are." Prudence began to wail. "Ben't be cruel." "I don't want it drowned." Anne had gone dead white. A queer gleam came into her eyes. She left Prudence and ran towards the water. "Slim, throw that stone if you dare." Two insolent and jeering faces turned in surprise. The crop-headed lout had half a brick in his fist. He looked at Anne and grinned. "'Tain't none of your business." He raised his arm, but the dog had reached the bank. It scrambled out with dripping body and lay down to pant. This was the third time that he had struggled back to the bank. Slim spread his fingers at his sister. Crophead bent down and took the dog by the neck. Anne's eyes flashed. She went red as a winter sunset. "Don't you touch it." "It be my dog." "No, 'tain't. You've thrown it away. Mind your silly business." Anne flew at him like a young fury, but he dodged her and threw the dog far out over the water. "You coward!" She caught him by the collar and beat a small brown fist in his face. For the moment the lout seemed too astonished to defend himself. Then he blurted out foul words. A bony paw came up and caught Anne by the hair. "I'll teach you." He twisted his hands into her hair. "Now then, say you're sorry." She set her teeth, refusing to cry out, and tried to free herself from his grip. The lout chortled and twisted her hair the tighter. Slim stood by and jeered. That was the sort of soul he had. Suddenly something intervened. A big brown figure loomed through the bracken and caught Master Crophead by the ear. The lad twisted, yelled, and then stood still. "Leave go." He let go of Anne's hair, and in an instant he was swept waterwards and tumbled into the shallows. "See how you like the game yourself." Anne stood looking at Jessie Faulkner. There were tears in her eyes, tears of pain, pity and anger. The white dog was still swimming some yards from the bank, but the little beast was exhausted and made no headway. Faulkner saw that it would drown. Slim's comrade came crawling out, muddy and weed-streaked, as Faulkner walked into the pool like an atlas into the ocean. The water was up to his waist before he reached the dog, lifted him out, and brought him back to land. Anne held out compassionate arms. "Oh, Mr. Faulkner, you'd be all wet." "So is the dog. He'll wet you through if you hold him." None the less, she took the half-drowned mongrel into her arms. Faulkner turned to the lout. "Well, how do you like the game? I've a good mind to have you summoned, you cruel young beast." The lad blurted out sulky threats. "I'll tell on you. 'Tain't your dog. My dad'll have the law." Faulkner eyed him, as a hound might eye a low cur. "The best thing you can do," he said, "is to shut your mouth and go and change your clothes." The lad went, not liking the look in Faulkner's eyes. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 3.
Sam Wetherell would have nothing to do with Anne's dog. He refused with scorn that was almost venomous to give a home to a beast that was not worth the price of a dose of poison. Sam stood by the garden gate and pointed with the stem of his pipe. "Yeah, a purty fool you be, Anne, to be come over by a dirt of a dog like that. Sure you'd have to pay folk to drown him. No slush now. Hey, Warwick, get it with you, you white sausage on wheels." He began to search round for something to throw, while the mongrel looked dubiously about him. Anne stood irresolute. The cur's forlorn look touched her. Even the queer brown and white blotches on his coat, his bandy legs and flapping ears had a quaint pathos. He seemed one of the unfortunates, and Anne had a soft heart. "Don't drive him away, Dad. I'll take him up to Fox Farm." Wetherell stared. Surely there could be no possible bargain in the business. Even Mr. Faulkner was not fool enough to be landed with such a mongrel. "Go on," he said. "Do you want to shoot it?" Anne stooped for the dog, picked him up and huddled him in her arms. "Poor lad, then. We'll get him a home somehow." So it befell that Jessie Faulkner, gathering apples in one of the old orchard trees, heard a voice calling him as he clambered about the lichenous boughs. He looked down and saw Anne Wetherell standing in a slant of the evening sunlight, the white dog in her arms, and her eyes full of a shy compassion. "Mr. Faulkner, sir, I've come to ask you to take the dog." The sunlight played upon her pale face. As for the mongrel, he seemed content to lie in her arms and cock one eye coolly at the man in the tree. Faulkner stood in the main fork with one arm round a bough. In his right hand he held a red apple, and the sunlight made gold glints in his brown hair. "I thought you wanted to keep him." Anne flushed with sudden self-consciousness. "It's father," she said. "He won't have the dog, and it seems hard to pick him out of the water and then turn him adrift." Her eyes met Faulkner's, and they looked at each other with incipient curiosity. A slight frown of thought gathered on the man's forehead. Anne believed that he was going to refuse. "Maybe you've got a dog, Mr. Faulkner." "Only the sheepdog Bob in the yard, and he's more with the men than with me. The truth is—" He shifted himself in the tree, stared momentarily into space, and then looked down at Anne. "You'll think it queer, what I'm going to say. I've had several dogs in my time, and they all came to bad ends. Now a man gets fond of a dog." Anne's eyes watched his, and they were full of a listening sympathy. "How queer, but—" "I said that I would never have another dog. There seemed to be something unlucky about me, and it didn't seem fair to the beasts. When I got fond of one, something was sure to happen to him." Anne nodded a grave head, and Faulkner noticed suddenly how sensitive her mouth and eyes were. He found himself wondering how Sam Wetherell had come to have a daughter whose face suggested mystery, pathos, and compassion. "Then you think—" Her lips trembled and remained open. Faulkner tossed the apple into the grass. "I lost one dog from poison, another under a reaping machine. An Irish terrier got shot for hunting. A retriever went into a mill stream and was sucked under the wheels. 4 lives lost. What do you think?" They eyed each other with ingenious earnestness, and then Anne said, "You'd be kind to him, Mr. Faulkner, and he'd be happy, and nothing might happen." "Then you think he's willing to take the risk?" Anne spoke to the dog, and he gave a wag of the tail and a sharp bark. "There, see, he says yes." Faulkner swung himself out of the tree. Anne's head came to the level of his shoulder as they stood in the rank grass. "I'll take him. Has he a name?" "I haven't heard one, sir." "Then you'd better christen him, since it was you who really saved him from that half-brick." "Brick? Why, look, he answers to it. Call him Brick, Mr. Faulkner." And Brick, the dog, was named. On the day of the dog's rescue down at Poole, Kate Faulkner had driven to Limnor in her pony trap, to a wife who had a small private income of her own and a nature that was largely practical. The shops of Limner offered numberless fascinations. Kate Faulkner was a woman who loved to loiter in Limner with £5 in her purse, and with the knowledge that she could buy most of the objects that she saw in the windows. The delight of buying was with her a potential delight. She loved the power of money, and money itself, better than the finest stuffs in the drapers' shops. It was her form of dissipation to wander up and down the Limner Street and buy nothing more than 2 yards of tape, yet her satisfaction would be complete. She had enjoyed the power of purchasing many things without spending a shilling. Climbing back out of Limner with the reins slack on the pony's back, he was overtaken by a little bullet-headed man riding a black mare. The rider drew in beside the pony cart, flourished a black felt hat, and showed a row of healthy white teeth. "Hello, how are we today?" Kate Faulkner looked round at him with sudden brightening of her hard brown eyes. "Why, Jack, where have you been?" "Down at Curtis's, looking at some new machines. That fresh ground of mine is showing up like Lincolnshire stuff, turning buttercups into gold." Mr. Jack Rickaby was a short, thick-set man with a face of a groom, pugnacious, black-chinned, merry about the eyes. His black and white checked riding breeches and brown gaiters were smart and new, and his wealth of cheerfulness ran into picturesque slang. The sleek, well-groomed surface was a green sheath hiding a hard brown nut, for Mr. Jack Rickaby was a grim little man with a keen mouth and muscular shoulders. These two people, the fresh-coloured, capable woman in the pony cart and the stocky young farmer on the black mare, talked the same language and thought the same thought. Their sympathy was the sympathy of vigorous pushfulness and dogged endeavour. Their eyes looked at the same things with the same expression. A like motive force worked towards like ends. "Well, how's Jessie?" Kate Faulkner's face had changed. Her eyes had lost some of their hardness, and her crude comeliness showed vivacity and a more sensuous warmth. "Oh, Jessie, he's messing along the same as usual." "Lord, that man does take life calmly. Wish I had some of his weight." Kate Faulkner stared hard at her pony's ears. "I wouldn't envy Jessie if I were you. Some people enjoy nothing so much as being miserable." "Oh, come now, there's something to be said for Jessie." "Is there? I wish you would give him some of your pluck." She glanced at Jack Rickaby with critical approval. The man had so many of the qualities that she admired: courage, energy, a grim determination to make money. "Pluck? Jessie has plenty of pluck. Briggs told me a tale only the other day." "That's not the sort of spirit I mean. If anyone threatened to shoot Jessie, he would say, 'Life's such a bother. I really don't care whether you shoot me or not.' One can't help having a good grumble sometimes." Mr. Rickaby stroked his mare's neck. The playfulness had died out of his eyes for the moment. He was a hard little man, thinking hard thoughts. "I tell you what," he said bluntly, "Jessie was never the man for you." Their eyes met squarely and honestly. They were practical people, and they did not gloze things over with romantic sentiment. "That's the truth, Jack, but it's no use blurting it abroad. Besides, Jessie's a clean liver." "Well, other people do the blurting. Jessie's not popular." "No, perhaps not, but he's as clean a man as ever stepped. His mother was an old fool. Fancy her sending the lad to a public school and to a blessed college to make him a scientific farmer. Jessie always had too much book stuff in him, and he has been losing money for years. I've known him waste a whole day watching a lot of ants. The farm was clear if a bit rickety in the buildings when the old lady left it him. Look at it now, a blessed ruin, mortgaged up to the last brick." Jack Rickaby assented with a nod of the head. His eyes had picked out a hawk hovering over a distant field. He watched the bird and whistled softly through his teeth. "I can't see the use of being in this world," he said presently, "unless a man means to bustle and fight. One has to play the game of the hawk over yonder, whatever the parsons may say." Ashurst village showed its shingled spire and tiled roofs on the slope of the next hill. The church spire appeared to hold up an admonishing finger. Mr. Rickaby glanced at Kate Falconer, smiled, and began to tap the mare's flanks with his heels. "Well, I suppose I must bump on." Kate understood. The sympathy was of a blunt, practical nature and would wear. "I'll send you up a few samples, Jack. I want to know what you think of them. Jessie won't bother." "All right, Kate, send them along. You can always count on me." At Fox Farm, Kate Falconer unharnessed the pony and ran the little cart into the cobwebbed coach-house. She had no objection to relying upon her own hands in these matters, yet it pleases a woman to have a man bustling to serve her. She was closing the coach-house door when Jessie came into the yard with a white mongrel at his heels. "You might have come 5 minutes sooner." "I didn't hear you drive in, Kate." "No, I suppose not," and her tone implied that she disbelieved him. Then she noticed the dog, and in her blunt and aggressive way she fell to catechising her husband. "What have you got there?" "A dog." He had no intention of being facetious, but when two people have fallen into the habit of quarrelling, any chance word is taken as a sting. "Don't try to be funny. What's the animal doing here?" "I've taken him in." "Oh, have you? Well, I may as well tell you I won't have a dog about the house, much less a thing like that." Jessie's face remained imperturbable. "If you won't, Kate, I will." His wife stared. "Where did you pick the thing up?" "Out of the castle pool." "Someone was showing the sense to drown it. If one has to keep a dog, one may as well keep a decent-looking beast. Even a dog can impose on you, Jessie." "Perhaps he can. At all events, he's here to stay." Kate Falconer knew her husband's obstinate moods. They were of rare occurrence, but their very rarity gave them an accumulated inertia that made resistance useless. Jessie would shut his mouth, hunch up his great shoulders, and maintain an impassive silence. It was the poise of a pyramid, of a great rock, half sunk in sand. "Oh, very well then, I'm not going to quarrel about a thing on 4 legs." And she crossed the yard and entered the garden by the rough gate that opened under the arch of an old white cluster rose.
End of Chapter 3. Read by Kenneth the Teller in the Kingdom of Fife.
Chapter 4 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Belinda Mc. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 4. Mr. John Smunk, corn merchant, miller, and hay factor, stood at the foot of the stairs and shouted like a farmer calling to a man across a 14-acre field. "Sarah! Sarah!" A prim, peeping voice came from above. "Yes, dearie, yes?" "Dearie be damned! Where the dickens have you put my hat?" There was a thin twittering sound, a rustling of skirts, and a diminutive woman in black appeared upon the stairs. "What did you say, dearie?" John Smunk showed a lean and sagacious face thrusting itself forward on the end of a long, sinewy neck. "Where the dickens have you put my hat?" Mrs. Sarah Smunk came mincing down the stairs. The curves of a high forehead and a receding chin seemed to meet at the tip of a diminutive nose. Mrs. Smunk never walked. She progressed with a peculiar tripping wriggle. Every gesture suggested deprecatory and flustered niceness and a nervous inclination to giggle. But Mrs. Smunk had lived beyond the giggling stage. Moreover, she was deplorably deaf. "What did you say, dearie?" Her face put on the thin flutter of a smile. "My hat?" Her husband let fly like a blunderbuss, and his wife jumped. "Oh, dear, John, I left it in the yard to dry." "Dry? What the—" "Now, John, dear, you know it was so very faded. I felt I must—" "Must what? Must what?" "You do fluster me so. I sent Mary this morning for a little bottle of ink, only a penny bottle. Ink and water, John. The corn merchant's long neck seemed to collapse into his collar. Well, I'm damned. What next? I reckon you'd better ink the seat of my breeches. I never knew such a woman for messing about with ink and cloth reviver and soaps and dyes and God knows what. You'll be blackleading your legs next and going out without stockings. His wife fidgeted and squirmed with an air of sweet and sickly forbearance. I'm always trying to be careful, John. Yes, I know. Just fetch my hat. And when it was brought him, he crammed it on his grey pate and walked out into the street, banging the door after him. John Smunk was the wealthiest man in Ashurst village, wealthier than Carline Lowndes, Esquire, of Firs Park, wealthier even than Lawyer Cadillac, whose smooth, shrewd suavity covered the memories of many discreditable transactions. Yet the corn merchant was noted for his green hats and coats, his frayed ties and grease-stained waistcoats. He was a queer, ominous figure, round-backed, lean and shabby, head thrust forward at the end of an abnormally long neck, lower lip blue and pendulous, eyes blue and hard. The crown of his head made a false show of benignity with its central patch of baldness and ring of grizzled wavy hair. When walking, he looked like an old raven with a stick tucked under one wing. John Smunk took the North Road out of Ashurst, whose houses were packed like spectators on either side of one long street. The village had little beauty, since many of the old houses had gone, and Mr. Rottingburn, the local builder, had a liking for slates, terracotta-coloured ridge tiles, and string courses of blue brick. There were 3 stolid, staring, nonconformist chapels that competed in the matter of ugliness. The only picturesque building was the inn that boasted the sign of the Red Lion. The Ashurst houses were prim, stiff, and dogmatic. The Red Lion Inn had an air of mellow tolerance and humour. It was like a buxom widow in the midst of a crowd of pious Tabithas. Just below the almshouses and the forge at the end of the village, the corn merchant was overtaken by a clattering milk cart driven by a fiery-eyed little man with a huge brown beard. John Smunk's big boots kept up their pounding in the middle of the road, so that the driver of the milk cart had to slow up. "Sure, yous be a thoughtful man, Mr. Smunk. It does one good to walk and think of one's latter end." The corn merchant turned with a bird-like cock of the eye. The driver of the milk cart was one of the personalities of Ashurst. His name was Jacob Bose, and by nature he was a fanatic. Ribald souls had nicknamed him Gentleman Jesus. He was a strenuous and aggressive vehicle of grace, and his piety knew no restraint and his tongue no discretion. "Going down Fox Farm way, Jacob?" "I be, sir, and a terrible going down it may be for some folks in these parts. The road be steep that leadeth to destruction." John Smunk said, "Ha!" and climbed into the milk cart. Jacob Bose glanced at him with his fiery little eyes. He was a genius at beard-wagging and at improving the occasion, and his zeal was the zeal of a Luther. Moreover, like the great Martin, he was not afraid of speaking out before the great ones of the earth. "D'ye think you'll get through it, sir? D'ye think you'll get through it?" The corn merchant turned an impassive yet cynical face. "Well, Bose, you don't often tug me by the coat-tails." "Seize the occasion, sir. Throw in the leaven." John Smunk grunted. "You'll find it in every good wife's basket, sir, the needle, and even the darning sort has a terrifying small eye." John Smunk's back had a certain resemblance to the hump of a camel. He gave a grim chuckle. "I've got through some tight places in my time, Jacob. Don't ye fret your insolent godly pate on my account. There are people who are richer in pride of piety than in pocket." The apostle of Ashurst flourished his whip. "I be a humble servant to Jesus, Mr. Smunk." The corn merchant thrust out an aggressive lower lip. Sure. Don't you doubt that he takes you at your value, Jacob. You trade in other sorts of bonds and mortgages and merchandise, and it pleases ye, it stuffs ye with satisfaction and warms ye like good beer. A man may have a bellyful of self-righteousness as well as a bellyful of meat. There was silence for a while. The two worthies drove on cheek by jowl, chewing the cud of meditation. It be a wonderful thing to be rich, Mr. Smunk. Ah, you know all about it, hey? You know a power more about it than I do. There's hoarding and hoarding. Some folks may have a pot full of glory and salvation hid in their backyards. There be the parable of the talents, sir. Sure, and something else about your right hand and your left hand, eh? And the blowing of trumpets and the making of long prayers. I've got my sense of smell. The driver of the milk cart chewed his brown beard. All sorts of people quote the scriptures, sir. That's true, that's true. Babes and sucking calves and blobby bellowing bulls. You can set me down here, Jacob. I'm a hard old sinner, and it's good for the righteous to love a sinner for nothing. Mr. Smunk rattled the small change in his pocket as he descended. The Lord be with ye, sir. The children of this world are damned fools, Jacob, mostly. The parsons might put up prayers for the blessings of common sense. The corn merchant was bound for Fox Farm, and Mr. Bose, as he drove on behind the lazy, clomping hoofs of his horse, shook his whip solemnly as at some stiff-necked and altogether unanswerable blasphemer. The click-clack of the white gate caught Kate Falconer attacking the accumulation of weeds and rubbish in the neglected garden. Brambles from the hedge had rooted themselves into one of the long borders, and those folk who have experienced the aggressive and pugnacious habits of the bramble know how the plant can spread over and possess a field. Kate had gone to work with swapping hook and fork, rooting up the suckers and cutting the old trails back into the hedge. Michaelmas daisies and chrysanthemums gave splashes of colour to the scene. The grass had grown rankly in the little central plot, and yellow leaves were beginning to fall. John Smunk was not a man who troubled about ceremony, or who distinguished weeds from flowers. He took the shortest cut across the garden, pushing through a sweet-briar hedge and crushing green and succulent things under his great boots. Kate Falconer, sleeves turned up, hands protected by leather gloves, stood up and called to the corn merchant with some asperity. "Mind yon lavender bush, Mr. Smunk. We've got a path for people to walk on." The corn merchant stepped round the lavender bush, gained the grass, and eyed the farmer's wife with an air of admiring caution. "Busy, hey? Trying to make the place a little cleaner. Jessie won't bother, beyond scything the grass. Weeds don't seem to worry him. That's bad for a farmer, Mrs. Falconer. My man happens to be that way." John Smunk set his stick in the ground and stood with his thumbs hooked in the armholes of his waistcoat. He stared at the wheelbarrow full of weeds like a stock judge criticising the points of a bullock. "Jessie Falconer at home?" "Is down the farm." "Is as well there as here. I reckon you wear the breeches. It's a question of business, Mrs. Falconer." Kate laid her swapping hook on the barrow. "I suppose I have a better tongue in my head than my husband has." John Smunk gave a short and characteristic chuckle. "I like to strike iron better than softwood, ma'am. Your husband owes me a little bit of money." "That's not unlikely. There's my bill, and that there interest on the mortgage. He owes me for the whole year." "Jessie's a casual man, and I'm not, Mrs. Falconer. I can't afford to be casual. I tell you, I'm thinking I shall have to foreclose." They looked each other in the eyes without flinching. Kate's face lost none of its high colour or its determination. "You can press us if you please, Mr. Smunk. It won't hurt Jessie, but 'twill be a nuisance for me." "Ah, sure?" She squared her shoulders and faced him. "I'd rather not have any of my money in the farm, but if you press us, well, I shall have to do it. It's a dratted nuisance to have to sell good stock. The money's there for you. It won't be the farm you'll get." The corn merchant eyed her intently. A slow smile came over his face, drawing tight the crow's feet about his eyes and showing his blackened teeth. He had a liking for Kate Falconer because she was hard and shrewd and stiff in the lower lip. She knew how to gain a point by hitting straight and showing no fear. "Well, I'd be sorry to inconvenience ye. I'd been thinking—" Kate laughed. That I'd let you get the farm at £5 an acre, house and buildings thrown in? My husband may be a bad farmer, but I'm not a fool." John Smonk's eyes twinkled. "Ah, my dear, did I ever think it of you? As I was saying, I'd be sorry to inconvenience ye. Well, don't do it." "No? You'll get the money if you press us, but you won't get the farm." The corn merchant rubbed his chin and regarded her with shrewd approval. "I'm thinking," he began. "Well?" "No, it ain't to be said in so many words. Only it's a pity. I reckon you ought to make the farm pay." "You can't get through a doorway when there's a sack you can't lift lying between the posts." John Smunk nodded and put his hands in his pockets. "You'll take something before you go?" "Sure, I don't mind if I do." For half an hour the corn merchant sat in one of the Windsor chairs, drinking ale from a pewter tankard and talking to Kate Falconer with peculiar friendliness. Even if she had bluffed him, he forgave it her for the sake of her shrewdness and her courage. There is a certain sense of comradeship between hard-headed people, and John Smunk had such a contempt for his own wife that he reacted towards friendliness when he came in contact with a tough and determined woman. Jessie was down the farm watching Jim Purkis and Peter Stone, who were trudging to and fro at the handles of their ploughs. The men had set out the 19-acre in ridges, and were working round them, completely inverting the furrow slice, as was the practice in those parts. Now and again Jessie would take the handles of one of the ploughs and draw a straight furrow, the dog Brick running at his heels. As Jessie turned the plough team on the land's end and let Purkis take the handles, that hairy-faced simian cocked his hat on the back of his head and scratched at an idea. "Whoa, Billy! There! Whoa!" The great glossy-coated horses stood still. "I've been thinking, Master Jessie, that the old oak in the clay bottom be spoiling a fair piece of the land. He be a terrifying nuisance, shutting one out of the whole corner." The tree had stood there hundreds of years, and little men had played round him with their ploughs, and now, in his forlorn old age, these little men were waxing insolent. Jessie looked thoughtful. He had a certain love for the old shell with its dead limbs and its one small sprout of green. The tree had stood so long against the roaring and insensate arrogance of the wind that a man who loathed wind respected the tree's stolid spirit of resistance. "Ah, he be a tough one, Master Jessie, though he be but an old shell." "You'd like to grub him, Jim?" Purkis tilted a sly head. "Waste of time, sir. A little pinch of powder would do it better. Set it low and split him under the ground." "I'll go round home that way and have a look." "Maybe I've cussed that tree terrible in my time. Ye mind it, Master Jessie, when I was for ploughing closer into him and struck a root. Lordy, how he did smack the handles into my ribs. Sure, he made me retch like a dog." Purkis grinned over the reminiscence, set himself to the plough, and started his team across the field. Jessie watched the round-backed, knock-kneed figure receding across the brown soil. Then he turned away across the unploughed stubbles, climbed a gate into a meadow, and saw the towers of Poole Castle rising against a pale blue sky. The meadow was a vivid green, with the grey spires of a plantation of young ashes bounding it on the north. Jessie cut across the grass towards a rough, bramble-covered hedge, dog Brick trotting beside him. He stopped abruptly when he was close to the hedge and stood listening while the dog sniffed the air. Something was moving on the other side of the hedge, rustling through the weeds and grass and brushing the twigs and brambles as it moved. There was a thin place in the hedge some 2 feet away where an old oak stump had prevented the growth of the thorns. Jessie saw a hand stretched out. A slim black figure pressed itself into the gap by the oak stub. The sunlight fell on a red mouth, black hair, and a round white face. Jessie was standing close under the hedge, and for the moment Anne Wetherall did not see him. She seemed to be looking for someone, leaning through the hedge with a troubled light in her eyes. A strand of red briny berries stretched themselves across her bosom, and their colour was the colour of blood. Her neck shone a pearly brown above the low-cut collar of her dress, and she held her head with chin thrust forward so that the line of her throat showed. Jessie had the most vivid glimpse of her that he had ever had of any mortal creature, perhaps because she had risen so suddenly before him, and he could look at her without her knowing that she was being watched. She turned her head sharply as Brick ran forward, barking. "Oh, Mr. Jessie!" She caught her breath and coloured from throat to eyes. "I oughtn't to be on your land, sir, without asking. I wasn't after blackberries." The flushing of her pale skin had given a warm and indefinable radiance to her face. The eyes seemed brighter, the contours more comely. She looked older, plumper, more mature. "It doesn't matter. Are you looking for someone?" Anne's hands touched the spray of briny berries. She ran the red rosary through her fingers and looked at Falconer with grave eyes. "You haven't seen Slim, sir?" "That's the eldest lad, isn't it?" "Yes." "No, I haven't seen him. What's he doing on the farm?" The flush had died from her face, but it gathered again with sensitive swiftness. "It's like this, Mr. Falconer. Father's a terror when he's roused. He doesn't know how rough he is. And he set about Slim an hour ago because old Mr. Mocha had caught the lad stealing apples." Compassion lit up her face and made it urgent and appealing. There were very few people who would waste sentiment upon Slim Wetherell, and the boy had been thrashed, not for stealing, but for being caught in the act. Anne had heard Slim's cries in the woodshed and the roaring voice of her father, like the voice of a furious man who lashes a dog that has bitten him. She had seen Slim escape and run like a mad thing down the road, mouth bleeding, clothes torn. A glimpse of the wild animal fear in the lad's eyes had shocked her even more than his cries had done, and she had followed Slim, her heart a tumult of compassion. Falconer stood with thoughtful face, absorbing vivid impressions. Nor was he thinking so much of young Slim Wetherell as of the girl with the briny berries in her hands. "Which way did he go?" "Over the gate on the road, sir, into the holly field." "Well, he may not be much the worse. Boys will stand a good deal." "But father's like a wild man when he's roused. It's cruel. The boy never had a chance. It's father who's made him sly and cruel and rough. I sometimes think—" She did not finish the sentence, for Brick had pushed through the hedge and was thrusting his nose against her knee. Anne caught the dog in her arms and broke into sudden, passionate weeping. Falconer stood dumb. Like many silent men who feel acutely, a woman's tears threw him into inarticulate self-consciousness. He rubbed the sleeve of his jacket with one huge hand, sighed and remained silent. Anne had hidden her face against the dog's shoulder. For a few brief moments, sobs shook her, but she had willpower that reacted quickly and a spirit that did not sink into sudden woe. "It's silly of me, Mr. Falconer. I couldn't just help it." "One can't help things sometimes." He looked at her timidly, almost furtively. "You see, sir, it often comes over me that the children don't have the chance they should, and it worries me terrible. I feel sometimes that I'm just no good." She put the dog down, squared her shoulders, and stood up to the facts of life. There was an air of quiet strength about her, a strength that was sweet and clean. "I wanted to find Slim, Mr. Jessie, and just put my arms round him and try and soften the lad. He's hard and sullen. That's what worries me in Slim." "I'm going down to the clay bottom. I'll keep my eye open for the lad. Things may go to a boy's heart, though he'd bite his tongue off before he allowed it." Her eyes brightened. "Aren't we strange creatures, Mr. Falconer? It makes me marvel. There's so much trouble and pain in the world, and yet we're rough and cruel for nothing." Jessie nodded a grave and melancholy head. "We are beasts, most of us, at times," he said. Anne loitered a moment and then drew back from the gap in the hedge. "I may as well go home, sir. I shall be between Slim and father if the lad comes back." They moved eastwards with the wild, autumn-leaved hedge between them. There was a gate near the ash wood, and Falconer climbed over. Anne had become very silent. Her eyes remained fixed on the horizon, and she walked without turning her head. Jessie opened the next gate for her and closed it after she had passed through. The path to Clay Bottom turned aside towards the left. "Don't fret about the youngster." "That doesn't do any good, Mr. Jessie, does it? Thank you for being so kind. Oh, that's nothing. And their eyes met for a moment before they went upon their different ways. Strangely enough, in the old hollow oak in the north corner of the clay bottom, Falconer found young Slim Wetherell. The boy crouched there, looking up like a sullen and scared animal, his chin and mouth stained with blood. He was collarless, and his blue check shirt had been torn open at the throat. Moreover, the boy had been blubbering. Falconer could tell that by his swollen, bleary eyes. "Hello?" The boy glowered and said nothing. "Come along out. Your sister has been looking for you." "Which sister?" "Anne." "More fool she." The boy had the mark of the beast stamped upon his face. He was the young male animal, with all the meaner cunning of a thing that had been taught to use its baser wits. Falconer felt tempted to lift Slim Wetherell out and shake him. "Come out, and cut along home," he said. Slim stood up and caught sight of Brick. Dubious malice came into his eyes. "Shan't go home." "Yes, you will. You go and tell your father I've some apples left in my orchard that want gathering, and they'll give you a shilling a day to pick them." Slim stared, and then wriggled through the cleft in the trunk of the great tree. He fingered his cut lip and looked dubiously at Falconer, as though groping after motives. Slim Wetherell was distrustful of kindness. "What's the game?" he asked sulkily. "Apple picking at a bob a day. Nan's been talking at ye." Suddenly an ugly grin spread over his face. "It'd be something to have a growed-up sister. I'll pick ye apples for ye, Master Falconer." And Jessie wondered why the lad's eyes looked insolent. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 5. The episode of the thieving of Mr. Mocha's apples symbolised Slim Wetherell's attitude towards the world. Society, the whole organised scheme of things, had for him the significance that the farmyard has for the fox. Hard facts had developed in Slim a spirit of vicious antagonism. Muscularly he was not a strong lad, and a rough school had taught him that cunning alone can compensate for lack of physical strength. Many thrashings and much bullying had sharpened his wits and made him spiteful and vindictive. He had learnt to take a pride in his own guile, and in his ingenuity for mischief. So far as the criminal virtues were concerned, Slim had many of them. He could hold his tongue, climb like a monkey, run fast and noiselessly, plan an adventure with great cunning as to detail. Sometimes he thieved because he was hungry, sometimes for the vicious joy of pitting his wits against the organised tyranny of his elders. The Mocha affair had been an absolute debacle. True, chance had played him a scurvy trick by bringing old Mocha home at an hour when no decent man should return from work, but facts were facts. He'd been yanked down out of an apple tree and taken home by the ear to watch wrath and contempt gather on Sam Wetherell's face. His father's contempt had hurt him more than his blows, for Slim hated his father with a great and bitter hatred, and to be shamed before him was ignominy indeed. Vindictiveness was a powerful motive force with such a lad as Slim. He was too much afraid of his father to retaliate upon him, and his spite concentrated itself against old Will Mocha. As for Anne's attempts at mothering him, Slim staved them off with a sulky "Shut it!" He was not to be touched by tenderness. The only thing that appealed to him powerfully was the person's ability to inflict pain. William Mocha's cottage was a solitary single-storied hut, standing on a high bank above a solitary lane. The cottage and garden were surrounded by a thick hedge, and overshadowed on two sides by the oaks of Goldhanger Wood. No one lived within half a mile of the place. No one overlooked it. The rutty grass-grown lane was used only by the wagons and country carts that went to and from one or two lonely farms. Slim knew every ditch and hedgerow in the neighbourhood. In fact, he'd specialised in ditches, using them often as sunken ways when they were dry in summer and early autumn. Sam Wetherell, had driven into Linmore, and Slim knew that old Will Moker was working as a roadman 2 miles on the other side of Ashurst. So Slim started out blackberrying, made for Goldhanger Wood, and worked through it till he saw the brown thatch of old Moker's cottage. The boy did an immense amount of reconnoitring before he ventured into the garden. This time he would leave nothing to chance. He had even borrowed a pair of his father's boots in case some intelligent person should think of looking for footmarks. But Slim found the place deserted. His nimble spite stood on tiptoe to seize every opportunity. There were pigsties and a rough tool shed at the end of the garden. Slim found the shed unlocked. He looked in and considered. One of the first things to suggest many possibilities was a bucket of tar. A long-handled tar brush stood in a corner, amid rakes and hoes. Slim emerged with bucket and brush and stood contemplating the pigsties. In one, an old white sow lay asleep in the muck. In the other, sundry young pigs grunted and scuffled and snorted with pink noses between the palings. Slim put the bucket down and dipped the brush in the tar. Those pigs were an original sight when Slim had done with them, and the game was so ludicrous that the boy's eyes were wet. He had streaked and blobbed and splashed the beasts, routing them round and round with the tar brush and emitting noiseless and desperate mirth. Slim adjourned with the tar bucket half empty. Old Moker's crop of winter greens stood up for martyrdom. Slim went into the shed for a reaping hook and made a clean sweep of cabbages, broccoli and kale. As yet he had not tried the cottage, and as he had expected, the door was locked. A loose brick in the porch caught his eye. Slim lifted it and found the old man's hiding place for his key. He clutched it and emitted gurgles of exultation. "God, what a swipe!" He took a look round and then unlocked the door. Old Moker's cottage was brick-floored, with whitewashed walls and wonderfully clean. Its very cleanliness invited ravishment. "You're beyond the old full tidy." A grandfather clock went tick-tack, tick-tack beside the door. Slim glimpsed it, and went for a dishcloth hanging on the mantel bracket. "Here, who spoke to you? You shut it!" And he opened the case door and stuffed the cloth into the clock's works. "Reckon that's giving on the bellyache," and he spread his thumb and fingers at the clock. Then he made hay. Drawers were pulled open and upset, the geraniums on the window-sill deposited in the oven. Slim collected old Moker's clean linen and rammed it under the copper with a broom handle. The old man's clean, quilt-covered bed, carefully made before he had gone to work, was too tempting to be ignored. Slim went for the tar bucket, turned back the sheets, sluiced the tar in and covered it, exulting hugely. "Ah, what about Blackfeet? I only wish I could stay to sea." He surveyed his handiwork, and then retreated, locking the door after him and throwing the key down the well. The whole campaign had not lasted 40 minutes, and in half an hour Slim was 2 miles away picking blackberries for dear life and emitting occasional snorts of laughter. He worked right down to Willow End and made a point of exhibiting himself at the various cottages along the road. "Proving a halibi," he said to himself, realizing that the blackberry juice matched any tar that was on his fingers. "Them pigs!" And he would sizzle like a baked apple. But he made several mental notes during the day. "Get that paraffin tin and clean your fingers. Get as quick as you can out the old man's boots." Autumn scents were in the air, and the smell of a weed fire drifted across the Fox Farm orchard as Jessie came out of the old black tool shed with a spade over his shoulder and a sack in his hand. He had reached the field gate when he heard Kate calling him from an upper window. "Jessie! Jessie!" He turned and looked towards her. "Where's that wood? We haven't a stick in the shed." "I'll carry some in when I get back." He suspected that she was saying, "Drat the man," but they'd quarrelled that morning, and Jessie felt stubborn. His wife was always belabouring him into action, pouring energy into his ears and trying to make him more disgusted with himself. Sometimes he felt very tired, as though Kate sapped his vitality and talked away his strength. I'll bring the wood in when I come back, or send one of the men up." "Any time does for you," and she disappeared, shutting the casement noisily. Jessie felt infinitely depressed that morning. He'd shut Brick into the stable, and he could hear the dog barking and whining with strange and appealing persistence. But Brick would be in the way that morning, and Jessie went on down the fields alone. His depression took the form of gloomy apathy, a mood that bowed his great shoulders and made his face look dull and expressionless. Even the autumn colours seemed crude and raw and too suggestive of decay. The sinking of the sap might have brought lassitude and sadness upon the land. What was wrong with him and the world? Why did he and his wife drift into absurd quarrels? How was it that he had always made a mess of things? What the devil did men mean by wanting such a thing as money? Jessie's thoughts turned to old Smunk and showed him one of the figures of success. Certainly the mean, sly, unlovable people were the people who had succeeded best in Ashurst. He grouped his acquaintances and indulged in generalizations. Smunk, Catlake the lawyer, Benskin the butcher were the most powerful men in the neighbourhood. Their influence went deep down beneath the surface, where the tiny rootlets of golden ore converged from all directions towards their stiff, upstanding forcefulness. The Firs Park people were treated with an easy civility that owed them nothing. They were of no real importance, even in politics. Then Jessie thought of James Bentle, gentlest of men, a bird-lover, wise in the ways of nature, driven to the last breath to stave off bankruptcy. George Moult, that quiet, steadfast philosopher, was dying of cancer at 43 and suffering hellish pain. Rushholm, the local doctor, grey, meagre but compassionate, had a drunken wife, 5 sickly children, and worries that had left him sad-eyed and silent. What was the use of decrying the golden dross and trying to live above the plane of pelf? Money was the blood of the modern world, and those whose blood was thin were doomed to suffer. A man's mind is a world in itself, and in it also is reflected an image of the greater world, like a landscape in miniature seen in a hand mirror. Moreover, some men are very sensitive to the impulses of the age. They live into its thoughts, its beliefs, and its denials. Even in the depths of the Fox Farm fields, Jessie was a modern among the moderns. He knew that medievalism had passed away, that the earth had become heaven and hell, that the old systems were broken. He had read, and he had thought, and he smiled at the clamour some of the good Christians raised over the strange indifference of mankind. England called itself Christian, though the younger men said in their hearts that the religion of Christ was doomed. A God had fallen and an interreign was at hand. Men questioned their own hearts and looked sadly for some great idea to take the throne and reign. There were prophets and preachers and many high-sounding words: humanity, progressive amelioration, science, solidarity, empire. Some men sought for the joy of life, others for knowledge, others for money. It was an age of great discoveries and great disillusionments, a grand age for the strong and the fortunate, a sad age for those who were the creatures of evil coincidences. Near Linmore there was a college of Jesuits, and Jessie had often seen black figures wandering in threes along the roads. They seemed to trudge miles, these Jesuits, with their eccentric, swarthy foreign faces and their appearance as of peasants who had been tumbled into queer, ill-fitting clothes. Jessie had stood and marvelled at these men. He wondered how it was possible for them to believe what they believed. In fact, he disbelieved in their credulity. He pictured them kneeling at their prayers, praying with a faith that was so fervent that their fleshly hands could almost touch the warm flesh of their God. After all, was it not a question of temperament? Some men loved beer, others hated it. Some were adulterous by blood, others cold and unprovoked. He thought of his mother, how she had died radiantly, Bible in hand. What a contrast between 2 generations. Organised superstition had ceased to exist for the son. In its place he might have sought to set a beautiful humanism, the service of man to man, for Jessie had started his thinking life as an idealist. He had believed that the world was better, cleaner, kinder than it had ever been. Health and the joy of living, these were the things to be desired. Then, whatever was sanguine and hopeful in him had been given blow on blow. Nothing that he had done or had striven to do had seemed to matter. He had found the personal purpose of his life contradicted and re-contradicted by coincidences. At first he'd striven, rallied himself, persevered. But the relentless succession of mischances had gone on and on. That was how Jessie had been driven towards fatalism. Sometimes he read astronomy and it comforted him. When one took a glimpse of the vastness of space, the loss of a pig did not seem to matter. Jessie came to the corner of Claybottom Field where the old oak had stood for centuries in the wind and rain. It was a huge grey shell, breaking above into a few dead and stunted arms. A large cleft gaped in the bole. The roots were twisted and covered with bosses, and there were hollows in which rainwater stood. One ragged bough still carried a few leaves, the last flutter of life under autumn skies. Jessie stood his spade in the ground and laid his sack beside it. He went close to the old tree, looked into the chasm of its heart, felt the dead wood, and wondered, how long had it stood there? Perhaps 800 years. It had been a sapling when Rufus the King had lain dead in the New Forest. Wild swine had fed on acorns under its branches. It had budded green in one of Chaucer's springs. Lovers in quaint, bright-coloured clothes had kissed there. It had heard the thunder of Spanish guns, and now, in its gigantic decrepitude, a little man came with a tin full of powder to blast it into fragments. Jessie stood and meditated. A sense of shame came over him that he should lift his hand against this tree. It was like destroying a Gothic bell tower or burning strange and ancient books. Sentiment has made life livable and lifted it above the scramblings of beasts, and Jessie felt that he could not touch the tree. He turned away irresolutely, put his hand on the spade, and hesitated once more. Jim Purkis's grinning face obtruded itself upon his thoughts. He heard the men saying to one another, "Master Jessie be a soft un." Kate, too, influenced him from Fox Farm. "I'm glad you're going to clear a bit of rubbish away, Jessie. White people make a fuss about mouldy old things I can't think. They might as well treasure one of their great-grandfather's shirts." And Jessie hesitated. That fatal weakness of his, that inclination to drift with the whims of others, showed in his mind. After all, everything came to an end. Millions of splendid trees were serving in outhouses and under floors. Death and disintegration were inevitable. Man's puny breath of sentiment was but a puff of smoke from a chimney. Jessie took off his coat. He folded it and laid it under a hedge. He picked up the spade, thought a while, and then began to dig close to the trunk of the tree, cutting through a rotten root and excavating a narrow tunnel under the huge stub. When he had finished his tunnelling, he returned to the sack, took out a canister full of gunpowder, 2 inches of candle, some string soaked in paraffin, an old metal powder flask, and a lidless wooden box. Then he set about making his mine by packing the canister into the tunnel and drawing a train from it with the powder flask. He carried the train to a point about 5 yards from the tree, wound the oiled string round the piece of candle, set the candle in the shelter of the box, and laid the other end of the string on the powder train. So he made his fuse. Jessie looked at the tree a while before he lit the candle and walked off towards the ditch. The ditch was a deep one, and Jessie took cover in it about 50 yards from the tree. He sat down so that he could see everything and waited. 3 minutes passed before a spurt of flame went running towards the tree. Jessie crouched and waited for the explosion, and the silence was like the holding of a long-drawn breath. The moments went by and nothing happened. Jessie raised his head. The powder train must have failed. Very possibly some earth had slipped and fallen on it in the tunnel, and prevented the flame reaching the canister. Jessie sat in the ditch a while and waited to give the mine a fair chance. Nothing happened. Jessie climbed out of the ditch and crossed the ground towards the tree. A black line showed where the flame had run along the powder train into the mouth of the tunnel. Some earth must have fallen and smothered the powder. He would have to clear it away and start again. Jessie was within 3 yards of the tree when the explosion came. Some earth had fallen on the powder train, but before the flame had been extinguished it must have set some rotten wood a-smouldering. The smoulder had spread until a spark had fallen on the little pool of powder at the mouth of the canister. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6, A Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Tracy Gibson. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Slim Wetherell had made his way from Willow End along the hedgerows of Fox Farm. The lad was hardly a furlong away when he heard the dull crash of the explosion and saw earth and debris thrown up into the air. The old oak was down, and Slim ran to be in at the death. He scrambled through the hedge, had one glimpse of Jessie Falconer, and scrambled back again with his face the color of dough. The sight had scared Slim to the very marrow of his bones. He fled homewards in a panic. The lad found Anne alone in the little back kitchen, her forearms sunk in a tub of soapy water, her blouse open at the throat. Slim was out of breath, and his face looked yellow. "Oh, my God! Master Jesse's blowed his face off!" Anne stood and stared at him, the soap suds bubbling around her elbows. "What?" "Over by the old oak, trying to blow it up. Must have caught him in the face." Anne did not move. She looked into the lad's eyes, and the horror in them flashed back into her own. It was as though she had seen what Slim had seen. Her lips went white. "Who's with him?" "None." "All alone? Run back, then." Slim shook his head. "Not me, not for 10 bob." Anne gave him one look and understood. She went and dried her hands and forearms on the roller towel behind the door. "Slim." "What do you want?" "Run down to Ashurst and fetch Dr. Rusholme. Run!" Slim reacted suddenly to a flick of excitement and a certain sense of self-importance. Even old Will Moker's pigs were forgotten. He bolted out of the cottage and down the garden into the road. Anne stood gripping the rough brown towel. She was trying to think, and her eyes and forehead were full of the effort of her thoughts. She went into the bedroom where she slept with Rose and Prudence, and took the first piece of clean linen she found in the chest of drawers. Anne did not wait to put on a hat, or to fasten her blouse at the throat. The urgent horror of Slim's words drew her half shudderingly across the fields. When Anne neared the hedge by the north corner of the clay bottom, she saw that the dead boughs of the old oak straggled no longer against the sky. There was a thin place in the hedge and a gap that Slim's passage had helped to widen. Anne ran to it and looked through, her hands pushing the twigs aside. And straightway she saw Jesse, and for an instant her heart stood still. He was moving slowly round and round, groping with outstretched hands, his face a mere blackness blurred with red. His shirt had been burnt away so that the bare chest showed. Beard and hair were singed to the skin, and his clothes were covered with soil. Anne felt her senses swimming. Her knees shook under her, and the strength seemed to melt and flow away out of her body. Her hands clutched the thorn twigs and did not feel the stabbing of the thorns. She looked again and saw Jesse stumble over a piece of dead wood and fall forward on his knees. His blind, groping helplessness hurt her heart. Compassion overcame the sheer physical horror of the thing. She pushed her way through the hedge towards him. Falconer had risen and was standing absolutely still. "Mr. Jesse! Mr. Jesse!" It was the intimate, familiar name that came to Anne's lips, the name that was used in the farmyard and the fields. Falconer turned his head slowly like a great, sightless animal. "Oh, Mr. Jesse! Mr. Jesse!" It was all that she could say to him, but Falconer recognized her voice. He groped with his hands, and his scorched lips managed to speak. "Child, take me home." She dropped the linen she had brought with her and caught his arm. Even her pity told her that she could do nothing for him. "Won't you bide here, Mr. Jesse? They'll be coming soon." His thick voice repeated the words. "Take me home, child." "But can you walk, sir?" "Yes." He had seemed stunned and stupid. The shock had dazed him. "Oh, my God, I can't see." He leant upon her shoulder, and Anne tried not to shudder. Pity stood with clenched teeth and strove not to be overcome. "I can't see. I'm blind." That was the last cry of bitterness that he uttered. Huge, sightless, in vile pain, a dumb patience seemed to come to him. His fingers felt their way down Anne's arm to her hand. "Lead me home." "Oh, Mr. Jesse, to think this should have happened." "Well, it just happened. That's what life is, child." They moved a few steps. Then Falconer remembered something. "There's my coat in the ditch." She let go of his hand and ran for the coat, feeling that his asking was the asking of a great blind child. "Here it is. I'll lay it about your shoulders." His hands fumbled to help hers. A great sigh came from him. It was as though he realized everything and put away all hope. "Queer how strong I feel. The stuff just hit me in the face. My luck! I might have known." Very slowly they went on side by side, Anne holding Falconer's right hand. Tears were running down her cheeks, but she made no sound with her weeping. Jesse kept silent, for it hurt him to move his lips. They came to a gate. Anne left him standing, opened it, and then led him through. A field of stubble lay before them, with a narrow path cutting across the center. Anne walked in front of Jesse, her arm held behind her, her hand clasping his. Lines rose on her forehead, and her lips were pressed tightly together as she remembered the stile at the end of the path. The footboard had rotted away, and there were 5 bars to climb. "There's the stile, Mr. Jesse." "I can climb it all right." His patience and his fortitude amazed her. He was walking steadily, so steadily that she was seized by a shudder of hope. Yet she could not bring herself to look into his face. "Perhaps you can see a very little?" He answered her without faltering. "I could not even tell you whether the sun was shining." Anne climbed the stile and turned to help him. "Where are you?" "Here. Put my hands on the top rail. There. Now stand away." He was over quite easily. Anne took his hand again. There were 2 more fields before the home paddock, and gates led out of both. When they came to the home paddock, Jesse asked her, "Where are we?" She told him, and he gave a great sigh, turning his face to right and left with pathetic helplessness. He was so near home, and all about him lay utter darkness. His thoughts went to his wife. He walked on silently, wondering what she would say. They came to the farmyard and through it to the brick-paved court at the back of the house. Jenny the maid came out carrying a pail. She stared, dropped the pail with a clatter, and ran in screaming. Jesse started as though someone had hurt him. Anne's hand tightened on his. For the first time, She felt to the full the incomprehensible cruelty that is part of life. "You be home, Mr. Jesse." Ah, I know the feel of these bricks. It was then that his wife appeared under the dense shade of the old yew. Her eyes were hard brown circles in a white face. "My lord, what a sight!" She stood back with a look of shocked disgust, and from that moment Anne hated Kate Falconer from the bottom of her heart. "My lord, what a mess you have made of yourself. It's enough to turn one sick." Jesse said nothing. He was still holding Anne Wetherell's hand. The girl drew gently away from him, for Kate Falconer's eyes were thrusting her into the background. "Wetherell's girl? Where did you find him?" "Down by the oak." "Here, Jenny, run down to Ashurst." Anne drew her hand away from Jesse's. He was standing with an air of tragic patience, saying nothing, and making no movement of any kind. Anne heard him sigh. "I sent my brother for Dr. Rusholme." "Oh, did you? So much the better." She caught hold of her husband's arm, and her nostrils betrayed her disgust. "Faugh! My lord, come along in." A strident, hard, and resentful figure, she disappeared under the porch, pushing the man before her, while Anne turned wanderingly away. In the stone-paved passage, the girl Jenny threw her apron over her head and fled screaming up the stairs. A flare of anger lit Kate Falconer's face. "You silly slut." She turned Jessie roughly into the parlor. "Here's a chair." He groped and sat down. Kate Falconer appeared to compel herself to look at him. A shudder of disgust went through her. "My God, where are your eyes? You're blind." He moved his head slightly. "Good Lord, what next?" She gripped her breasts with her hands, turned, and stared out of the window. Something rose in her throat. She fought it back and stood biting her lips and beating one heel on the floor. Her face was full of a hard and vivid understanding. "Where's that fool Rusholme? Always out when he's wanted. Wife drunk again, I suppose." Her impatience showed the brutal part of her. Jesse put up his hands and touched his face. He dropped them again so that they rested on his knees. "You've made a fine mess of yourself this time, Jesse." For a moment he was silent. Then he said, "It's a pity I married you, Kate. Bad luck sticks." She turned and looked at the bowed, blind, ruined head, and for a moment a glimmer of pity awoke in her eyes. The old love stirred in its death sleep and stretched out quivering hands. But the impulse was not strong enough to smother the consciousness of the harder, fiercer self. Kate turned away again to the window, and silence prevailed in the room like a cold grayness at the close of a sad day. And to Jesse his wife's silence was more bitter than any words. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Section 7. 7. To Jesse Falconer, the world became a world of voices, and of sounds that reached him through the darkness of a hopeless night. He sat in his chair in the oak parlour and heard the crackle of the wood upon the hearth, the slow ticking of the grandfather clock, the noise of the wind in the trees and its piping in the chimneys. The penetrating smell of some drug pervaded the room, the smell of the dressings under the bandages, a smell that Jesse was never likely to forget. At first he was dazed and sat like a child gazing through a window at night and wondering at the strangeness of the stars. The self in him seemed dead, or, if not dead, drugged and shut away in some cool, dark place. He felt no pain, no bitterness, no despair. A kind of quiet amazement spread the mood into a smooth, tranquil surface. Some days passed before the self in him awoke. It was like the return of sensation to a limb that had been crushed under a great weight, and it was terrible. His consciousness was so quick in him that his brain felt like a ball of glowing metal shining in the midst of impenetrable blackness. He had some of the feeling of horror of a man buried alive. The world had fallen on him, a black, smothering world that stifled his senses. He felt that he must struggle, cry out, or die. And his loneliness was the loneliness of a solitary hell. True, there were voices about him, but they had no intimacy, no nearness. They seemed to speak of him, not to him, and to come from a long way off. They spoke, and yet said nothing that was real, and resembled a murmur of sound in a hollow, empty space. Jessie, as he sat in solitude, heard the monotonous ticking of the clock. It was like the drip of water on his brain, and for a while he believed that he was going mad. His brain case resembled a shell of steel strained to bursting point. The ticking of the clock resounded in it like blows struck with a heavy hammer. Then a simple thing happened. They had kept dog Brick away from Jessie, though why, God and the wit of a practical woman alone could tell. But Brick had waited for his opportunity and seized on freedom. A dog's paws trembled on Jessie's knees. He felt something warm and moist licking his hands. The touch of the dog's tongue may have saved Falconer from madness. A great surge of emotion rose into his throat. He took the dog into his arms, and Brick lay there, licking Jessie's hands and even the bandages over the blind face. The dog's sympathy, the warm caress of the beast's tongue, broke the dry anguish of his despair. From that moment a quiet patience came to him. The storm had passed, leaving a mood of falling rain and June scents amid tall grass. It was a season of still, haze-wrapped meditation. Fortitude drew near out of the inevitable darkness. He was content to sit still a while and let the mongrel lick his hands. The world was a world of voices, and as the days went by, Jessie found that these voices suggested various colours. The vivid distinctness of the impressions puzzled him. Each voice had its own colour, as though certain sound vibrations could impress upon the brain the same stimulus as it would have received from certain waves of light. Kate's strident, Day of Judgment voice suggested a hard, raw red. It was a vigorous colour, aggressive and able to dominate others. Jenny, the maid, gave out nasal whinings, and her colour was a weak ochre. She inspired visions of an egregious and sallow democracy squeaking, resentfully against the rule of the few, never realizing that it is the doom of fools to serve. Rushholme was all grey, tired grey. Jack Rickaby resounded, and his note was a note of brass. Jim Perkis suggested a rich russet, streaked with the green of weeds. As for the voice that Jessie desired to hear, it came but once, and from a distance, and for the moment left no colour note behind it. Jessie sat in his chair and waited for the colour of Anne's voice. And presently it came to him as a mysterious blue, the colour of the far hills in the clearness before rain. People turned into the farm gate and sat in the oak parlour talking to Jessie. John Strutt, curate of Ashurst, was one of the first to come, bringing a sense of yellow light with him, like sunlight on the golden leaf buds of an oak. A brown boy, better in the cricket field than the pulpit, he filled Jessie's pipe for him and talked great nonsense. His vitality was the vitality of perfect health and generous good humour. He did not sadden Jessie, perhaps because he was so little of an egoist and not in the least self-conscious. His laugh was a hit to the boundary. It refreshed Falconer, without making him thoughtful and morose. The vicar was very different. He smelt of the chancel and talked of knowledge and God's providence. To Jessie he was the colour of dry bones. They did not humour one another, and the vicar came no more. Bentle, the bird-lover, wandered in and talked of tits and wild duck, though care was clawing at his heart. He was a quiet man, and his colour was the colour of the brown back of a ram. He and Jessie would sit long together, and in the spirit they clasped hands. What a strange world! Nature is at the bottom of everything. We do not see her hands move, or how she does it. It's juggling. And that was all that they could say. As for his neighbours, they were no more cruel in their judgment of Jessie than a boy is who shoots sparrows with a catapult. Human nature loves a disaster, mangled bodies, and huge death rolls. And there were many egg-headed pietists in Ashurst who rejoiced at the chance of flapping the rag of their religion in the face of a blind pagan. Many men said, Falconer was always a fool and an unlucky one. Some old women remarked, the man did not fear God. This is a judgment on him. And they exulted. Yet there was one heart that put up a prayer for Falconer, a prayer that should have compelled the first cause to create itself in the likeness of a god, in order that it might be supplicated by the lips of young girls. O God, give Mr. Jessie back his sight. It was to the unseen that Anne Wetherell prayed, to a possible God beyond the stars, for the girl had no theology. She was a rank heathen so far as doctrine and religious education went, and like most of the moderns, she had no time to think of her latter end. Hours of insufferable boredom in a stuffy room, that was all the church had given her. The pious folk instill much hatred and weariness into the hearts of the children, and the smell of the Sabbath clings like a musty and unpleasant odour. With the burying of much old rubbish, people have grown healthier and ceased to sweat self-consciously about their souls. Anne Wetherell did not know or care whether she had such a thing as a soul. She believed that there was someone who managed everything, though sometimes it seemed to her that things were mismanaged rather than managed. Dusk had fallen when Jessie heard the sound of Anne Wetherell's voice. The girl had come to the back porch and knocked, rather timidly. Kate Falconer herself had opened the door. Anne found herself looking into a hurried and impatient face. The elder woman's eyes said, "Well, what have you come bothering for? Hurry up, I can't stand loitering here." "How is Mr. Jesse, ma'am?" The Jesse slipped instinctively off Anne's tongue. Kate stared, as though the girl were a presumptuous slut. "Mr. Falconer is very well, considering." Anne faltered before a raw insolence that did not attempt to cover its meaning. "Thank you, ma'am." And Kate closed the door. In truth, her whole attitude towards her husband had become a closing of doors. Strenuous egoist that she was, she had taken the disaster as the final proof of Jessie's supreme incompetence. From the very beginning, her mood was a resentful mood, though she decorated it with a dictatorial pity. Her husband had become a great, useless, inert mass, a thing that had to be moved from place to place. It was not that she was unkind to him, though her kindness showed a busy and half-contemptuous thoroughness. Since he could do nothing for himself, she seemed to assume that he could not be considered a free man. She managed Jesse and treated him as a piece of furniture that had to be dusted, polished, and pushed hither and thither. "Jesse, time to go to bed." "Jesse, come and sit in the kitchen. The girl wants to clean out the parlour." "Jesse, you're too near the fire. Push your chair back." She helped him to dress, cut up his food, and even fed him till he began to manage these things for himself. Yet there was a subtle suggestion of impatience and haste in all that she did that made the man feel that he was useless and a burden. Mr. Jack Rickaby called pretty frequently. Kate would see him in the best parlour, and Jessie would sit and listen to the distant murmur of their voices. Jack Rickaby came into the house with the air of a man in authority. He made Jessie feel like a blind ghost driven to mope in the dark corners of his own house. Some men are very sensitive, and all Mr. Rickaby's wealth of blunt compassion could not conceal a certain brisk condescension that made some decent delay before it shouldered the helpless man aside. Jack Rickaby advised about the farm. Jessie had attempted to help his wife by telling her what the men should be doing, and she had brushed his suggestions aside without much ceremony. "Now, Jessie, don't you worry your head about the farm. Just you leave things alone." He soon understood that they did not consider him as a man wielding authority. Jim Perkis and the other labourers never came to him for orders. The truth rankled in him, even when it was plausibly asserted that he was better without all worries. He felt as though they were shutting him up in a cupboard. Perhaps the saddest moment of the day was when he woke in the wooden bed in the spare room over the porch. It was a room of chintzes and solid mahogany with a scent of lavender about the bed-quilt. Each morning for many days, Jessie woke in that room with an expected sense of light. Then the truth would leap at him out of the darkness. There was no dawn for him, nothing but perpetual night. It was a moment of exquisite anguish. Nature rebelled and stretched out despairing hands. The live manhood in him cried out, "Light, oh for light!" Then the inevitableness of it all would descend upon his consciousness, like a great hand smoothing out a crumpled cloth. He would hear Kate and her servant moving about the house. Nothing mattered. He doubted whether there was a single person in the world to whom his blindness was not a matter of comparative indifference. Some of them spoke kind words, and then went their way. No heart was hurt by his misfortune, or suffered from any appreciable sense of loss. The one creature who comforted him was the mongrel, Brick. The dog rarely left him. He would have slept on Jessie's bed, had not Kate refused to humour so questionable a habit. End of Chapter 7. Section 8 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Section 8. At the cottage by the quarry, Anne Wetherell had many things to keep her busy. In the first place, there had been the troubles that had followed the tarring of Will Moker's pigs. The old man had made a straight line for Sam Wetherell's cottage, and had poured out his wrath against the perpetrator of the outrage. It was characteristic of Will Moker that he did not deal in vague suggestions. He said to Sam, "That lad o' yourn's made a tiny mess of my cottage." Nor did Sam Wetherell dispute the fact, or ask Will Moker to show his proofs. He shouted for Slim, and offered Will Moker a fill of tobacco. Slim was confounded by the despotic injustice of his elders. They did not ask questions, or wait for the production of evidence. Calmly, grimly, they assumed him to be the culprit. Their method of procedure was an outrage that nullified all the beautiful ingenuity he had shown. You little devil, what do you mean by eh?" Slim denied all knowledge of the affair, but they were brutally and tyrannically sceptical. "Sauce me wid your lies, will ya?" And Sam unbuckled his belt. Slim was thrashed into a confession by the time his father had struck 5 blows. And the confession brought further lashings with the strap. When Wetherell was in a rage, he did not trouble how or where he struck, and he had a preference for the buckle end. Anne came out and caught her father's arm, and had her ears boxed for her trouble. Slim's chastisement went on for days, till Anne fought a moral battle with her father and showed a fierceness that equalled his. She threatened to go to Mrs. Carleon Lowndes of Firs Park, who held a brief for animals and children. Mrs. Lowndes was a fierce old lady when cruelty had to be suppressed. Wetherell cursed Anne, but her courage conquered. He left off thrashing Slim. Then, early in November, Prudence fell ill with bronchitis, and Anne had to nurse the child back to health. Sam Wetherell disliked Prue, Anne swore she should have no doctor. But within 2 days he was in the doctor's hands himself, and the whole cottage suffered when Sam Wetherell was in pain. He had come by a broken wrist at Leatherbridge Cattle Fair, through quarrelling with some of the gypsies as to the age of a black pony. And since he and the gyppos had all been in liquor, a rough scrimmage had soon ended the discussion. Sam was a devil to fight, but the gypsies could hardly be called creatures of honour. They had set about Wetherell behind the shooting gallery, and though he had broken one man's jaw and kicked another below the belt, they had been too many for Sam and had left him a battered and blasphemous wreck. So life at the cottage had few blessings for Anne. She grew very thin during the first weeks of winter, and went to bed weary with worry and overwork. Rose, being a lazy young rogue, thoughtless, and her father's favourite, had shirked her share of the work at home. But something that Anne said to the girl, and a certain thin sadness about her sister's face, touched young Rose and made her think. She was 14 and big for her years. To speak in metaphor, Rose rolled up her sleeves, put on an apron, and suddenly became a woman. Anne's thoughts went often to Fox Farm, though she might have come to all manner of conclusions as to Jessie Falconer's condition by listening to the irresponsible gossip of the people who stopped to chat with her father over his gate. They were quite ready to entice her into telling the tale of how she had found Falconer and taken him home. "Bean't it true, Nan, that his face be burnt to a cinder?" "Law, I heard say that the sight of him made Jenny Parsons sick." Probably Anne was more sensitive than the common crowd, and their crude and aggressive curiosity disgusted her. She would as soon have stripped herself before them as have told the tale of that home going across the fields. She hated these loiterers and the greed that they showed in hunting for morbid details. Any reference to Falconer's disfigurement roused in her a feeling of angry revolt. She asked herself whether Mr. Falconer would be disfigured, and if so, why these people should take an unwholesome interest in his possible ugliness. Yet it was when they pretended to pity him that she rebelled most strongly. Their pity had a leering condescension that insulted the man whom they pitied. Jacob Bowes of the milk cart contrived more than anyone else to rouse in Anne a spirit of bitter scorn. The fanatic drew up outside the gate one evening, and began to talk to Sam Wetherell, who was smoking his pipe. Mr. Bowes had caught sight of one of his opportunities. Anne, who was in the little parlour darning stockings, listened while he used Falconer's accident for the pointing of a moral. "I tell ye God is not mocked. Many's the time I've spoken to Mr. Falconer. He was blind a soul, and now God's made him blind a body." Mr. Bowes exulted. He had the old, persecuting, brutal, hellfire spirit strong in him, and to do him justice, he would have gone to the stake for his convictions. Yet the man's arrogance was a call to combat. Anne put her work aside and joined her father at the gate. "Did God tell you that, Mr. Bowes?" "Sure, my girl, that be the Lord's way." Then God comes and gossips with you. Maybe he asks your advice about all we sinners. Mr. Bowes smelt irony, and irony was an abomination in the mouth of a mere girl. The Lord smites the stiff-necked with the sword of the angel Gabriel. He shook his whip as though he held the rod of Aaron. Anne stood with her hands on the gate. Her flushed face was the face of an angry rebel. I wouldn't have a word to say about your God, Mr. Bowes, if he blinds a man for being honest. Sam cocked his stubby clay pipe and looked at his daughter with an air of grim pride. Then he turned and stared fixedly, yet cynically, at Jacob Bowes. My girl, you don't know what you be saying. We poor ignorant mortals be unfit to judge of the ways o' God. Anne shook her head. Then how comes it, Mr. Bowes, that you dare to say that God delights in being cruel? Sam Wetherell chuckled and demanded Jacob Bowes's attention with a thrust of the pipe. Surely your God bean't no better than me. When young Slim gets at his games, I just takes devil out of him wid buckle end o' my belt. Seems to me I bean't half so rough on folk as your God be. I don't go about putting out people's eyes. It was impossible either to fluster or to humiliate the driver of the milk cart. He merely gave an obstinate hunch of the shoulders and looked grim. Don't ye blaspheme, Sam Wetherell. The likes o' you bean't wise in scriptures. Tell me something new. I tell you thus. Mr. Falconer be a rank atheist. I've wrestled wid un, and I know, and many's the time I've said, 'tis a stiff-necked generation as shall go down into bottomless pit. He inflated his short, stubby body and struck the floor of the cart with the butt of his whip. Sam Wetherell made a noise in his throat. Jacob, he said, some day I shall see ye drive in a gold chariot with angels a-tickling your old brown beard. Lord, one must see some powerful funny sights in Cavan. Sure, a man might die there laughing. Mr. Bowes sat down squarely on his seat, flicked the sleepy horse with his whip, and drove on down the road. There was nothing further to be said to such scoffers. His confidence in his Creator consigned them to the eternal flames. About this time the many rumours that had haunted Anne were set at rest. Going up to shop at Ashurst, she met Jenny Parsons, the Fox Farm servant, trudging home in the greyness of the winter dusk. Rain had fallen most of the day, and the road ran muddily between dripping hedgerows. From a field close by came the sound of sheep cropping the grass, and a robin twittered plaintively amid the black foliage of a holly. The two girls stopped to talk, and for the first time Anne heard how little Falconer had been disfigured. You wouldn't know he'd been through it all if it weren't for his eyes. He just sits about with his eyelids down, as though he was thinking or dozing. I guess Dr. Rushholm ought to be proud of the job. Anne felt a sudden warming of the heart towards this flat-faced, clumsy-figured girl. She asked how Mr. Falconer passed his time. Law, poor soul, he sits about a four with the fire with the dog on his knees. Sometimes Mr. Bentle or Mr. Strutt come in for a chat. The missus just manages him as though he were a great big softy. Jenny's voice grew resentful. She's a fair terror, always shoving one from behind. It don't signify what you do or what you try to do. She'll worry round and find the one speck o' dust you've missed in the whole house. She makes my life a misery about the milk pails and the sink. Cleaning up, I might be cleaning all night. She's always at you, blaring like a cow that's had her calf took away. I shan't stick it much longer. I shall give her a bit of my mind and quit. They parted good friends, and Anne went on through the dusk towards Ashurst, thinking of Jessie Falconer sitting alone before the fire. A strange joy had leapt in her when she had heard Jenny's words. Yet her heart was a little world of wonder and of pity. What a life for a strong man who had spent his days under the open skies, and who loved the colours of the land and the smell of the soil. How lonely, too, it all sounded, to be shut up in the dark like that. She was glad that he had the dog with him. It was as though Brick could express her pity, for she saw no chance of her speaking with Falconer again. He was like a man shut up in a lonely tower, and the path of her life went by it at a distance. One Saturday night, Mr. Jack Rickaby was at Fox Farm, sitting at Jessie Falconer's oak bureau that stood in one corner of the beamed living room. Jack Rickaby had the air of a man in possession, with books and papers before him, and the stem of a pipe between his teeth. Kate had set the lamp on the top of the bureau, and she was standing behind the farmer and looking over his shoulder as he examined some of Jessie's papers. "Not much method, Kate. Receipts and unpaid bills seem to live in the same box. A balance of £37 at the bank. What's this?" He opened a leather-bound book and stared at it with an amused frown. "Poor old Jessie." Kate leant a hand on his shoulder. "What? Verses? Fancy a man wasting time on such stuff. Put it away, Jack." He slipped it into a pigeonhole. "Seems rather mean this, Kate. The man might be dead, but we might see how matters stand. Now, let's have a look at that map of the farm. Wait a bit, I'll fill up my pipe. Sit down and let's go through everything together." He shifted his chair to one side, so that she could join him at the bureau. When his pipe was alight, he spread out a rough map with the various fields painted in different colours. The woods were represented by a stippling of miniature trees. A blue circle marked the water-about Pool Castle. "Now, if all the hedges were cut back properly and the odd corners cleared, I reckon we should make a gain of several acres on the whole farm. Some of 'em are like bits of jungle. Now, see here, I should start straight away and plough up some of this grass. There's a damned sight too much grass on the place. Make a start with potatoes. They'd help to keep the ground clean and give you a good profit. You should see what some of those chaps have done in Lincolnshire. There's no reason why you shouldn't try some fancy crops. Take a bit to begin with and try. There's money in it, for I've done it myself. It's just a matter of having the gumption to get out of the old ruts." He paused suddenly. In the full flow of his strenuous animation, his pipe cocked at an angle. his square jaw and round head thrown into relief against the light of the lamp. Kate had turned in her chair and was listening to a shuffling sound and the creaking of the stairs. "It's Jessie." "I thought you had put him to bed." "The great ninny, he'll break his neck if he isn't careful." The croaking of the stairs had ceased, and slow, cautious footsteps came along the passage. Jessie was feeling his way. His hand passed over the panels of the door, groping for the latch. Presently the door opened, and Jessie's blind face loomed in on them from the semi-darkness of the passage. Kate Falconer and Jack Rickaby glanced quickly at one another. The farmer made as though to close the bureau. Kate shook her head. "Why, Jessie, I thought you were in bed." "I heard you talking, and I got up and dressed." He moved in, closing the door after him. Nor could Jessie see that open bureau with his papers scattered over it, and this other man handling his intimate affairs. Jessie had heard their voices and had recognized Jack Rickaby's voice. His blindness had made him more sensitive and more open to impressions, and the murmur of voices in the room below had stirred in him feelings of vague uneasiness. And suddenly he had grown horribly conscious of his own loneliness and isolation. He had hungered for human contact, and to hear his own voice making his ghostly self seem more alive. "Is that you, Rickaby?" "Hello, Jessie. I'm here, right enough. Come and sit down, man, and smoke a pipe. I just dropped in to run my eye over a few things for Kate." Jessie's face resembled the face of a sage wrapped in contemplation, with lids closed and broad high forehead turned towards the light. He moved slowly forward, feeling with his hands, and the direction that he took was towards the oak bureau. Jack Rickaby pushed his chair back and silently closed the flap. Kate caught her husband's arm. "This way, Jessie, you'll knock the lamp over." She drew him aside towards a chair, and Jessie sat down in it, his hands resting on his knees. His wife's face showed a frown, as though she foresaw some inevitable problems and had hardened herself against it. Silence prevailed for some seconds, the uneasy silence of people who wait for each other to speak. Then Jessie said, "You were talking about the farm." Kate went up to the cupboard beside the fireplace and brought him a pipe and his tobacco jar. She set them on a little table at his side. Jessie was educating his hands to the subtler refinements of touch. He could fill and light his own pipe. "There are a good many things I wanted looking to. Jack's been all round the farm for me today." Kate and the farmer exchanged glances. His eyes seemed to ask her something, and she shut her mouth tight and shook her head. Jessie sat upright in his chair, with the tobacco jar between his knees. His tawny beard and hair had grown again, and but for the closed eyes and some scarring of the skin, he looked much the man he had been 3 months ago. "You haven't told me much about the farm, Kate, of late." His wife fixed her eyes on him as though she guessed what was coming. Her face was very resolute. "No, but you were never wrapped up in the farm, Jessie." He raised his head, half questioningly. "Well, I don't know. It's my farm." "Not quite your farm, Jessie. I don't know that it doesn't belong more to somebody else than to you. I never heard that before. I ought to have the say as to what is to be done on my own land. Jack Rickaby's pipe had gone out. He laid it aside and sat with his fists on his knees, his eyes fixed half-pityingly on Jessie. Then he glanced at Kate. She frowned and pointed meaningly at her husband. "Can't you tell me what's in Goodman's Gore, Jessie?" He turned his face towards her. "Wheat." "Oh, and how many beasts have we in the long shed?" "About 7. "Oh, and what hedges are the men turning down this winter?" Falconer sat erect and motionless in his chair. His blind face had a puzzled and baffled look. Kate gave one glance at Jack Rickaby. "Now, Jessie, don't you think me hard, but facts are facts, and one has to face them. Do you think you can do better now than you could do when you had your sight? Can you tell when ground's clean or foul, and whether a beast's fat or a cow's with calf? Aye, you might use your hands to feel with, but you could tell when the hay's ripe, or what the weather looks like, or where the folks are stealing your wood and your grain. Are you going to trust Jim Perkis in everything? Just you face it out and be reasonable." Jack Rickaby turned aside, refilled his pipe and lit it with a paper spill that he took from a holder nailed to the wall. None of the three spoke for some seconds. Kate watched her husband's face. He stooped as he sat, and his fingers played restlessly on the arms of the chair. "You don't think me much use, Kate?" "I can't help the truth, Jessie, can I?" "No, I suppose not." The way he uttered those words would have hurt a woman less hard and determined than Kate Falconer. It was though he had asked him for a trifling share in the life that was going on about him, and had been shut up in an attic like a fractious child. Jack Rickaby moved uneasily in his chair. He was about to speak when Kate made a quick, fierce gesture with her hand. She wished these words of hers to be final. "We'll tell you how things go on, Jessie. Mr. Rickaby's going to take a look round now and again, and do some of our buying and selling. I guess I can keep a pretty good grip on the men." Jessie bowed his head and was silent. It was plain that they looked on him as a piece of lumber, but he did not discover his thoughts to them, or suffer them to see the wounded helplessness of his pride. He knew in his heart that these two would be too strong for him, and that they meant to take all authority out of his hands. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 9. The smell of frost was in the air, and grass and hedgerows were white of a morning when the sun rose as a great golden sphere into the violet clearness of a winter sky. As men went to their work in the darkness, their heavy boots rang on the frozen roads, while the bare woods turned from black to silver with the coming of the dawn. Wheel ruts and the pits left by horses' hooves were filled with white crackle ice, and the green stuff in the gardens drooped under the white rime. Fires burnt brightly, and the smoke rose straight from the chimney tops into the still, glittering atmosphere. Wild birds worked nearer the haunts of men, and the sparrows and chaffinches rose in clouds from the stackyards. Then, as the sun climbed higher, a thaw set in, and the white lacework melted on the hedges and the grass. Blackbirds worked for food on the sunny side of the hedgerows. The brown soil took on that wet, spongy look, and paths felt like pulp under the feet. In the shade, however, and on the northern slopes of roofs and banks, the rime lingered. The poles of the old Scotch firs were very green against the blue, and their red throats warmed themselves in the winter sunlight. Kate Falconer had driven down to Linmore, where the sea was a broad band of silver beyond the grey-blue headlands of the coast. Jessie had risen late, and when he had dressed himself he had thrown open the bedroom window over the porch, where a few china roses were still in bloom. The keen freshness of the morning floated in and woke strange yearnings in him in a kind of sorrowful joy. He felt the sunlight, though he could not see it, and he knew that the rank green grass in the garden would be dappled over with gold. Assuredly, of all the seasons, winter is the most worthy to be loved. Her breath is bitter-sweet to the mouth of man, and her body sturdy and strong. She offers him no illusions as to herself, but gives him rain and wind and frost and snow and sunshine for which he is grateful. Men plod through the day's mud to come back to her red hearth-fire. There is the cutting of wood, the piling up of logs, the gathering together in the snug, intimate dusk. Hunger is healthier, work more strenuous. It is a season when man lives in expectation. I will do this and this, says he, and his heart cries out joyfully, when the green spring comes, and the hay and the roses in the summer. But winter, the wife, smiles to herself. She knows that the man's thoughts have gone a-dreaming after other women, and that spring and summer are but courtesans, moody, fickle, with mocking mouths. Man yearns for them, grows drunk with his illusions, and wearies when he has tasted their languor and held them in his arms. Then autumn comes with her hectic lips, kisses him, and dies. And lo, man cries out at the sadness and the unexpectedness of life, but comes back to goodwife Winter, who smites him a healthy buffet, laughs, and sends him to work for a hunger. By the fireside she spins him many a fable, for she knows what a fool man is when he is young, for ever desiring what is not, and complaining that the green of yesterday was richer than the green of today. Yet as man grows older, he learns to love wife Winter, because she cheats him with no false show, but gives him a beauty of her own. He learns that spring is a mere wanton girl, and summer a painted thing whose coloured garments cover many sores. Winter always stirred more of the man in Jessie, and he loved a white frost and the sharp tingling of the air. When he had breakfasted in the oak parlour, he told Jenny to let Brick in from the outhouse where he slept. The dog scuffled through half-open doors, snorting joyfully, his mongrel's tail wagging at full speed. He leapt into Jessie's lap, kissed him, and sat with tongue hanging out, the corners of his mouth wrinkled into a grin. Jessie sat and smoked his pipe, and fondled the dog's ears. He appeared to be sunk in thought, and Brick remained motionless, as though he understood. A wonderful sympathy had grown up between these two. Brick would sit and stare into Jessie's face as though he were wondering what he could do for a man who was blind. "Down, lad." Brick sprang down, and Jessie rose and felt his way toward the door. He opened it, went out into the passage, and stood a moment with Brick looking up into his face. "What about a little sunlight, lad?" Brick gave a low bark and walked towards the door. Jessie followed, running one hand along the wall. He felt for the key and the handle, opened the door and paused in the porch. For a while he stood there, smoking his pipe and letting himself feel what he could not see. The dog seemed to understand that all this gave his master pleasure. He lay down contentedly in a patch of sunlight, showing that his time was Jessie's and that he was there to serve. Jenny was above, making the beds, and Jessie could hear the clumsy pounding of the girl's heels. In about 10 minutes she appeared upon the stairs, cap awry, her apron none too clean, her arms full of soiled linen. Falconer turned as she reached the passage. "Jenny, bring me a pair of boots." "Boots, sir?" "Yes."
"Lor, sir."
"I've got a pair, haven't I?"
"Yes, sir. Sure, Mr. Jessie, sir. But the missus has locked 'em all up."
"Where?"
"Oh, I can't say for certain. Maybe they're in the cupboard in her room."
Falconer pressed the tobacco down in the bowl of his pipe. "Jenny?"
"Yes, Mr. Jessie."
"The mistress always keeps the key of that cupboard in the middle drawer of her dressing table. Run and get me a pair of boots."
"Me, sir? Lor, I wouldn't touch none of the missus' things, not at any price. Excuse me for seeming rude."
"Why, there's no harm in this. I'm telling you to do it."
Jenny turned obdurately toward the kitchen. "I'dn't do't for you, Mr. Jessie, if it weren't for the missus. I should have no peace for the next 7 days." Jenny fled with some of the shame of a coward. She was a flabby creature, and Jessie saw that he would have to rely upon himself. He waited till he had finished his pipe, and then started upon the adventure. The journey to his wife's room was not so very difficult, it being a question of care and time. He had not slept in it since his accident, and the memories that came back to him were full of a strange sadness. How they'd loved each other and quarrelled in that room. Jessie remembered the first nights of his married life when passion had smothered all that was incompatible in each of them. The room had no charm for him now. No virginal shyness of the eyes, even the older memories had lost their tenderness, and had no more perfume than brown dust. And here he was, fumbling at Kate's dressing table in search of a key that should unlock to him the right to don a pair of boots. Neither the pathos nor the humour of the thing struck him, even when he hit his head against one of the shelves, and Brick, who had watched every movement with an air of questioning intentness, barked approvingly at the sight of shoe leather. Jessie laced up the boots and made his way back to the porch. Jenny had peered at him from the kitchen doorway and made a movement as though to interfere, and then remembered that young Will Morris was to unload 24 faggots into the wood lodge that morning. She had few opportunities to seeing Will alone, and she smiled to herself and giggled when she heard the front door close. It was the first time that Falconer had been out of the house since the blowing up of the oak tree, and he stood bareheaded, letting the sunlight fall upon his face. He could picture the garden as he had known it in winter. The rank grass would be a vivid green, the holly hedges glistening in the sunlight. The flower beds, with their old black garden soil, would be dotted with the clumps of perennials that showed green during the winter. There might be a bud or two on the straggling roses. Over yonder was the arbour, a black mound of dense dark ivy, its rotten woodwork full of woodlice. The old stone roller that was never used would be lying there as it had lain there when he was a boy. Jessie fancied that he could smell the rank odour of the ivy, that dusty smell so familiar to adventurous boys. The twittering of a robin was the plaintive welcome of a winter day. The path was edged with box, and Jessie went slowly along it, knowing when he was going astray by the brushing of his feet against the box edging. He reached the gate that opened into the farm lane leading to the main road, and for a while he leant upon the gate, as he had leant upon it many a time, watching the evening sunlight making the beauty of the earth even more beautiful. The thought that never again would he see the woods and hills filled him with a kind of wonder, yet as he stood there he found that he could visualize the landscape.
and imagine the browns and purples of the deciduous woods and the solemn verdure of the Scotch firs. A yearning for the open road seized him, a desire to feel the frosty ground ringing under his feet, something to guide him, a stick to rap with, or a dog to lead him. A dog indeed! Why should he not try an experiment? He would learn to rely on himself, and here was Brick to serve as a friend. He spoke to the dog, and felt Brick's forepaws against his knee, and the dog's cold nose touching his hand. "Will you play blind man's dog, eh?" Brick licked his master's fingers. "Why not? At the worst, one can only fall into a ditch." He felt in his pockets, and among other things, his pipe and matches and a clasp knife, he found a coil of string. It was fairly stout and some 6 feet long. Jessie bent down, fumbled for Brick's collar, and managed to knot one end of the string to the brass loop. Then he opened the gate. "Softly, Brick, old man, softly." The dog jumped at him, then stood still, looking up into Jessie's face. He seemed to be reasoning things out, and bringing himself to grasp the new part he was to play in Jessie's life. Presently he turned, drew the string tight, and began to walk along the lane. When he had gone some yards, he turned and came to Jessie, put his paws against the man's knee, and gave a low bark. "Is this what you want me to do?" That is what Jessie understood the dog to say. He fondled the mongrel's ears. "Good, Brick. Good, old man. Go on slowly." Brick walked on again, with the string running taut from his collar. In due course he came to the main road, and Jessie knew by the slacking of the string that the dog had stopped. He waited for Brick to make up his mind. And Brick sniffed the air, looked up at Jessie with twinkling devotion, and turned to the left away from Ashurst. Jessie knew that he was going downhill. He put his feet down heavily, so as to be sure that he had the hard road under him, and not the grass beside the hedgerows. So Brick took his master down the road toward the disused quarry, where the bracken had turned to gold, and the bramble leaves were stained all red. And in the garden of the Wetherells' cottage someone was spreading clean linen to dry upon the hedge. Anne looked up, and stood motionless with a white towel stretched between her 2 hands, and her eyes set in a surprised stare. She saw Jessie, with the sunlight shining on his tawny hair and beard, walking with closed lids like a man who dreamed, and that which struck her most was the sad calm that covered his face. Brick caught sight of Anne and stopped with a proud and confidential wagging of the tail. Jessie, feeling the snackening of the string, stood still in the middle of the road. "Hello, lad, what is it?" Brick glanced at him and then at Anne. The girl's throat and face had flushed, and she had thrown the towel anyhow upon the thorns. "Good morning to you, sir." Jessie swung round like a man shot at from behind a hedge. His blind face met the sunlight, so that its sudden brightness was not wholly a matter of emotion. "Is that you? I did not know we'd come as far as this. Brick is in charge." Anne's eyes said many things. "It's good to see you out, Mr. Jessie." "This is me first morning. Brick and I are trying an experiment." Brick did much tail wagging, and looked triumphantly from one to the other. The eyes in the flushed face that looked at him over the closely trimmed thorn hedge were full of warm pride. "It's quite wonderful, Mr. Jessie. Did he bring you all along the road?" "Yes, I just followed the string." Anne moved along the hedge to the gate, and came out radiantly into the road. "Mr. Jessie, isn't he an old dear?" She bent down and hugged Brick, and kissed him between his flopping ears. "To think we pulled him out of the pool, and now he's doing this for you. The funny way things fall out. Bricky, you be a dear." She kissed the dog again, and stood back, breathing fast, her face and eyes aglow. There'd been a thrill in her voice that had stirred Falconer very strangely. He thought of Anne as he had seen her that day when she had been in search of Slim, leaning through the gap in the hedge with a strand of red bryony berries across her bosom. "I don't know what I should do without the dog." "Such a thing as a dog do help one, Mr. Jesse." He seemed to see her pale, intent face, with its full red lips and questioning eyes. Her voice made him feel as though she was stretching out her brown hands towards him. He thought, too, of her hands stained with blackberry juice, as he remembered them on the day when they'd rescued Brick. "You know, I never thanked you for what you did for me." A pitying and half-frightened gleam came into her eyes. She seemed to quiver as the memory of that day touched her. "Oh, Mr. Jesse," she faltered and swung her hands together. "I couldn't get it out of my thoughts. I've lain awake nights thinking what it must be like with you. And you were so patient." A kind of wonderment came over Jesse's face. He stood very still. "It must have been ugly to you." "It was rather bad being blind at first. I used to wish the stuff had blown me head off." Anne's face was full of a mute, intent compassion. It had the sensitiveness of tremulous water catching the sunlight that fell through the trees. "Sure, it must have been just terrible." Jesse felt himself flush from throat to forehead. A wave of self-consciousness swept over him. This voice that spoke to him out of the darkness had a deep, thrilling mystery. "Well, nothing's quite so bad as it seems. There are compensations. Brick, for instance." The dog jumped up and licked Falconer's hand. "He just loves you, Mr. Jesse." It was then that Sam Wetherell's pony cart came clattering down the road between the high banks with their bare, brown, gleaming hazels. Anne moved forward and drew Jessie to one side of the road. Then she returned to the garden to finish spreading her linen on the hedge. Young Slim, who was driving, pulled the pony up outside the gate and stared at Falconer with a sordid curiosity. Brick had started on the homeward journey, leading his master at the end of the string. Slim looked at his sister. "Bean't that funny?" and he began to laugh. "Looks like a white maggot a-pulling of Goliath." A chance meeting with a friend upon the road had saved 2 hours of Kate Falconer's time and sent her back to Fox Farm long before she was expected. She drove into the yard in time to see a horse and cart standing derelict by the back gate and half a dozen faggots still waiting to be carried. What was more, she saw a burly young man sneak out of the house and make a dive across the backyard for the wood lodge. Then she heard the crashing of faggots. Kate was out of the cart very briskly and smiling one of those smiles that made her hard face look smug and self-sufficient. "Well, put the pony and trap up." The burly young man emerged with an attempt at stolid surprise. He flinched when Kate looked at him and slouched off through the gate. Jessie's wife entered the farmhouse. "Jenny?" "Yes, ma'am." "Come here." "Coming, ma'am." "Come here at once. Don't try to put things straight." The girl came from the direction of the stairs. "How long's Will Morris been in the house?" "Lor, ma'am, he just run in for a drink of water." Kate's sharp eyes looked Jenny over and saw things that betrayed much to a woman. "You lying trollop, going down with the lads when I'm away?" Jenny flared up. Flabby creature though she was, she began to shout after the fashion of cowards and to cover her fear with noisy insolence. "I won't stay another night in this house, to be called dirty names and insulted. I don't care who you be. I tell you, I'm fair sick of it all, slaving for a skinflint with a tongue like—" Kate put the palm of a big hand over the girl's mouth and pushed her aside. "Shut up, you fool! Go and pack your box. Do you think I want totties in my house? Don't call me— Quiet! Go and pack your box. Where's the master?" Jenny rescued herself from the verge of tears. "Gone out." "What?" "I'm telling you, he's gone out." Kate looked ready to slap the girl's face. "Don't talk nonsense to me. What do you mean?" "Mr. Jesse's gone out with the dog." "Where?" "'Tain't no business of mine. Nothing's no business of mine here any longer. I'll go and pack me box." "Yes, go. And if anyone asks for your character, I'll tell them why I sent you packing. You didn't. It was me gave notice." "Don't answer me. Get out of my sight." So when Jessie returned with Brick marching before him, and showing a self-conscious pride, he found Kate in one of her furies. She met him at the porch as he was feeling for the woodwork with outstretched hands. The dog had slunk aside at the sight of Kate Falconer's ominous face. "Well, you fool, you must run out and try to break your neck directly my back's turned." Jessie paused with his hands on the trellis work. "Back again? I've been well looked after." "By that beast of a dog, I shall have to have the brute put out of the way if he's going to lead you into mischief." Jessie's face went white with sudden anger. This woman had no heart. "Kate!" His voice rang grim. "Don't you touch my dog. He's been to me what no one else has been. I've stood much from you, but I've got a devil in me for all that." Kate stared at him with momentary respect. She thought none the less of Jessie for showing anger. "Oh, very well. If the dog can take care of you, so much the better. I've got enough to worry about without having you tied to me apron strings." End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 10. By Christmas time, Kate Falconer had gained complete control of all her husband's affairs. She gave the men their orders, paid them their wages on Saturday nights, trudged round the fields and attended the Ashurst and Lethbridge markets with a hard-faced assurance that made men realise that she was no fool. Old John Smunk, showing his yellow teeth over his gin and water in the checkers at Lethbridge, gave his opinion of her with leering emphasis. Kate's rather insolent comeliness, her physical strength, and her air of indifference towards softer emotions attracted certain types of men. Her harsh independence provoked them. She was like strong drink that would burn the throat but flush a man to his inmost marrow. "Lord, there's a woman for you! We're afraid she'd do most of the attacking. Go on, it's a real man that's working Fox Farm. I'll bet you £5 she'll pull the old farm round and make it pay." A big farmer in riding gear who had been listening spat into the fire and chuckled. "Seems to be a sort of fat stock show for Falconer. What's he do with himself all day?" The corn merchant sneered. "Him? He was made to browse. I reckon he does a great deal of thinking. Some folks seem made to think. Damn useless, most of 'em, like cows in a yard." "I hear Jack Rickaby keeps an eye on things for her. See him bidding for her today. Slates the men too." "No need of that. She's got a tongue like a briar. I reckon those chaps of hers have had some scratches." "Yeah, she's a good 'un." And John Smunk sipped his gin and expanded his nostrils as he thought of the cooing flaccidity of his own wife. As for Jessie Falconer, he had realised his own helplessness, and in the contest of wills he had surrendered to Kate. What was there to fight for, and what did it matter? He was like a blind child who had to be clothed and fed. In some ways they'd come to a tacit understanding of the situation after they'd fought a battle over the financial aspect of the case. Kate had been adamant over the money. There had been visits to lawyer Catlax, and sundry arrangements that had put the power of the purse into Kate's hands. "I'm going to run this farm, Jessie," she had said, "and if I'm putting money of my own into it, I'm going to call the tune. I've got to earn your living for you. There's no getting away from that." So Jessie sank slowly into the position of a pensioner. When he needed clothes, Kate bought them for him, ready-made. She allowed him 2 ounces of shag a week and a shilling for pocket money, for, as she said to herself, how could a blind man want money? He couldn't read, he couldn't shoot, or even be caught by the colour of a tie. Jessie had no need of money, and the absence of necessity satisfied Kate. Good food, liquor in moderation, tobacco, clothes, many men would be glad of such comforts. Kate's mind was eminently economical. She loved money, meant to get money, and felt in a shrewd way that Providence had intervened somewhat conveniently in her favour. As yet, Jessie's helpless bulk had not begun to weigh too heavily upon her patience. She even approved of Brick, and was persuaded that she could escape paying for a dog licence because the beast worked for his own living. For 3 weeks after Jenny's departure, Kate Falconer did all the housework with the satisfaction of knowing that she was saving money. Jessie had had some experience of his wife's thriftiness, but he did not realise for some little while that she might find his blindness economical. He could not see what was on the table, but he began to suspect that there was less to eat. 100 petty things forced themselves upon his sense of taste. The dryness of the bread showed that it was used to the last crust. Joints were worked to the bone. The ale tasted thin because it was of the cheapest. Jessie ate margarine for butter because Kate could sell her own butter at a profit. He could not see what his wife ate, and his own impressions were gathered solely from what he found upon his plate. It seemed to him petty, and much like graceless grumbling to complain of such things, but he did protest when some of the meat Kate gave him had reached the stage when it should have been relegated to the dustbin. "What's the matter with the larder? We don't seem to be living on the fat of the land." He heard her cutting bread. "We haven't too much to live on, Jessie, have we?" "Well, but after all, it's false economy with meat like this." "It's only happened the once, and Jessie, I don't want to rub it in, but facts are facts. It isn't just fair to grumble, is it, when you aren't earning a halfpenny?" "I'm not grumbling. I don't know what else to call it. I have to eat the same as you do." Then there was the question of clothes. Jessie had put on a new suit that Kate had bought him, but he didn't know that it was second-hand, nor did he realise that he looked shabby, that his shirts and collars were nearly worn out, that his everyday trousers had a patch carefully let into one knee. It never occurred to him to think of such details. One fact he certainly had discovered, that his winter socks were very thin and that he felt the cold. It didn't trouble Kate to see him shabby. She had no pride in the man, and clothes cost money. Someone, perhaps Mr. Jack Rickaby, pointed out to Kate the false economy of doing without a servant. Perhaps Kate herself had had enough of it, knowing that nothing drags a woman to pieces more quickly than childbearing and heavy housework, so she began to look about her for a servant, some decent girl who would be content with low wages and who could be trusted to scour the milk pails. And presently, after some disappointments, she thought of Anne. Wetherell's cottage was hardly a desirable training ground for servants, but Kate had heard very promising accounts of Anne. The girl was steady, clean, an excellent worker, and not given to gadding about the roads. So Kate went down to the cottage by the quarry, found Sam Wetherell trimming his hedge with a swap hook, and told him bluntly that she wanted to engage his eldest girl. Sam was astonished, but he scented the chance of a bargain. He decided in his own mind that Rose was quite capable of taking Anne's place at home, and if the eldest girl could earn decent wages while remaining near enough to be sponged upon, so much the better. Sam had grown a little tired of Anne. She was too moral and clean a force in the cottage to leave him undisturbed in his own rough ways. Wetherell felt that she exercised a sort of surveillance over him, and he preferred to be uncriticised and supreme. So Sam and Kate Falconer debated the matter, Sam assuming the attitude of a man who could not be persuaded to part with the treasure of his home. The fact that emerged from the discussion was that they differed upon the question of wages. Kate offered £8 a year, and Sam said he wouldn't let the girl go for less than 14. In fact, there was no need for Anne to go out to service, and if Mrs. Falconer wanted to be obliged, she must oblige in turn. They compromised at £12, and to pay for her own washing. Then Anne was called for. Sam had a suspicion that the girl would refuse to go. He was not astonished when she went white over the news, and did not answer for some moments. "You'd be doing Mrs. Falconer a favour, my dear. It bean't like going t'other side of the county." Anne went from white to red. "Thank you, ma'am, I'll be pleased to come." And so it was settled. On the last Saturday in December, Anne and Slim walked in the dusk to Fox Farm, carrying the girl's tin trunk between them. Anne was flushed, but absorbed in silence. She breathed fast as they climbed the hills, more with excitement than because of the weight of the box. Slim seemed sulky. He had found, to his own surprise, that he was sorry Anne was going. There would be no one on the spot to intervene between him and his father's strap. They carried the yellow trunk in at the back door, and up the back stairs by candlelight to an attic in the roof. It was a bare little room, with a piece of frayed red carpet covering part of the worm-eaten floor. The walls were cut by the slopes of the roof, and a dormer window with its diamond panes gave a glimpse of the garden with fields and woods beyond. In one corner stood a little iron bedstead with a text nailed to the wall above the head. A rickety washstand and a drab-coloured chest of drawers with two knobs missing and its paint blistered and worn saluted one like a decrepit old couple who had served many folk in their time. A rush-bottomed chair stood behind the door, on which there were pegs for the hanging of clothes. Slim left Anne in the attic, and she set to unpack her box. Kate Falconer had called to her from the landing below and told her that she was going up to Ashes to do some shopping. There was some crockery to be washed up in the kitchen, and she had better look in and see that the master didn't let out the fire. Jessie, sitting with his feet on the brick curb, was surprised to hear someone moving about the kitchen. The steps were quick and light, and the sound of plates being washed suggested a deft handling that contrasted with Jenny's clumsy and chaotic methods. Then the footsteps went up the stairs and into the bedrooms. They descended again, passed into the backyard, and returned to the kitchen. Presently, a hand lifted the latch of the door. Someone entered the room, which was lit solely by the light of the fire. "Would you like the lamp, Mr. Jessie?" Falconer half rose from his chair. "Who is it? Not Aunt Wetherell?" "Yes, sir. Didn't you know I was coming?" "No." "I've taken Jenny's place, and I hope I shall suit you." Jessie sat back in his chair with the air of a man in whose mind some discovery had stirred swift and infinite understanding. He remained silent, while Anne put more wood upon the fire. He could hear her breathing near him, and her presence in the room gave him a sense of mystery and of soft, gliding movement in the darkness. "I'm glad you've come," he said bluntly. "Thank you, Mr. Jessie. It's rather lonely here." "Is it, sir? Well, I shan't mind." "No?" "No." He heard her move toward the door, and there was a moment's silence before she closed it. Anne had turned and was looking at him, and her eyes glimmered in the dusk. As Jessie lay before sleep came to him that night, he heard light footsteps going to and fro in the attic above his room. Presently all was silent, yet he felt a wonderful new presence in the house and a strange rustle of emotion in his world of darkness. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 11. New Year's Eve found 3 inches of ice on the less sheltered ponds, and the ground as hard as granite. Anne, winding at the well winch in the brick-paved yard, saw the whole sky dusted over with frost-brilliant stars. It was a dry, crisp cold, with no wind blowing, and sounds carried far through the stillness of the night. Anne heard laughing voices going down the road towards Willow End and Poole Castle. She knew that a great bonfire was to be lit beside the pool, and that people were going to skate the New Year in and the Old Year out. The bucket appeared in the mouth of the well, dripping musically into the black void below. Anne lifted it aside onto the bricks, unfastened the clasp, and closed the well flap. A momentary breeze moved in the boughs of the great yew that overshadowed the porch. Anne stood listening to the distant clatter of a horse's hoofs on the frozen road. Rats squeaked and scuffled in the wood lodge, and from the stable came the sound of a horse pulling his rope through the ring in the manger. Anne picked up the bucket and made her way into the house. She heard Kate Falconer's voice in the living room, the animated, bustling voice of a woman about to enjoy herself. Jessie answered her in monosyllables as he smoked his pipe before the fire. Anne was filling a saucepan with water from the bucket when she heard the grinding of wheels in the farmyard and the ring of hooves. The door of the living room opened. Kate Falconer, buttoned up in a brown ulster, a red tam-o-shanter pinned on her black hair, appeared in the kitchen doorway. "See to the fire, Anne, I shall be late." "Yes, ma'am. Shall I sit up?" "No, I've got the key. Leave a candle in the passage." There was a cheerful thundering at the front door. Kate turned, and the blades of the skates she carried clashed together as she went down the passage. "Good-bye, Jessie." She was in the good humour that preceded pleasure. Jack Rickaby was waiting in the porch, muffled in a shaggy overcoat and holding one of the carriage lamps by the candle socket. "Hello, here we are." He flashed the light on Kate's face and figure. She looked tall, vigorous and comely, wrapped in her long brown ulster, and the red tam-o-shanter went well with the black of her hair. Her eyes had a glitter in them, and she smiled and showed her teeth. "Got your skates?" "And my prayer book. What a night! Pity there isn't a moon." "We shan't want any moon. There is a good old blaze on the bank, and we've sent down 2 or 3 naphtha flares. And we haven't forgotten some whisky and hot water." She laughed and went out into the porch, locking the door after her. "I feel I could skate all night." "Ah, you're a clipper. I remember you sailing about that year of the long frost. Plenty of blankets on?" "Yes. Come along then, I'll go first with the light." They made their way round the house and into the farmyard, where Rickaby had left his dog-cart. He replaced the lamp and climbed into the cart, Kate following him. "Jove, it's parky. Plenty of rug, though." He spread it round her with a cheerful and intimate audacity. "Tuck you up. Warm. How's that?" "Fine. Where are you going to put that trap up?" "I've sent a lad down to take the mare across to Wilds at Willow End." He tightened the reins, and the mare swung round sharply, throwing Kate against him. They laughed. "Hold up there, I haven't done the Dutch roll for 3 years." Their laughter mingled with the ring of the mare's hooves, and the grinding of the wheels as they swung out between the white gate-posts along the frosty road. The cold brilliance of the night called to the brisk, vigorous blood in them. The brittle air seemed ready to crackle into sparks, and overhead the stars throbbed in the black velvet of the sky. As for Jessie, he was left to smoke his pipe and meditate before the fire with Brick asleep at his feet and Anne moving to and fro in the kitchen. It was plain that if Jessie, because of his blindness, could not see his wife in the flesh, she on her part was blind of soul, and had no knowledge of the real man, her husband. The people we live with day by day are apt to become to us like pieces of furniture. They are there, that is all, and no thought is given to them, save perhaps when they break or get out of order. Jessie's heart and head might have been filled with old lumber so far as Kate was concerned. It never occurred to her that this man was living a strange, new, and singular life in the midst of darkness, and that his brain was like a great city where a multitude of thoughts passed to and fro. She supplied his material needs, that was all. His inner, intimate life was to her a closed book which she never troubled to open. Anne had learnt many things during these short December days, and life at Fox Farm had come to her as a revelation. She was a silent watcher of Kate Falconer's economies, of her indifference and her tyranny towards her husband, and of the little meannesses she practised towards him. Anne saw his shabby clothes, and the poor food that he was given. Compassion and scorn grew up together in her heart, though Kate saw nothing but a quiet-faced girl who went about her work with silent thoroughness. Anne found Jessie smoking his pipe when she went in to clear away the supper things. As she entered the room, he turned his head with the air of a man glad to be disturbed. Anne was a vivid figure to him, despite his blindness. He always pictured her as he had seen her that day in autumn, a pale, slim girl in a close-fitting print dress. She had a white throat and strange, alluring eyes, and her sensitive red mouth made the simplest words she uttered sound full of a mystical significance. "I'd better put some more wood on the fire, Mr. Jesse." "Yes, it's cold tonight." "Bitter cold. Have you had enough supper, sir?" "Yes, plenty." She put more logs on the fire, and began to pile the plates and dishes on the tray. Brick stirred in his sleep, woke, looked at Anne, and rearranged himself before the fire. "They'll be having a gay time down at the pool, Mr. Jesse." "Makes me remember when I learned to skate there." "Ah, I never tried that. I used to slide when I was at school." "Slide? And without turning round and round?" She laughed. "Yes, I was as good as the boys. And then I grew out of it." Jesse nodded, like a blind philosopher. "We have to grow out of things to grow into them again," he said. Anne had filled the tray. She moved toward the door and then paused, with her arms taut and her face turned toward Jesse. "Is there anything I can do for you, sir? Read, or the like?" Jesse raised his head sharply, as though, between them, they'd made a great discovery. "Why shouldn't you?" "I'm not a clever reader, Mr. Jesse. I shall boggle the big words." "Well, try." "I'd love to. Wait till I've finished my work." Jesse was touched by this thought of hers. The girl's sympathy had a rich, human sound in the lonely silence of his life. He sat and waited, listening to her moving about the kitchen. In 20 minutes she returned, and Jesse pointed toward one of the cupboards beside the fireplace. "The books are in there." Anne stepped over the sleeping Brick and opened the cupboard door. "What shall I read, Mr. Jesse?" "You'll find a little book bound in red leather. It's called The Golden Book of Marcus Aurelius." Anne searched and found it. She drew up a chair on the other side of the hearth. Her silence questioned Jesse. "Open the book at the 23rd page." Anne did so. "What does it say on the margin?" She held the book nearer the lamp. "Life is a pilgrimage, Mr. Jesse." "That's it. The time of man's life is a point, the substance of it ever flowing, the sense obscure." "Why, you know it by heart, Mr. Jesse." "Some of it. Begin there." Anne began to read to him, slowly and a little laboriously, her face intent, her brows knitted. Jesse listened, one hand holding the bowl of his pipe, the other resting on his knee. Her blunders and her hesitations did not trouble him. The sound of the girl's voice was even more soothing than the words of the dead emperor. He found himself listening more and more to the sound of Anne's voice, and less to the wisdom of that ancient book. She was alive and utterly real to him, and contradicted in some way the stuff that made philosophy. He stopped her when he thought that she might be tired. "That was splendid." He couldn't see her flush of pleasure. "Oh, Mr. Jesse, it makes me feel a fool." "I wish you could read to me every night." "Yes, She faltered, and they both fell into silence, thinking the same thoughts. Anne had never touched anything that could be called serious literature, yet she had a natural quickness, and could seize the meaning of a thing as swiftly as a swallow snaps up a fly. This book that she'd been reading reminded her of the Bible, and had you put Marcus Aurelius among the prophets, Anne would not have rejected him. It was a resemblance of sound and of solemnities in the arrangement of the words. The sayings of Mr. Joseph Bowes recurred to her, and his condemnation of Mr. Falconer as an atheist. What an atheist was, Anne did not know for certain, but she knew that Jacob Bowes had used it as a term of reproach. She mused a while and then threw her ignorance at Falconer's feet. "Is this one of the books of the Bible, Mr. Jesse? The book you've been reading?" "Yes." She saw a smile steal over his face, but it was not a smile that made her ashamed. "This book was written by a Roman emperor." "Yes, Mr. Jesse, like Nero was." "He was unlike Nero, in that he was the noblest of men, but like Nero, he persecuted the early Christians." Anne meditated on this. The stubby, arrogant figure of Jacob Bowes rose up before her. Perhaps the early Christians were like Mr. Bowes. If so, they must have been very impudent, self-satisfied and officious people, and she could understand why Roman emperors had chastened them. She gathered sundry facts and impressions together in her mind and worked them into a quaint mosaic. "What is an atheist, Mr. Jesse?" "Atheist? Where did you get that word?" "I've heard folk use it." "Some folk are very fond of throwing it about. An atheist is a man who says there is no God." "Was this Roman emperor an atheist, Mr. Jesse?" "Marcus Aurelius? No. He was what is called a Stoic." "What may that be, sir?" "The Stoics were men who had thought a very great deal, and who saw that it was no use for mere men to fuss against forces much stronger than themselves. They knew nature and her ways. They took whatever came without grumbling, because they knew that grumbling made no difference. They bore pain bravely, were not to be astonished by misfortune, and did not grovel or whine." Anne's sensitive mouth and eyes quivered with interest. She leant slightly forward in her chair, the book lying in her lap. "You mean, sir, that they knew we can't prevent some things happening?" "Exactly." "That if a man or beast struck by lightning, it just happens so because it's part of nature?" Jessie's face kindled to the light of her understanding. "Yes, that's it. A man's only part of nature. There's no special power put to keep him out of trouble. Things happen to him just as though they would happen to an animal. He gives names to all sorts of things, but he doesn't know about the why and the how." Anne stared at the fire. "The folk who go to church and chapel don't think like that, Mr. Jesse." "No. You see, someone gave them a god hundreds of years ago, and their god had arranged everything, and when something particularly ghastly happens, they either pile the responsibility on a person called Satan, or say that we poor mortals aren't in a position to know why God does these things. And we aren't, are we?" "I can't see how." "But how do they know?" Jessie gave a shrug of the shoulders. "That's just it. That's the very question the world's been asking them so much of late, and they just smother themselves in a cloud of words. Some of us have been through it, till we grew just sick of words. It seems to me no man knows. How can he know? It all ends in people having to believe what other people have said and written, and they were no better and not so clever as we are, though they did live hundreds of years ago. Men have taken other men's tales and tried to believe that they were true. That's what it comes to when you get down to the hard rock." "But then, the atheists, Mr. Jesse, how do they know there isn't a God?" "They're no better than the other side. One man says there is, because someone else told him so. Another says there isn't, because he knows there isn't. And both of them are like a couple of ants arguing about what's down in the middle of the earth. An ant can't know what's there. He never could know, being what he is." Anne mused and stared at the fire. Then she said, "Then you stand in between, Mr. Jesse?" "I stand in between." "'Tisn't easy to do that, is it?" "To me it seems the only thing to do, when you've thrashed things through without humbug." She curved the fingers of one hand over her chin, and her eyes were full of the firelight. "If there isn't a God who speaks to us, Mr. Jesse, then there isn't anyone with a stick to drive folk the way they should go." "Oh, yes, there's something that does that." "What?" A man's knowledge of the way nature works. If you put your hand in the fire, you get burnt. That's the sort of knowledge that teaches us something. But other folk, you mean what we call duty to one's neighbour? Yes. Well, take it this way. Would it give you any pleasure to hit a child across the face with a stick? Mr. Jesse, isn't that plain enough? We learn not to do what hurts us or what hurts other people. We learn to do what does us good and what does good to other people. If there's a God who troubles about things, he won't quarrel with that, will he? That's all I know for certain. The clock by the door struck 11. Anne started round in her chair, and Marcus Aurelius slipped from her lap, fell on Brick's nose, and woke him. 11 o'clock, Mr. Jesse! Her words were a self-accusation. I've tired you. Me? Oh, no, sir. Well, it's done me good to talk. Anne rose and brought a candle in a brass candlestick from the kitchen. Are you ready to go, Mr. Jesse? Yes, I may as well be moving. She lit the candle, put out the lamp, and gave a glance at the fire. I can take you upstairs, Mr. Jesse. I'll carry the candle. You hold on to me arm. They passed out together along the passage and up the stairs. Anne led Falconer into his room. I've taken the light, Mr. Jesse. Good night. Good night. She closed the door and climbed the narrow stairs to her own attic. A kind of astonished gladness filled her heart. It seemed wonderful that this man could talk to her as he had talked that night. It seemed equally wonderful that she could talk back to him like one who understood. Anne Wetherell was very happy. 3 o'clock had struck before Kate Falconer and Jack Rickaby drove back from Poole Castle. A tired silence had possession of them, or perhaps it was the silence of two people who had travelled beyond the pale of words. The night had been merry enough, with the fire and the flambeau burning, and the black ice ringing under the blades of many skates. Round and under the dark walls and towers the figures had swept with laughter and a murmur of voices, and the brisk zest of blood that is warm on a winter night. There had been music, square dances, supper served on a table made of planks laid upon 2 barrels. These two had rushed through the cold air together, sometimes sweeping apart to glide near again in the darkness and hold hands. Kate yawned when they reached the white gate. Lord, I do feel sleepy. Well, don't complain of that. You've earned it. He climbed down and took one of the lamps from the socket. Silly fool, said the voice from the trap. No. Who? Me, you, anybody. The whole bally world, in fact. Kate sprang down from the dog-cart, the blades of her skates jangling together. Get off home, you idiot. I know you're dead tired. Oh, am I? Show me a light as far as the door. Yes, ma'am. You're a servant, ma'am. She turned on him almost fiercely. Oh, shut up. My temper's run out. I see, he said. I see. Jack Rickaby walked round the house carrying the lamp, a yellow blur in the midst of the darkness. Something seemed to have sobered him abruptly. He stood aside when he reached the porch. Good night, Kate. His voice was casual, informal, bluntly sane. Good night, Jack. Thanks for a jolly evening. You won't forget about those catalogues. You shall have 'em tomorrow. And he turned and walked off, whistling. Kate unlocked the door, stepped in, relocked it, and meditated a moment when she had lit the candle. She put her skates down on the bench and went slowly up the stairs, yawning. Jack Rickaby had sense. How few men there were who could cease playing the fool when a woman was tired. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 12. As the winter went by, Jessie learnt to do many things that would have seemed impossible to him in the early days of his blindness. Not only could he hear more acutely, but sounds came to possess more subtle and suggestive variations. His sense of touch, too, became very delicate, and he developed a kind of sensitiveness of the body that made it capable of receiving impressions without the occurrence of actual contact. He could feel more than when he had his sight. A draught of wind could guide him, and his ears became wonderfully quick in picking out the direction of certain sounds. His chief helpers through those winter months were Brick and Anne Wetherell. The dog had learnt to lead Jessie about the place, to avoid rough ground, and to draw to the side of the road when a horse and cart appeared. He was grave, sedate, and careful, and went everywhere as though he realised the responsibility that rested upon him. Other dogs found Brick utterly imperturbable. Nothing would induce him to romp or gossip when his master's lead was tied to his collar. As for Anne, she took every chance that the life at Fox Farm gave her to help Falconer towards some new conquest over the darkness that shut him in. She was so quiet and so unassertive in all that she did that Kate hardly noticed how deeply the girl had entered into Jessie's life. Kate's mind was busied with material considerations. She had thrown all her energy and her thoughts into the management of the farm, and when she talked of the things that were vital to her, Jack Rickaby was her confidant. The routine of her husband's existence was the less noticed by her the more regular it became. If she had thought of the matter at all, she would have felt grateful to Anne Wetherell for saving her unnecessary trouble. Now Falconer was a strong man physically, and his strength chafed in him, lusting to spend itself through his great hands and powerful arms. He spoke to Anne of it one wet day when Kate had gone to Linmore, and Jessie had been moping in his chair. The girl saw and understood. Many of the long, dark hours meant misery to this strong man. He got no exercise beyond walking slowly at Brick's heels along the muddy winter roads. "Why shouldn't you cut wood, Mr. Jessie?" "Why not?" She took him by the arm and led him out to the big wood lodge at the back of the house. Faggots were stacked in one corner, and along one wall ran a bigger pile of wood that had to be cut into logs for the fires. A sawing horse stood in the centre of the lodge and a chopping block beside it. The familiar smell of the place and the crackling of the dry twigs under his feet were very pleasant to Jessie. "The saw used to hang up yonder, Anne." "It's there, sir. I'll get it." She laid a log of chestnut wood upon the sawing horse and brought Jessie the saw. Then she guided his hands and watched him cut the chestnut log into billets. He lifted the wood and smelt it. "Chestnut?" "Yes, Mr. Jessie. I can manage this easily enough." She laid another log on the sawing horse. Jessie felt the bark. "Oak this time?" "Yes, Mr. Jessie." She took several armfuls of the logs and laid them close to the sawing horse. "If I leave you, you won't cut yourself, sir?" His blind face smiled at her. "No, the feel of the thing comes back to me. I've often cut wood in the dark." They grew more adventurous after that experiment in the sawing up of logs. Anne taught him to cut up the faggots into kindling for the fire. He learnt to draw water at the well and to carry it into the house. Kate Falconer had brought a number of beasts for fattening, and there was cake to be crushed and roots to be cut. Anne would lead Jessie into the great barn and fill the hopper of the root cutter with swedes and mangles while he worked at the handle. The work eased him, satisfied the hunger of his body for exercise, toned up his muscles and his heart, and made him feel less of a useless clog. There was some comfort even in playing the blind Samson. His health improved and the ruddiness returned to his face. Being the creatures of our digestions, and seeing that no man shall call himself a philosopher until he has proved himself independent of a sluggish liver, it follows that we should honour and exalt those mortals who are the vessels of perfect health. We are the slaves of our secretions and our excretions, and good living may be more a question of bile than of the Bible. Perfect health is a rare thing. and is said to kill sympathy in its possessor. Yet there is no doubt that some supremely healthy people exert an almost mesmeric effect upon those with whom they come into contact. Anyone who saw the Reverend John Strutt at the wicket on a blazing July day might have gained a glimpse of what the world might be if all men were brown, vigorous, and superbly healthy. It was good to see him open his shoulders and swipe a ball to the boundary. It was even better to watch his face when his bails went flying. This man radiated vitality, and he played the game. He smiled at you, and you felt that it did not matter a cracked halfpenny whether you believed in the Trinity, the virgin birth, or any dogmas under the sun. With some men, dogmas do not matter. They are the stuff of which life is made. It is impossible for them to be prigs, or the blatant beasts of an impertinent piety. They are just big, warm-hearted men who happen to be walking along a certain path. During the first 2 months of the year, John Strutt came often to Fox Farm. He read Kipling to Jessie and talked of the open air. These two men knew that they disagreed on some of the vital questions of life, and they were content to disagree. The manhood of the one sufficed the manhood of the other. The fact of their friendship was that Strutt did not thrust the Bible at Jessie, but he did move Jessie's bile. He may have realized what so few pietists ever realize, that to dose a man with the tonic of a healthy and radiant goodwill is better than making him sulky with nostrums that he cannot swallow. The grip of hand on hand always tells. It is possible to bring sunlight into life without insisting that it must shine through the mystical glass of immortality. At all events, John Strutt came to Fox Farm and did Jessie great good. The blind man felt a breeze in the house. Here was something that was big, vigorous, and vital, something that did count in the health of the world, something that bettered life because it could not help but better it. Strutt would sweep in on him like a boy to a boy. "I say, Falconer, come for a walk. There's a roaring wind blowing. I'll leave my hat to dry here. It's had a roll in the mud." They would trudge away together, Strutt's stick serving as a connecting rod between them. Brick, freed from responsibility, hunted and scuffled in ditches and hedge bottoms. The wind buffeted the hedges and made the trees bellow and rock. It did not matter what these two talked about. Jessie knew that it was the fact of being with such a man that made his blindness seem less black. John Strutt broke up many of Jessie's morbid moods. He even went some way towards shaking Falconer's spirit of fatalism. Jessie learnt to love the man, and then lost him when he was becoming part of his life. John Strutt and his vicar were incompatibles. It was hinted that God's providence desired him elsewhere, and the younger man abandoned Ashurst for work in a crowded South London parish. The loss of Strutt's comradeship meant much to Jessie. It was like the withdrawal of sunny weather at the critical period when a man was recovering from an attack of melancholia. Jessie often thought, when the afterwards came upon him, that life might have gone differently if John Strutt had remained within 2 miles of Fox Farm. Further developments showed themselves in Kate Falconer's management of the farm. She was set upon taking over old Smunk's mortgage upon the place, and it was necessary that Jessie, as mortgager, should transfer the debt from one mortgagee to the other. To all intents and purposes, the farm would become the property of his wife. There was no likelihood, so far as he could see, of his ever being able to redeem the debt. When asked what he had to say, he could say everything and nothing. "If you hold on, old Smunk will step in," was what Kate told him. And Jessie was bitterly conscious of his own helplessness. Not only had he lost the power to rule, but the dear privilege of ownership was slipping from him. He surrendered sadly and grudgingly to the inevitable. It would have been a matter of sentiment if his wife had spared him this, but Kate Falconer had no desire to be sentimental. They were strangers to one another in the deepest sense, and this debt of the one to the other intensified their estrangement. One wet and windy day in March, Lawyer Catlack, his clerk, and old Smunk drove down in the Red Lion, a fly, and gathered in the low-ceilinged and beamed room at Fox Farm. Mr. Jack Rickaby had ridden over. He sat in the corner by the window, smoking one of his short briar pipes and looking the observant but officious friend. Jessie was in one of the Windsor chairs before the fire. He not only felt forlorn, but he looked it, the more so perhaps because he was wearing some of his rough old farming clothes. Catlak's clerk was taking various documents out of a leather bag and arranging them on the table. Smunk watched him, shot a look at Rickaby, and then crossed the room to where Jessie sat by the fire. "I gather it must be a comfort to you, Falconer, having a wife who can make things hum. It takes the worry off your shoulders, man, eh?" He stood over Jessie, rubbing his chin and looking down at him with a kind of insolent interest. "Someone must look after the farm." "I don't know whether my experience be peculiar, but I've found that women can make themselves a tidy sight more unpleasant than men. They don't mind using their tongues. The bother is they generally overdo it and turn men sulky. Lack of judgment in the finer details, eh?" Parchment crackled on the table. Catlak had turned the narrow suaveness of his white face to the two men by the fire. He'd been talking in undertones to Kate Falconer. "We're ready now, gentlemen." Kate crossed the room to her husband. "You come and sit by me, Jessie." Old Smunk thrust out his lower lip and leered at her. "I don't know that I wouldn't change places with you, Falconer." No one smiled save the clerk, who showed a line of tobacco-blackened teeth. Kate led Jessie across the room. For one moment her eyes met Jack Rickaby's eyes. Catlak's dry fingers were crackling among the papers on the table. "I will read through all the documents to you." There was a scraping of chairs as they gathered round. The lawyer tilted his pince-nez and began to read in a clear and colourless voice, breaking off at intervals to explain some of the legal phrases or to answer a question. Jessie's face showed a sad, listening acquiescence. Kate sat alert beside him, her elbows on the edge of the table. Old Smunk sprawled, his hands in pockets, waistcoat all wrinkles, his black tie bulging under his chin. He punctuated Catlak's reading with grunts and little inward observations. Now and again he shot a question at the lawyer over the protruding edge of his lower lip. Then they came to the affixing of signatures. Catlak put a sheet of paper in front of Jessie. "Let's see what you can do, Mr. Falconer." Jessie was given a pen. He produced a very passable signature as a proof of what he could do. The lawyer scrutinised it. "Very good. Very good." The documents were signed and witnessed, old Smunk grinning grotesquely to himself while the March wind blew the rain against the windows. Kate pulled the bell cord. Jack Rickaby was refilling his pipe and staring out into the wet dreariness of the garden. "Anne, you can bring in the glasses." Jessie had risen and was standing before the fire when Anne Wetherell came in with a tray full of glasses, a decanter, and a jug full of hot water. Instinctively, her eyes seemed to seek out Falconer. He looked a blind and isolated figure in the midst of these busy, gossiping people. John Smunk patted Kate's shoulder. "Well, my dear, I'll drink good luck to you. You'll do all right, you'll do." The clerk was putting papers back into the bag. Anne's eyes travelled from face to face as she went round with the tray, and all these faces struck her as hard and cold, absorbed in the contemplation of the needs of self. She found herself standing beside Falconer. "Won't you take something, sir?" His blind face turned to her slowly. It was the face of a man who was very lonely and very sad. "No, nothing, Anne, thank you." Her heart went out to him. "Just a glass of wine, Mr. Jessie?" He shook his head, and she turned away with the tray. From the far side of the room, Jack Rickaby had been watching her with half-closed eyes that expressed nothing. He finished the glass of whisky and water that he held, put it on the table, wiped his mouth, and relit his pipe with the detached and thoughtful air of a man whose intelligence had been touched by some sudden suggestion. Once or twice he glanced at Kate. She was talking to the corn merchant, and Rickaby saw how the old rogue's shrewd eyes glimmered over her with worldly approval. The farmer did not look at Jessie, but he was conscious of the blind man's bulk shutting off the light of the fire. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 13. Spring came to Fox Farm, but not such a spring as the aged folk knew in their youth, a dream spring that never existed save in dreams. The poets tell us that greenness and joy come bubbling in, but what of the sleet in May, the roaring northeasters that lay the daffodils flat, the hard, cold lights that make the fresh colours look metallic? It is doubtful whether anything can be more dreary than a spring evening, with pale flowers shivering in a cold, windy twilight. One is tempted to hustle the green season out, slam the doors to, and sit with winter by the fire. Spring came to Fox Farm, and the primroses were out in the orchard, and the Lent lilies in the garden. The first week in April, snow fell heavily, and a roaring wind chased melancholy clouds across the sky. Then came 5 days of sunshine, crude, raw, dusty sunshine that made folk feel that they were being played with. Rain followed, then more sunshine that toned towards evening into those dewy, luminous sunsets that have persuaded poets and painters into idealizing spring. Such evenings are the smiles of a charming and moody woman, but they have served their purpose. The hard folk of the soil are not to be cajoled by them. They know that the weather goddess is waiting for fruit buds to expand and green things to show before she drops a late and malicious frost upon the orchards and the gardens. Ancient men looked at the blackened potato shoots and grumbled, "Good Lord, dunno what's come to weather these years. Why, when I was a boy, bless you, April, now that was a month then. You could feel things pushing the soil aside. Sunshine? We knew what sunshine was. The sun's been on the booze and the blessed earth's got the rot." Farmers cursed that spring. They had too much of everything in the wrong place. Perhaps the only farmer within 10 miles of Ashurst who was not driven to blaspheme by it was Jessie Falconer. He woke early and heard the birds singing even when a bleak wind was blowing greyness over the world. He knew when the elder sprouted and when the hedgerows were turning to green clouds. The sparrows had been picking off the crocuses, pulling the buds out of the polyanthuses and dropping straws from the gutters. Wildflowers and primroses shivered in the wind. The wryneck came with its plaintive cry, and the sweet, strange joy of the few warm days passed into Falconer's blood. He passed many hours in the garden, sitting, when it was wet, in the ivy-domed arbour and listening to the rattle of the rain on the leaves. The perfume of growth ascended into his nostrils. He imagined the flowers on the wild banks, and they were more beautiful to his imagination than they were in reality. Memories kept time with the dial of the days. In his mind pictures, tulips were never so red, myosotis never so blue. Going through the lush green grass of the orchard, he could smell the faint, sad fragrance of primroses, and he would bend down and touch the flowers with his hands. Even when the snow came and flattened the daffodils, and the wind broke the hyacinths, he was spared the spoiling of many illusions. He could not see how grey the sky was, though he might miss the warmth of the sunlight. The song of a thrush at evening gave him visions of a tranquil and golden west. The breath of beauty that had touched him might have been traced to a certain red-lipped mouth. Nothing reawakens a man's joy in the strangeness of beauty so quickly as the surge of some great emotion. Jessie had divorced many of his ideals. There were very few things that he believed in, very few truths that he trusted. He believed in the love of his dog, in the certainty of death, in the mind's limitations, in the calm and casual indifference with which nature honours man. Yet he had begun to believe again in something that his wife had almost destroyed, and since the coming of spring had coincided with the resurrection of this belief, the glamour of April reasserted itself, and Jessie caught some of the spirit of youth. For to youth, the evil and dreary days of the year are exceptions, coincidences, lapses to be overlooked. Hope smiles confidently through spring chilliness and summer storms. Anne Wetherell had become a very great part of Jessie's life. He had begun to live again through her, to receive his impressions of life through the sensitive ether of her senses. In the darkness into which he looked, he had seen a mysterious radiance arise like the light of a sacred lamp far down the colonnade of some dark temple. All the softer touches that a wife might have given to his life, this cottage girl contrived to give in her quiet, gliding way. The details of his existence drifted more and more into her hands. Kate Falconer spent many hours on the farm. She went out more, too, to the houses of country neighbours. Fox Farm seemed to become more and more a place of business to her, and less of a home. And into the spaces that she left in Jessie's life, Anne's slim figure glided. She mended his clothes, read to him whenever she could, and supplemented Kate Falconer's meagre rations with bowls of hot milk and little secret delicacies of her own contriving. She put fresh flowers in his room, led him about the garden, and forestalled his smaller needs. Whichever way he stretched them, Jessie's blind hands seemed to touch her sympathy and her compassion. The darkness about him was full of her presence, and Jessie had begun to trust her, timidly, wonderingly, with the cautious delight of a man who had grown sceptical and shy of his emotions. He asked himself why this girl should trouble to make a difference in his life. He could give her nothing in return but gratitude, and yet she continued to move softly about him, to minister to him, to flush his blindness with supernatural light. Sometimes Jessie had moments of blank fear. He told himself that all this meant nothing. The girl had a warm heart and was sorry for his loneliness. Some day she would go away and the blackness would remain. It could not be that any dear necessity bound them to one another. One evening, early in May, a man who was sitting on a field gate near Fox Farm saw Falconer and Brick pass up the road to Ashurst. Jessie made a habit of carrying an iron-shod stick, which he used to tap the ground about him if he happened to be in doubt. When they were on the open road together, he would often let Brick off the lead and guide himself by rapping with his stick. Kate Falconer had driven to see some friends in the neighbourhood of Leatherbridge, and Anne had been left alone in the kitchen. She had taken her work-basket out into the porch and was sitting on the oak bench darning stockings when she heard the farm gate open and close. She knew that the men had gone home, for Jim Purkis had brought her the stable and granary keys, and she had hung them on a nail behind the parlour door, the place where Kate Falconer had decreed they should be kept. The appearing of a shabby cloth cap and a cautious profile round the corner of the wood lodge reminded Anne that she had such a thing as a father. She had vigorously discouraged all promiscuous intercourse between the Fox Farm kitchen and the cottage by the quarry. Sam had sneaked up once or twice, and since he had obtained what he had come for, a portion of his daughter's wages, he had made a pretence of being ready to humour her wishes. "Well, my dear, a model of industry as usual." He trailed his long legs into the yard, and stood with his hands in his trousers pockets, and a surreptitiously sly smile hanging about the corners of his mouth. It had come to Anne's knowledge that her father had been drinking more heavily of late, but he was one of those lean, hard men whose eye remained bright and whose skin was free from blotches. "Well, father?" She did not betray any pleasure at seeing him. In fact, her grave face was a surface of protest, and since Anne and her work-basket occupied the whole of the bench, and she did not attempt to make room for her father, he had to stand on his dignity under the yew tree. "God be blessed for a dutiful daughter." Anne looked up at him with eyes that were disconcertingly clear and steady. "You promised you wouldn't come up here." "Lord, now did I? That's a rum promise for a poor old father to have to make. Ain't I fed and clothed you all these years?" "No, Mother did it when she was alive. Afterwards, we've done it for ourselves." Sam Wetherell chucked up his chin and looked eloquently at the wash-house chimney, but the chimney was irresponsive. It did not reply with a "Well, I never," and an upthrowing of the hands. "What do you want, father?" Sam pulled his cap over one eye. "What do I want? Ain't I a daughter living here?" Anne watched him steadily. "Talk straight, father. It pays with me. This isn't my house, and you've no right here." "Oh, ain't I?" "No, and I'm not going to give you any more of my money." Sam spread his feet, reared, and looked down at her grimly. "Wait till I ask for it. How do you know I want your money?" Anne laid a stocking aside and took up another. Her hands were amazingly deliberate and unflurried. She wished to be rid of her father, and she knew that the simplest way would be to give him money, but the weakness of such a surrender displeased her. Moreover, she knew where that money would find a temporary resting place. "Supposing I be hard up, Nan?" "You always will be." "Why? Now tell me why." Anne's mouth paled and hardened. "You know as well as I do." Sam Wetherell swung his body forward from the hips and stared at her fiercely. "Look at you here. Ain't you no respect for your father?" The silent look she gave him was an answer. "Yah! What's the use of having growed-up children? I'd like to thrash me, I know. I'm past that now. Mrs. Falconer will be back any minute." She kept her head lowered and her eyes on her work. Sam's glare emptied itself on the crown of her comely head. Moreover, it was a fact that he stood in some awe of Kate Falconer. He couldn't hit her, and that was fatal to all argument. Sam changed his tone. "Well, since I ain't wanted, I'll clear out. But you're a hard little devil, Nan. A hard little devil with a face of brass." "No, I'm not, father." "Oh, ain't you? Of all the cocksure chits—" She looked up at him quietly. "Oh, will you go? Or shall I have to get up and shut the door on you like a tramp?" Sam seemed cut to the quick. It was as bad as though a publican had refused to serve him, asserting that he was not sober. "Well, I'm damned. You'll never see me inside this yard again." He pushed his cap onto the back of his head, spat, and sheered off. Anne's eyes followed him, a little sadly. Sometimes she was very sorry for the man, though she knew him to be utterly worthless. Much of Wetherell's life had carried him past forgiveness, and she did not want him hanging about the farm. It happened that Falconer returned while Sam Wetherell was talking to Anne under the shade of the old yew. He heard the sound of voices as he came slowly down the garden path, holding Brick by a leather lead, and tapping the box edging with his stick. He reached the gap in the edging that told him where the side path branched off to the ivy-smothered summer-house. Jessie spoke to Brick, and turning aside along the path, he felt his way into the summer-house and sat down on the bench. He could still hear the voices drifting from the back of the house, and though he recognised Anne's voice, he could only tell that the other was a man's. Yet it awakened in Jessie a feeling of strange depression, and threw him into a mood that reacted to the vaguest suggestions. A man may know that his prejudices are illogical, and yet he feels them all the more keenly. Often they are nothing more than the primitive sex instincts refined and subtilized into delicate sentiments. The voice of the man who talked to Anne was a coarse voice, harsh and resonant. It might have been the voice of one of the farm labourers, but Jessie could not recognise it as such. All he knew was that it filled him with vague discontent and resentment. He was not pleased that Anne should talk to any male thing that came to the door. When a man is blind and at a disadvantage, his very prejudices become more sensitive, nor was it impossible that a thought struck across Jessie's mind declaring that this girl might have a lover. And since a man is often foolishly reticent over any inclination towards jealousy, Jessie said nothing to Anne Wetherell about the voice that he had heard. Yet it continued to resound in the darkness about him, an absurd discord that filled him with a sense of incompleteness and unrest. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 14. A girl and a lad lay in the sunlight among the flowering gorse about Poole Castle. It was a love affair on the lad's part, but the girl was a masterful young person who condescended to be stared at and adored. 3 years ago the lad and the girl had fought over some insolence on the lad's part, and Slim Wetherell, like an overconfident young dog, had been put to shame by the girl's courage. Miss Ida Marchant's superior prowess, the wiriness of her forearms, and the sharpness of her nails had compelled Slim to grant her a grudging reverence. Nonetheless, he had hated her for her laughing insolence and her sharp wit, and because her eyes had mocked him whenever they had met on the road between Willow End and Ashurst. Then a strange change had fallen upon the crudities of their antagonism. Miss Ida Marchant's skirts had lengthened towards her ankles, and there was more mystery in the management of her hair. She was an alert, tall, brown-eyed girl, thin and very strong, with a mass of rust-red hair that revelled in strenuous disorder. Her short, sharp nose and her big mouth were mischievous and provocative. The freckled roundness of her face caught a quick, high colour when she ran or when she was excited. Slim had noticed a marvellous change in her and in himself. He remembered that he had been first struck with it one particular Sunday when he had seen Ida Marchant in a longish white frock and a black hat trimmed with roses. She had worn gloves too and carried an umbrella. A kind of breathlessness had seized on Slim. He had stared at her and wondered what had become of the long-legged, romping, impertinent past. From that moment, his fear of Miss Ida Marchant became quite a different species of fear. Her cheekiness, her sharp tongue, the insolent way her eyes had put him aside, these tricks of hers that had made the boy in him hate her, changed suddenly into characteristics that piqued and drew him. He began to feel that it was a great thing to be noticed by this girl, even though she used her mischievous tongue on him. He conceived a grim desire to impress her with a sense of his own importance, and the fact that Ida Marchant was not to be impressed filled Slim with disgusted anger. He called her a cheeky beast to himself, and yet grovelled more ardently before her genius for making him look contemptible. This girl was the very first being who had made the lad discontented with himself. His desire to shine before her had filled him with an absurd craze for proving that he was a very devil of a fellow and no fool. Slim lay with his forearms crossed under his chin, his cap over one eye, and a piece of grass between his teeth. He was staring morosely at the girl who had stretched herself under the shade of a gorse bush and was watching the white, piled-up clouds as though she had forgotten the existence of such a creature as Slim Wetherell. The lad had been making ferocious efforts to seem magnificent, and Miss Ida Marchant had laughed him into silence. Presently, she turned on her side and looked at Slim as she lay, and her brown eyes had a keen, quizzical brightness that made young Wetherell blink. He had grown rapidly in the last few months. The sleeves of his jacket showed lengths of bony wrist, and his trousers seemed unable to decide whether they were the genuine article or merely elongated knickers. Slim was at the raw stage when a lad is both shy and aggressive. He had not thought so well of himself since he had come to know this girl better. Her mouth was half contemptuous and half amused. "You're a fine good liar, aren't you?" "Me? Had a licking lately?" He looked at her with dour disgust. "Oh, shut it." "I should like to see my dad thrashing me." "It'd do you good." She plucked grass and laughed. "Fancy a lad of your size loafing about and being smacked by his dada." Slim scrambled into a sitting position and hugged his knees ferociously. This girl had a detestable knack of rubbing the truth into a chap. She had told Slim things that he had only told to his secret self, and that did not make them any the more pleasant. "What be you always crabbing a chap for?" "Sure, it might do you a bit of good. Why don't you learn to work?" "Work?" He mouthed the word as though it were a piece of gristle. "Yes, work." "Ain't been taught nothing." "Oh, you silly kid." Slim frowned and hugged his knees. "Jolly easy to talk. You wait. You don't know what's inside of me yet." "Poor stuff." "Yeah, I tell you, I could do things as would make folks jump." He tried the air of a desperate dog, but the quizzical eyes kept him under observation. "What sort of things?" "Oh, break into houses. I know a thing or two. I've got something inside of me." She burst out into hearty, healthy, scornful laughter. "I never break into houses. I'd like to be in the house you broke into. I'd frighten you into a fit." Slim protruded a ruffian's jaw. "It'd be blood. Blood, I tell you." "Oh, you ninny." "I'd just cut your throat. Shht, like that." She sat up sharply and looked at him with a sudden fierce seriousness. Slim's boasting had brought them both to grave issues. "You wouldn't do that." "Oh, wouldn't I?" "No, because you're a coward." "Tell me another." "Because you're a coward. That's what's wrong with you." He dashed a retort at her. "You're a liar." "No, I ain't." "Yes, you are." She turned over on her knees and went close to him and stared him in the face. "You're a coward." "And you're a liar." "Look me in the eyes." "You can't." "Bet I can." "Do it then." Their white and ridiculously fierce young faces were within a foot of one another. Slim tried to glare the truth into confusion, but the girl's eyes would not flinch or flicker. Slim's lids were the first to show a flutter of indecision. "Silly rot."
"There, see? You can't do it."
"Shut up."
"Say you're a coward."
"Shan't."
"Say it or I'll never speak to you again."
Slim tried the tired air of all these fools of women. "All right, I'm a coward. There."
"Mean it?"
"Yes."
Ida Marchant subsided and sat regarding him with something akin to motherliness in her eyes. She appeared to be thinking out Slim's case with thoroughness and penetration. "Yes, that's just what's wrong with you. It's cowardice."
"There be lots of things I ain't afraid of."
"I dare say. You go sneaking round people's orchards in the dark and pulling folks' belongings to pieces when no one's about, and you just think that fine, but it isn't. It's the slinking sort of a thing a coward would do."
Slim's eyes gleamed sulkily. "I've said it. Why don't you shut up?"
"Because it might do you a power of good. You ought to be grateful to me for taking the trouble."
She rose with perfect serenity, smoothed her skirt, put on her hat, and looked about her as though Slim Wetherell did not exist. The lad sat still, but the corner of an eye watched the girl's skirt. She waved to someone who was passing along the road. "There's Sarah Miller. I'll be going." Slim remained silent. A struggle was going on within him. Suddenly he looked up. "I say, Ida." "What?" Already she was pushing through some of the furze bushes that overgrew the path. "Suppose I say it's really true." "What's true?" "That I be a coward." She turned sharply and looked at him, and her brown face caught the sunlight. There was no mischief in her eyes. "Well, get up and be different." Slim got up and fidgeted. "Should you like me a bit better?" "Like you, silly? What's that got to do with it? But if I were you, I wouldn't be you, that's all." And she left him to puzzle it out. Slim idled home in a state of profound and boyish self-discontent. Things had so happened that this tease of a girl had awakened the lad's self-consciousness, and with the awakening had come those introspective moods that bring humiliation and pain even to a rough boy. Slim saw dimly that he was a mean, slinking young beast, and that his malicious escapades were nothing much to boast of. Ida Marchant had shown hearty contempt for his sneaking adventures. She had insisted that he was a coward, and when Slim came to face the matter, he was compelled to agree with her. Drat it! What could he do to prove himself to be something of a man? He looked round on life, the sordid, loafing, brutal life that he knew, and fell abruptly into that black hole, a sense of his limitations. Above his little horizon loomed the figure of his father, tyrant and bully, cadger and sot. Slim felt bitter. "It's all along of him," he said to himself. "What can a chap do? I don't know nothing. He won't let a chap know nothing. Durn it, I'll go for a sodger." The idea pleased him. It brought back a little of his swagger, with visions of a red coat, a dandy cane, and parades through Ashurst on a Sunday. Sam Wetherell would have to respect the dignity of a Queen's uniform, and a soldier could not be called a coward. That red coat would crush all carping criticism. "I'll go for a sodger. What'll Ida Marchant say to that?" He came up the road with his chin in the air, shoulders squared, and a stiffer bone in his back. "Slim!" The harsh twang of his father's voice caught him in the flush of his martial moments. "Slim! I'm here. Where you been, eh?" Sam Wetherell came out of the rickety woodshed that was patched with rusty tin plates and old boards from sugar boxes. He was in one of his bad moods when the bully was rampant in him. "Where have you been?" "Down the road." "Come here, you lazy young hound. I'll give you something to think of." All Slim's bitter hatred of his father rushed suddenly to a climax, and his dread of the man made this hatred 10 times more vicious. The terrorized and misused self in him sprang up and uttered a savage cry. The young blood in him seethed into revolt. Ida Marchant's taunts came to him, and seconded him in his attitude of fists up. "You let me alone!" "What?" Sam reared at the snarl of defiance in the lad's voice. "You let me alone!" Sam made a grab at his son's collar. There was a scuffle, a wild interchange of kicks and blows, and then Slim found himself lying on his face and being pounded by Sam Wetherell's heavy boots. The lad wriggled aside in a frenzy of fear and of fury. An ash stake lay in the doorway of the woodshed, and Slim grabbed it and scrambled to his feet. He dodged Wetherell, turned and swung the ash stake with both hands. The blow caught Sam over the left eyebrow, split the skin, and sent him reeling. Slim had one glimpse of his father's face, and that one glimpse was enough for him. He dropped the stake and fled for his life, half leaping, half charging through the hedge into the road. Wetherell was after him with the silent, blanched fury of a man who was more than capable of committing murder. Slim ran for his life. He went uphill towards Ashurst with those furious feet pounding at his heels. They passed some children who screamed and fled into the ditch. Wetherell had not uttered a word. His silence was the silence of a man who was ready to kill. But youth was served, and Slim outdistanced his father up the long slope of the hill. Wetherell was panting, and blood ran into his left eye. He shouted after Slim, "I'll catch you before night! By God, don't you forget it!" Slim fled on, knowing that his father had shouted no mere threat. The square, stunted chimneys of Fox Farm rose above the green of the hedgerows, red pillars seen against the blue. A turn in the road had hidden Wetherell, and Slim saw a chance of throwing him off the trail. He scrambled over a gate into a field and ran along the hedge in the direction of Fox Farm. Anne had flashed across his mind, and for the moment he had a queer memory of once having fled thus to his mother. He panted to put himself at a distance from his father's fury, and he ran for the farm like a rabbit to a warren. Not a soul was to be seen when he came to the farm buildings in the rickyard. For an instant he thought of hiding in one of the barns, but the prospect of being alone scared him. He wanted to be near some human thing that might stand between him and his father. Anne was in the kitchen, sewing, when the back door opened cautiously and Slim came in. The lad's white face and the way he panted for breath reminded Anne of the day when he had brought the news of Falconer's accident. "Nan, he's fair mad and he's after me." She sprang up, the red petticoat she was hemming dropping to the floor. "What's the matter, Slim?" "Dad started on me, and I hit him over the head with a stick. He's after me up the road. I cut across the field. I'll never go home no more." Slim had left the back door open, and Anne closed it and put up the bar. She was alone in the house, for Falconer was out on the Ashurst road and her mistress down the fields. Slim was all of a quiver. "Don't let him come at me, Nan." "That I won't." "Maybe he won't think of coming here." Anne went down the passage and turned the key in the lock of the front door. She was returning to the kitchen when she heard heavy footsteps in the yard. Someone hammered on the door, and she could catch the sound of heavy breathing. "You there, Nan?" Wetherell tried the door and found it barred. Anne had slipped into the kitchen. Slim had hidden himself in one of the ingle nooks so that he could not be seen from the window. "Shh." Anne went slowly to the back door. "Who's there?" "That you, Nan?" "Is it you, father?" "Young Slim here?" "Slim?" "Yes." "No." "Sure?" "What should Slim be here for?" "I've got something to say to the young devil. Open the door and I'll show you the mark he's made on me." Anne was silent a moment. "I shan't let you in, father. You're breaking your promise." "Promise be damned! Nice lot of dutiful kids I've got. You open that door." "If you don't go, I'll call Mr. Jesse. He's in the front room." Wetherell answered with a snarl. He kicked the door. Then Anne heard him go stamping across the yard. Anne waited a while before she slipped the bar, opened the door cautiously, and went out into the yard. Sam Wetherell might be hiding and waiting to burst out on her, but she saw no sign of him, save a few drops of blood upon the bricks. Her father had gone. While Anne was in the yard, Falconer came to the front door and found it locked. He felt for the iron bell pull, discovered it, and was about to ring, when he held his hand and stood listening to sounds that came from within the house. Jessie heard whispering voices, and then the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. They seemed to go right up into one of the attics and to descend again almost immediately. There was more whispering, and Jessie heard someone go out by the back door. Jessie hesitated and then turned back into the garden, pulling Brick after him by the lead. He made his way to the ivy-covered summer house and sat down on the bench with the look of a man who had overtaxed his strength. And Brick, understanding something and nothing, licked his master's hands. Presently Jessie heard the key turned in the front door, but for the moment he felt loath to enter his own house. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 15. Jessie said nothing to Anne concerning the locked door and the sounds that he had heard in the house. He was curt and strange with the girl when she came to meet him in the passage. "Will you have your tea, Mr. Jessie?" "Yes, you can bring it in." She looked with quick surprise into his blind face, for Falconer's voice seemed to thrust her aside. She'd meant to tell him all about Slim and her father, but Jessie had the air of a man who meant to be left unmolested. Anne felt a momentary bewilderment. She recoiled upon herself, realizing that Falconer might be tired and out of temper. He had entered the house half an hour after Slim had left it, and it never occurred to Anne that the episode had come within his ken. She laid the table in silence, putting everything well within his reach and watching him with an expression of anxious wonder. It struck her that he looked tired and a little morose as he sat with Brick on his knees and fondled the dog's ears. She decided that the mood might be beyond her horizon. Possibly he was busy with some deep thought, for the books in the cupboard beside the fireplace had impressed Anne with a sense of the profundity of Falconer's learning. She looked on him as a wise man whose mind was busy in the depths of the darkness. As she sat in the kitchen, hemming the red petticoat, her thoughts were drawn away from Jessie to the cottage by the quarry. Anne was troubled by Slim's quarrel with his father. The lad had sworn that he would never go home again, and Anne had climbed to her attic, taken 10 shillings from the old black purse she kept in a drawer, and given the money to Slim. She had advised him to go to Mrs. Carlyon Lowndes at Furze Hall. That severe but eminently just old gentlewoman had an absolute genius for dealing with the minor social problems of the neighbourhood. True, some of her influence was marred by her husband, who was a gabbler and a fool, but Mrs. Carlyon Lowndes was a woman who triumphed because of her ponderous earnestness. She was so serious that lighter people gave way as before a something that was inevitable. The neighbourhood had gauged her persistence. She would go on uttering the same phrases and performing the same evolutions with the patience of an old brown bear in a cage. Such characteristics count in the world. Strength is sometimes a matter of inspiring a sense of weary impotence in others. They learn that it is less boring to surrender than to resist. Anne's restlessness increased as she sat alone in the kitchen. She felt that she must go down to the cottage and find out if anything further had happened. It would not take her much more than half an hour. She would ask Mr. Jessie to let her go before Kate Falconer returned. Anne put her work aside and went into the living room to clear away tea. Falconer was smoking by the open window. He had Brick on his knees. "Will you be wanting me for half an hour, sir?" "No." "Might I run down home a moment?" "Go by all means." His curtness cut away her impulse to explain. She looked at his half-averted and irresponsive profile and felt vaguely pained. This hardness in Jessie was strange to her, but for the moment her more urgent thoughts carried her towards the quarry cottage. "Thank you, Mr. Jessie." He did not speak again, and she went out wondering what this reticence meant. Jessie's mood was both simple and complex. He was suffering from the sense of disgust that catches a man in the thick of a storm of jealousy and tempts him to sneer at himself for idolising some chit of a girl who is ready to romp with any rough lad who catches her under a hedge. Jessie, in his blindness, had stumbled the more clumsily upon suspicion. The very darkness about him seemed to intensify the emotions that had been stirred in him, and the inward suffering was the more detestable and keen. His common sense strove to get a grip of the matter and to lift him out of the slough in which a man's worst passions may flounder. But jealousy and self-disgust speak crudely and brutally at such times. All the more delicate tones and tints are swept away. That strong thing, sex, breaks to the surface, and its great arms crush and bruise the God in man. Even in the thick of his uglier emotions, Jessie was able to feel that any marring of his belief in the girl would mean nothing less to him than a disaster. Through Anne, he had begun to live anew. Her senses might have been wedded to his in a mystical marriage that was sacred. It did not help when he told himself that nothing was more natural than that this girl should have a lover, and that he, Jessie Falconer, had no claim to quarrel with such a fact. In that hour he discovered the girl had become infinitely dear to him, that she was a vital necessity, and that it horrified him to feel the insurgent ugliness of a vicarious passion. He wanted Anne untouched and untrammelled. He wanted her in the darkness about him, a sweet movement, a gliding tenderness that no breath of any impurity could touch. And yet he felt the lamentable incongruity of his own desires. Youth went towards youth. What right had the self in him to cry out against nature? Anne had slipped off her apron, and without waiting to put on a hat, she hurried off to the quarry cottage. She went by way of the rickyard and the fields, for Wetherell's garden joined one of the Fox Farm meadows, and one could climb over a twisted ash stump that served as a kind of stile. It was one of the few warm evenings in May, and faint wisps of white mist were gathering in the valleys. The meadows were covered with cloth of gold, for each thread of grass seemed to have a buttercup to gild it. Spring was in one of its lush, green, glimmering moods. Oak buds were expanding. The snake's-headed bracken was thrusting through amid the bluebells and the snow-white stitchwort. Each tree had its lyric note. The wooded valleys thrilled with the singing of birds. Anne made her way across the fields and met nothing but a couple of cows. As she neared the cottage, she saw the grey, bramble-grown deeps of the quarry lit by the yellow flower torches of the broom. She found Rose and the two younger children at tea. They'd been out in the woods and knew nothing of the fight between Slim and his father. Neither of them had returned, and Rose, after waiting an hour, had given the youngsters their tea. Anne glanced round the cottage and saw that it was fairly clean and tidy. She took Rose out into the garden and told her what had happened, and Rose's fat placidity proved of value at such a crisis. "I'm not afeard of the old man," she said, "except when he be too far gone. If Slim don't show himself, it'll make things quieter." Anne mused a moment. "It will be better for the lad not to come back. He's got no chance here." Rose agreed. She appeared to have thriven upon her responsibilities. "Dad's not so bad if you give him a smile and manage to get him plenty of food. He gives me money reg'lar." Anne's eyes betrayed surprise. "Yes, he does. Me and Dad always did it, didn't we? I make a bit of a fuss of him, and it goes a long way with a man." Anne felt comforted by Rose's fat and buxom philosophy. She kissed her and started homeward, thinking that it would be better for Slim and his father if the lad never went back. Dusk had come, and a heavy dew was falling, and the west was a gorgeous lure. Anne, hurrying home under the shade of one of the great thorn hedges that had not been cut that winter, overtook two people who were walking slowly on the other side of the hedge. She heard their voices when she was some 30 yards away, nor did they assume any unusual significance for her till she had drawn somewhat closer. "Don't do that, I tell you." "You don't care, then?" "If I did—" "Oh, damn it, Kate, look here. Is it human nature—" "Don't be a fool." "I'm not the man to go trotting round after you like a woolly lamb." Anne stood still. The high hedge ran north and south, and a few yards further on was an arch-like opening, framed by the trunks and boughs of 2 straggling thorns. The arch was full of the yellow glow of the western sky, and looking obliquely through it, Anne could see the black and sharply outlined figures of the 2 whose voices she had heard. The man had caught the woman by the arm. They remained for a moment tense, black and motionless. Then the man kissed the woman. They moved on across the golden arch and disappeared, and their voices died to fierce and intense whispers. Anne stood bewildered. They had neither seen nor heard her, and for the instant she felt a rush of shame. If she had known! But then her thoughts broke into a confused swirl. They were like autumn leaves blown by the wind, rushing hither and thither, tumbling and fluttering in perplexed eddies. She pressed her hand to her eyes, listened, and then walked rapidly away across the field. When Anne reached the further hedge, she was hot and flushed, and possessed by a sense of infinite discomfort. Her nature was so essentially a generous nature that there was more bewilderment than active condemnation in her mood. Even her intuition seemed to stand and stare. She was conscious of having stumbled upon something that had so startled her that it had taken away her power to think. She must get back to the farm before Kate Falconer returned. Nor did Anne realise for the moment all that was implied by this first flash of determinative volition. No sooner had she started to follow the dark curvings of the hedge than the mere physical movement gave rise to an equal activity of mind. One forward gleam, and the whole picture revealed itself. She saw Falconer, blind and alone, waiting in the dark house up yonder, with nothing that remained loyal to him save his dog. Anne's vision may have been a prejudiced vision, but that did not prevent her holding her breath when a sense of her own responsibility caught her as she ran. She stopped, as though a voice had called her through the dusk. If this should prove true, if she was convinced of its truth, what then? Had Falconer any glimmerings of suspicion? The feeling of bewilderment returned to her. Her compassion for the man's blindness was like a strong wind blowing through the vague darkness of her impulses. Anne was breathless when she reached the farm, and her shoes and the hem of her skirt were soaked with dew. No light shone in any of the windows. Darkness was settling over the buildings, and bats were skimming to and fro. Anne hurried in and lit a candle in the kitchen. She passed on into the living room and saw Falconer's head and shoulders dimly outlined against the window. There was something about the man's figure that spoke of infinite loneliness. Anne's heart went out to him. "Is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Jassy?" He did not turn his head. "Nothing, Anne, thank you." She was struck by the tired tranquillity of Jessie's voice. It was the voice of a man who had been suffering and had come to a patient understanding of pain. Anne had lit the brass lamp and put it on its bracket in the stone-paved passage when Kate Falconer returned. She came in by the garden door and stood the thistle spud that she carried in the iron stand beside the bench. "Anne?" "Yes, ma'am." "You can have supper ready by 8. Bring the lamp in." Anne wondered at this woman as she lit the lamp and turned the cogs of the wick. Kate Falconer had re-entered the house as though nothing of any significance had happened out yonder, but Anne had the narrowness of youth and lacked the broader human vision. She could not look into the heart of this vigorous and ambitious woman, or realize that Jessie Falconer had proved himself a weakling in the eyes of his wife. Kate had much to justify her. A man may commit sins that are more fatal than adultery and theft. Sometimes a woman can forgive him those. But a woman of Kate Falconer's calibre could not suffer a man who seemed a fool. Anne? Yes? Bring me a candle, will you? They met in the passage, and Anne's eyes swept her mistress's face as the lighted candle passed from hand to hand. Anne's eyes discovered nothing, save that Kate Falconer looked harder and more resolute than usual. There was no trembling of the hand that carried the candle. Jessie's wife went up the stairs with the air of a woman who had not been shaken by any deep emotion. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 16. Mrs. Carlion Lowndes was at dinner when Slim Wetherell pulled the Gothic bell handle in the red brick porch of Furze Hall. A barbaric simplicity of purpose had carried Slim up the broad drive with its gorgeous rhododendrons and choice conifers, and round the sacred circle of exquisite turf to the front of the great house. He was conscious of inward squirms of nervousness, but the insolence of ignorance brought him to the front door. Thomas was busy with an entree dish, and the boy in buttons confronted Slim in the porch. They stared at each other for some seconds before Slim began to grin. It was superfluous for Reggie Tufton to puff himself out and look so absurdly important. Had not he and Slim once upset old Parkin's water butt into his cellar and stretched barbed wire after dark across the poster by the church? Reggie Tufton's presence as the page at Furze Hall gave a touch of comforting familiarity to rather formidable surroundings. "Hello, Reg." "Back door, please." "I say, shut it! Don't you put on airs with me." The lad in buttons maintained a snub-nosed and resolute aloofness. He took his dignity with determination. It was an impertinent thing for young Slim Wetherell to ring the front bell when Mrs. Carlion Lowndes was dining, and to tell her liveried manservant not to put on airs. "Back door, round by the stables, and don't you forget it." Slim seemed puzzled. He gathered that there must be some solid reason for this very grave display of dignity. "I say, Reg, I want to see the old lady." Mr. Tufton appeared on the point of saying, "Rot!" He restrained himself and was haughty. "You go round the back door, Slim Wetherell." "What for? Can't you cut and tell—" "Look here, nip it. Go on, you needn't be so stuck up because you got a row of silver bullets down your front." Reginald was about to close the door on Slim when Thomas appeared in the hall. "What's this? What's this? Can't have all this chattering. Mrs. Lowndes wants to know who it is making a disturbance at this hour." The butler was an astute and busy little man who appeared to be hovering perpetually on the edge of a smile that never matured. He was sallow, sleek, and beautifully shaved. His eyes had a twinkle in them, and Slim took a fancy to Thomas. "Beg pardon, sir. Come up to see the lady. Sorry to be given trouble." Thomas completely effaced Master Reginald. "Well, there's a back door, young man. But what is it? Sharp's the word." "My father's been knocking me about. I thought that maybe Mrs. Lowndes would do summat for me." Thomas gave a unique rendering of a grin. "Indeed. What name?" "Wetherell." "Just wait there a moment." He marched off in his dapper, gliding way and disappeared into a room at the far end of the great hall. Slim and Reginald Tufton ignored each other. A dignity that had been trifled with showed its displeasure by remaining portentously silent. "Well, Thomas, what is it?" Mrs. Carlion Lowndes was one of those women who are fat without appearing so. She had a presence and a preference for blacks and purples. Her grey hair, waved back from her forehead, gave a gleam of softness to the austerity of her face. She had a nose of the Iron Duke order and the clear and ruddy skin of an active woman who loved the open country. There was something final and complete about her, a decisive, decalogic air that left nothing to chance. Thomas cleared his throat. "It's a lad, ma'am, who said that his father's been ill-treating him. He's come to the hall for help." Mrs. Lowndes broke bread. "What name, Thomas?" "Wetherell, madam." Mrs. Lowndes said, "Ah!" She meditated, and looked across the table at her husband with eyes that did not appear to see anything of particular importance. "Tell the lad to wait in the hall, Thomas. I will see him in the library after dinner." So Slim sat on one of the heavy oak chairs in the hall and absorbed a sense of his own insignificance. He had never been in such a house before. The solemnity and the spaciousness of the hall reminded Slim of Ashurst Church. There was mystery here and a reticence that he did not understand. The carpet had made him feel that he ought to take off his boots, and the furniture bewildered him. Slim had learnt to use his eyes, but there were so many strange things here to observe that he felt crushed by mere weight of numbers. There were birds in glass cases, trophies of arms, antlers, oak chests and cabinets, an old French clock, settles, chairs, and a huge fireplace with an oak log resting on iron dogs. Then the portraits on the walls. These painted folk had fixed their eyes on Slim with insolent unanimity. They stared and stared and stared till Slim felt tempted to put his tongue out at the lot. Oppressed by the massive dignity of the place, Slim screwed his mouth up, and before he had realized the enormity of the thing, he had whistled the first few notes of "Put Me Among the Girls." Slim was shocked by his own absent-mindedness. The whistle died into a silence that seemed packed with thunder. The painted people on the walls stared at him accusingly. "All right, I did it. You needn't stare so." He twisted his cap and began to dust his clothes, remembering that he still carried some of the dirt from the cottage garden. A door opened suddenly, letting yellow light into the hall and giving Slim a glimpse of the Firs Hall dinner table. A magnificent figure swept before him with a rustling sound that made Slim shiver. Then he saw Thomas's white shirt front, and the crisis was at hand. "Now, my lad," and Slim was taken before the magnificent presence that filled the library of Firs Hall. Mrs. Carlyon Lowndes had a notebook on her knee. The light from a red-shaded standard lamp fell on the grey waves of her hair and the gold rims of the pince-nez perched upon her nose. She looked Slim over, and Slim felt less than nothing. He'd put on a clean collar for Miss Ida Marchant's benefit, but his father's fingers had crumpled it into dirty linen. And Slim was sure that this imposing old lady had stared for half a minute at the gaps between his boot-tops and the frayed edges of his trousers. Those trousers had been a woe to him for weeks. He had adjusted them till no more adjustment was possible, and those grey worsted socks grinned in the interspaces. "You're Samuel Wetherell's oldest boy." Slim dropped his cap, went red, and nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "I remember. We had your case before us some years ago. So your father is still ill-treating you. Now, Wetherell, give me a full account of your home life and your father's habits." Slim took a deep breath, caught Miss Carlyon Lowndes' eye, and was put to confusion. An hour ago he would have thought it a trifling affair to have to tell an old lady what a beast his father was, but Mrs. Carlyon Lowndes seemed different. Even the multitude of books about made Slim nervous. Mrs. Lowndes held up her pencil. "Now, Wetherell, take time. There's nothing to be afraid of. I want the whole truth." "Yes, ma'am." "Now, begin again." It was like witness and barrister. Mrs. Lowndes elucidated information, jotted down notes, and hunted Slim's home life into all its various and unsavoury corners. Her insistence upon detail astonished the lad. He wondered what it all had to do with the pint-pots at the Red Lion and the buckle end of his father's belt. At the end of half an hour, Mrs. Carlyon Lowndes seemed satisfied. She had decided to do her best for Slim, and she rang the bell. Thomas appeared. "Yes, madam." "Send Tufton to the stables to tell Gates to come to me at once." "Yes, madam." And Mr. Gates was sent for. The boy in buttons found him in the harness room, polishing the metalwork on a horse collar. "The old woman wants you, up at the house." "What?" "The old woman wants you." "Me? Now?" "Yes, buck up." Mr. Gates looked disgusted. He was in rough breeches and a grey shirt, with a stumpy black pipe stuck in one corner of his mouth. "Darn it! What's she want me for this time of day?" "Dunno," said Reggie. "Blessed if I don't give her a bit of my mind." "You try it and see." Mr. Gates proceeded to put himself in order, and he was marvellously quick about the change. For a man who had a grievance he meant to air, he appeared to be in too much of a hurry. Mr. Gates was quite a great person in ashes. Dressed in a well-cut mufti, he looked like a second-hand copy of a gentleman with the title erased. Gossips had agreed to admire his clear-cut, aristocratic features. Yet in the presence of Mrs. Carlyon Lowndes, this great man had the air of a colour sergeant in the presence of his colonel. "Ah, Gates, I believe you said something to me a little while ago about your being able to find work for a second lad at the stables." Gates stood stiffly to attention. "I did, ma'am." "Very well. I'm engaging this lad on trial." "Very good, ma'am." "You'll instruct him." "As you wish, ma'am." Gates' eyes travelled momentarily over Slim's figure, but he refrained from betraying any expression of disapproval. "And Gates." "Yes, ma'am." "You and your wife have a little room that is unoccupied." "We have, ma'am." "You'll take Wetherell as a lodger, at my expense, until other arrangements may be arrived at." Gates looked uncomfortable. "Certainly, ma'am. But if I might say a word, Mrs. Gates, ma'am." "This room of yours is unoccupied?" "It is, ma'am." "And you have no children?" "That is so, ma'am." "Very well, then, the lad will occupy that room." "Very good, ma'am." "And if Mrs. Gates has anything to say, tell her to come and see me." Gates gave a bob of the head. He glanced at Slim, and his eyes hinted at many emotions. Mrs. Lowndes turned to the lad. "Now, Wetherell, I'm going to give you an opportunity. You will have 3 shillings a week and your board and lodging to begin with. And Gates, send Wetherell down to Vintness's to be measured up for some stable clothes." "Yes, ma'am." "As I have observed, Wetherell, I am providing you with an opportunity. See that you make use of it. Do everything that Mr. Gates tells you, and Gates, you will have that bed made up at once." "I will, ma'am." "Mr. Gates, Wetherell, is the best man with horses in the county, and he is a man who will stand no nonsense. You obey him, and you will not regret it. I will communicate with your father. I do not think we shall have any further trouble in that direction." Slim picked up his cap. Strange things had happened with amazing rapidity, and he was not quite sure for the moment whether he was glad or sorry, but he felt that something was due to the lady. "I thank you, ma'am. I'll do me best for you." And Gates marched him out. Said the wife to her man, "Well, what next, I wonder? And you stood there and let her do the high and mighty over you. Well, of all the—" Gates drank his supper beer. Slim Wetherell was in the Furs Hall kitchen, at the mercy of a very merciful and motherly cook. And Mrs. Gates had a reputation. She was a round-backed woman with a just what I expected species of stoop. Her head looked as though it had dragged her neck forward, and she poked her chin when she walked. A nose, broad and spreading at the nostrils, gave her the expression of a cow. Gates had a knowing ear. "The old woman's a nailer. I don't grumble. She knows what a man's worth." He was passing Mrs. Carlyon Lowndes' words over his tongue. "Best man with horses in the county. Stands no nonsense." No, darn it, he did stand no nonsense. Only he did wish somehow his wife had a straight back and no wine. "Well, I call it tyrannical. I might have been consulted, and you sit there like a mug and let anyone pour any stuff they please into you." "No, I don't," said her man. "Oh, don't argufy. Impudence, I call it. Who's she, I'd like to know, managing my house? I'm as good as her any day, and you call yourself a radical in private, and you let the old Tory—" "Oh, shut it." That's right, be nasty. I've a good mind to go and tell her what I think. Well, go. I don't know I shan't. I'll bet you a new temper you won't. And why, I'd like to know? Because she's a bit of bloodstock, and you, of all the windsuckers. Now don't you pretend. She'd gallop all over you in 10 seconds, and you know it. Mrs. Gates accentuated the poke of her chin. Her nose grew broader, her expression more lugubrious. She relieved her feelings by fussing about the kitchen and making a noise. There ain't no sympathy in this world, she remarked. What's the use of a woman doing anything for a man who hasn't a bit of pride? You're a fool, said her man. The missus is the finest old cavalry colonel this side of London. She knows a good horse and she knows a good man. She's got both, see? And that shows she's a woman of sense. I got no quarrel with a woman of sense. His wife sniffed and proceeded to wash up. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 17. Fox Farm had become a place where 3 people lived together, each holding a secret hidden in the recesses of the heart. As the days passed, Anne Wetherell became the more troubled by the knowledge that had come to her that night in May. At times she was tempted to doubt the reality of the thing, and to ask herself whether she had not enlarged some piece of fooling into a passion play that had no actual existence. Often she felt mean and ashamed in Kate Falconer's presence, for the elder woman was kind to Anne, and went on living as though the quiet yet busy life of the farm filled all her consciousness. Kate seemed the same hard, practical and self-assured woman of affairs, saving halfpennies whenever it was possible, and holding the farm hands in the uttermost subjection. Again and again Anne felt that her suspicions were incredible. As for Jessie, like a man shut up with a wild beast in a dark pit, he had fought his jealousy and had cowed it. At times it whimpered and made a tentative move towards him, but it skulked when he turned on it in wrath. May had proved a sad month for him in other ways, for he had lost the 2 men friends who had been left him in the neighbourhood. Bentle had become a bankrupt early in the year, and his friends had shipped him off to Canada. George Moult had died on Whit Monday after a week of desperate anguish, and Jessie had not seen him buried. A sense of the sadness of life had deepened in Falconer and softened his own instincts. He fed upon the sufferings of these 2 friends, and the mystical food of pain strengthened him. Anne found him more gentle and more silent. He was the same man, and yet very different, nor could she set the torch of her sympathy upon what had suffered change in him. And yet he appealed to her compassion more than he had ever done in the months that were past. She felt the tragic blindness of his life more keenly since she had become conscious over this other shadow that had threatened him. One thing she felt convinced of, that his loneliness had increased. He sat about more in the garden and dreamed, and walked less along the roads. Falconer was trying to look at life through the girl's eyes and to eliminate the prejudice of self. He compelled himself to foresee the working of nature in her as a beautiful and reasonable necessity. If youth bent to touch youth, what complaint had he to make? He tried hard to grant Anne a lover, and to promise himself that he would maintain a silent and reverent acquiescence in all that might happen to her by reason of her love. Kate had troubled herself less and less about her husband. He was one of those established facts that are not questioned as long as they do not get in the way of progress. Had Kate Falconer interrogated her inmost self, she would have found that Jessie's blindness had not proved to her to be the calamity that a sentimentalist might have imagined. Kate was a shrewd woman, and she showed her shrewdness in the management of the more delicate developments of her life. A woman of less self-restraint might have indulged in a melodramatic assertion of self. She might have wished Jessie away, or have rebelled against being bound to a blind man for whom she no longer cared a jot. Kate Falconer was wiser than that. She saw Jessie's uses, and her inclination was to use him, and to maintain him in a state that promised the least possible expenditure of time and money. She and Jack Rickaby were made of the same stuff. They did not want noise and excitement, and they were reasonable in their demands upon the possibilities of life. The one thing that invariably angered Jessie was any roughness shown towards his dog. From the very first, Kate had taken a dislike to the mongrel, but was kind to Brick when she saw that it meant humouring Jessie over something that did not greatly matter. Once, in the winter, she had trodden on one of Brick's floppy ears as he lay before the fire, and the dog had jumped up with a yelp and brought Kate to her knees. "Drat the beast!" She had picked up a book of Jessie's and thrown it at the dog. And out of this incident had risen a bitter quarrel between her and her husband. The quarrel had showed Kate the one point where she would fail to dominate her husband. She was a sensible woman, and she did her best to tolerate the dog, though to her he was a round-legged and ugly beast whose complacency should have been chastised by the use of a stick. Yet it was Brick who gave rise to a seemingly trivial incident that caused the first faint crack to appear in the stability of life at Fox Farm. On the evening of the first Saturday in June, Kate was away at Leatherbridge, and Anne had gone shopping at Ashurst. Jessie, who had been sitting in the garden, was groping in one of the living-room cupboards for a fresh tin of tobacco, when Brick, who was with him, gave a gruff, questioning growl. Jessie had heard nothing, but the dog was standing with ears pricked and his muzzle in the air. He trotted out into the passage, stood listening, and then made a rush for the back door that stood open. Jessie heard an unmistakably vicious growl, and then the sound of some movement in the yard. Brick's voice went up in an agonized yelp that lengthened into a series of broken howls. The pain in the dog's outcry acted on Jessie with extraordinary fierceness. He went blundering out, knocking the heavy table askew with one thigh, upsetting a chair and driving one shoulder against the jamb of the doorway. He fought his way through the darkness out into the yard, where Brick was holding up a forepaw, his howls dropping to a complaining whimper. "Who's been hurting the dog?" The yard was empty. "Speak up, curse you! Who is it?" Jessie swung this way and that, but no one answered him. Brick came limping up on his 3 legs, and Jessie heard the dog whining close to his feet. "Brick, old man, what is it then?" He stretched out his hands, found the dog, and took him up into his arms. "Who was it? By George, I wish you could speak." Brick grew confidential, talking to Jessie as only a well-loved dog can talk, with queer little whines and short, sharp barks. Jessie felt him over. The dog winced slightly when he touched the right foreleg. "Ah, that's it. Stick, I suppose." He felt Brick's leg very tenderly, but could find no sign of a bone being broken. Brick licked Falconer's hand. He gave a succession of short whines and barks, as though to say, "It's all right, no great harm done, sorry I made such a fuss." But a dog does like a bit of sympathy all the same. When Anne returned from Ashurst, she found Falconer sitting on the back porch with Brick upon his knees. The anger was still hot in him against the unknown person who had struck the dog. He told Anne what had happened. She stood very still, looking down into Falconer's sightless face. "I wonder who it could have been. Was it long ago, Mr. Jessie?" "Not more than half an hour." "I don't think it could have been any of the men." "No, a tramp more likely." "Tramps don't often come this way, Mr. Jessie. I've only had one at the door since I've been at the farm." Jessie remained silent. His thoughts had left Brick for the moment and were reaching out toward that creation of his own brain, Anne's possible lover. A gust of jealousy went through him. It angered him to think that there might be part of her life which she kept hidden from him, in secret. Anne bent down and stroked Brick's head, and in doing so her face came very near to Jessie's face. "Poor old man, then." Falconer started. He had not realized that she was so near to him, and the sudden consciousness of her nearness filled him with strange emotion. His hands trembled, and he uttered the thoughts that for the moment held his heart. "Anne, if you knew who had struck me dog, you would tell me." She looked at Jessie with quick and startled eyes. "Oh, Mr. Jessie, I would tell you. You know I would tell you." "Yes, I know it." And he felt that he trusted her. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 18. About 3 o'clock one Sunday afternoon, Slim Wetherell came down the road from Ashurst and turned in at the farmyard gate. Slim's outer man had suffered a transfiguration. He was wearing a pepper and salt serge suit, new boots, a clean and rather lofty collar, and a black tie with a prize packet pin in it, imitation lapis lazuli set in imitation gold. A check cap, 2 sizes too large for him, had its peak pulled well over his nose. He boasted a rosebud in his buttonhole and carried a penny cane. In 3 weeks, Slim Wetherell had developed a horsey air and caught some of the technical jargon that fell forcibly from Mr. Gates's lips. Anne appeared to have been warned of his coming, for she was waiting for Slim at the gate that led from the garden into the rickyard, where an old white rose smothered a rotting arch. Anne and her brother looked at each other and smiled. Slim tapped the top rail of the gate with his cane and tried to rid himself of an embarrassing self-consciousness. He was not wholly at ease in his new clothes. "Hello, Nan." "Hello. Nice day, ain't it?" She agreed. There was pleasant laughter in her eyes. "Well, you do look smart." Slim accepted the compliment with an affected carelessness. He had gained his first personal glimpse of the pomp and pageantry of life, brought his first little shreds of finery, and was wearing them with secret pride. He had the sum of 1 shilling and 4pence halfpenny in his pocket and a packet of cigarettes. The joys of a connoisseur and a capitalist were before him. "Well, I'm all right," he said. Anne smiled on him with intent eyes. "And you like it up at the Hall?" "'Tain't half bad. Mr. Gates and me are getting along prime." "Oh, Slim, I'm so glad," said his sister. The lad glanced at her with a gleam of benevolent approval. Miss Ida Marchant had given him a more subtle insight into the uses and virtues of woman. "There's that 10 bob you lent me, Nan." "I don't want it back." "I'm going to pay you back. I've made up my mind to do it." She was surprised, and Slim saw that she was surprised. Probably Anne did not believe him, and he himself had a moment of incredulity after he had uttered the words. He, Slim Wetherell, promising to pay back the sum of 10 shillings. "Very well, you shall pay it back, but I'm not in any hurry." Slim still seemed wrapped in the contemplation of his own amazing virtue, and the most amazing thing of all was that he really meant to pay the money back. It was the soundest and most disinterested resolution he had ever made. "You'll be wanting the money, Nan," he said. "I mean to stick on up at the Hall. Work ain't a bad thing, but I tell you, it's the food that's making me feel a different sort of chap. 3 good weeks of stuffing, why, it packs you full of pride." Anne laughed, but she felt sad over the well-remembered fact that Slim had never had enough to eat. It had been one of Sam Wetherell's methods of tormenting the boy, refusing to let him begin a meal until the other children had been eating for 5 minutes. "Father hasn't been bothering you, Slim?" "No, not he. Mrs. Lowndes had a little talk with father. He won't get a sight of my wages." There was a moment's silence. Then Anne said, "Where are you going, Slim?" "Not home. Willow End way." "Friend down there?" Slim tapped the gate with his cane. "Sort of a friend." His casual and mature air, taken with the extreme self-consciousness of the grin he gave her, was enough to enlighten any girl. The buttonhole, the penny cane, and the blue-headed tie-pin shouted the truth. "Who is it, Slim?" "What?" "You know." He glanced right and left and worked a piece of rotten wood out of the gate with the point of his cane, and approached the affair with mystery. "Well, I'll tell you, Nan." "Will you?" "You won't tell no one else?" "No." He looked at Anne as though he expected her to throw up her hands and exclaim, but Anne did not appear to be so greatly impressed by the confession. She took it with extreme calmness, after the fashion of sisters. "Ida Marchant isn't a bad sort of girl." "What?" "She's better than most." Slim supplied the essential fire. "She's a wonder. She makes me feel the size of her thumb," Anne said. "Oh!" and looked at Slim with a twinkle of interest and affection. Truly strange words were issuing from the mouth of her thieving and furtive scamp of a brother. She had always doubted whether anything of value could be fashioned out of Slim, but here were signs of an unmistakable regeneration. "I'm very glad, Slim," said she. "You're but a bit of a lad yet, but it won't do you no harm." Slim tried to look convincingly serious. "It's done me good." "Ida?" "She took some of the conceit out of me. And then up at Hall there, first day I felt I'd give old Gates some lip when he did the high and mighty, but I didn't. And I like the 'osses and the yard and the smell of the place. Maybe it's the food too, rummy, but when I get a good meal inside of me I feel a different sort of chap. Me stumjack was always a grousin' and growlin' down yonder. Seems to me there'd be a lot of good in grub." So Slim went on towards Willow End, walking jauntily but with some haste past the quarry cottage and keeping an eye fixed on the garden gate. He heard the bark of a black retriever that his father had brought at Leatherbridge a few weeks ago. "Lie down, will you? Lie down!" Slim felt the familiar furtive feeling sweep over him at the sound of Sam Wetherell's bullying blare of a voice. He hurried on past the mouth of the quarry, disowning any inclination he had felt to show off his new clothes before his father. Willow End was a green and placid place, hidden away among dim green meadows. It lay along the bank of a brook where marsh marigolds blazed in spring, and the purple willow herb in loose strife in the late summer and autumn. Brown water rats swam in the brook and lived in the overhanging banks amid the roots of the willows. These tristful trees grew by hundreds about the sleepy meadows, letting their grey-green locks wave in the wind when it blew strongly down the valley. Here and there were aspen groves that would break out into sudden, perturbed mutterings on the stillest day in summer. Westwards, the towers of Poole Castle could be seen black and strange against the sunset. There were cattle in the meadows, fat, glossy, somnolent beasts who stood under the willows and whisked their tails to ward off the flies. Many of the fields were all tawny and purple with the ripening hay, and the wind would send waves sweeping over the long grass. Willow End itself was a chain of queer cottages strung along a curve of the brook. Some were thatched, others tiled and blazoned with lichens and stone crops. They were sleepy, small-eyed cottages that seemed to meditate among flowers, for the folk at Willow End were fond of their gardens. In spring, the old black soil would be covered with anemones, polyanthuses, hyacinths, tulips, and white alyssum, as with sleek and gorgeous damasks. Roses were just roses. The herbaceous stuff grew rich and strong, blue delphiniums in noble spires, phloxes the colour of plum juice and of milk. Sleepy, dewy growth seemed everywhere. Willow End had laid itself down in a valley and let the green foam come plashing against its walls and windows. An uneasy self-consciousness showed itself in Slim by the time he reached the aspen wood at the western end of the hamlet. He stopped to dust his boots and seemed concerned about his tie. The brook touched the road here, in the shape of a shallow pool, and Slim took advantage of this Venus's mirror. He bent over his own reflection in the water, took off his cap, dipped a hand and plastered his hair. The lad's elaborate carefulness suggested that the romantic spirit had only waited for its opportunity. Slim's vernal splendour had begun to blossom in 3 short weeks. The merchant's cottage was the first on the left as one came from Ashurst. It had a thorn hedge, white palings in front of the little flower garden, drying posts, lattices, and a green front door. It was a fat old apple woman of a cottage, big-bosomed and comely. Its little grey eyes looked at Slim and twinkled from behind a big rose bush and a couple of trimmed yews. Slim made a call upon his courage. He was hesitating with his hand on the gate and the white fence when he saw a pink thing moving just above the top of the thorn hedge. This pink thing fascinated Slim, and he stood and stared at it as a pious young Jew might have stared at a miraculous flame rising from a burning bush. "My word!" He heard a sound of laughter, and a white figure appeared round the edge of the thorn hedge. "Hello! Why, if it isn't young Wetherell! What you doing down here at Willow End?" Slim tapped the fence with his cane. He was conscious of a pair of mischievous eyes that romped all over him from cap to trousers. Miss Ida Marchant took note of every detail, at her leisure, and to Slim it seemed a marvellous and incredible thing that he should be standing within 2 yards of Ida Marchant on a Sunday afternoon in June. But why it should be so marvellous and so strange he was at a loss to say. Now the girl was on tiptoe with curiosity, but she showed none of her eagerness to Slim. She had heard sensational rumours concerning him, that he had broken his father's head and been taken into the stables at Furze Hall. The noisy newness of Slim's clothes proved that some phenomenal thing had happened. "Come for a walk," said Slim, gruff with nervousness. "Me?" "Yes, why not?" She laughed at him. "Suppose I'm going for a walk with somebody else?" "But you ain't, are you?" Miss Marchant resented the insinuation that she was unsought by multitudes of males. "I only go out as a great favour. There are such a lot of silly chaps who'd worry a girl so." "Of course," said Slim. "I'd count myself lucky I've come all the way down from Ashurst." Slim had lost all his cunning in the presence of his beloved. He was a Sean Sampson. He laid his heart bare before Miss Ida Marchant, and let her strike where she would. "Well, I might go as far as Burst Barn." Slim made haste to open the gate. "It'll be a rare fine day," he said. "That's news, isn't it?" quoth the girl. They started off side by side between the sleepy cottages, Miss Marchant silent and demure, with not a single dimple in action. The afternoon was hot and drowsy, and no one seemed in the mood to hang over garden gates and gossip. Sloth possessed Willow End. Even a dog lying near the old pump by the meeting house got up and scratched himself languidly when necessity bit too fiercely into his skin. There were no loungers on the bench under the big chestnut by the inn. Miss Marchant had opened a pink sunshade, and she was wearing white cotton gloves. Slim looked askance at this splendour, and a blight of shyness fell upon him. He twiddled his cane, glanced at the girl's demure profile out of the corner of one eye, and tried to think of something to say. This decent, sedate Sabbath silence oppressed him. He would have given sixpence to have heard Ida Marchant break out into a giggle. "Cutting hay yet?" "'Tisn't ripe." "Oh." "No." "I see." Slim felt. "Oh, drat it!" His own ineffectualness annoyed him. Had he dressed with such nicety and trudged all the way from Ashurst in order to make fatuous remarks about hay? He must make an effort to break the spell. "Well, how are you, Ida?" "Me?" "Yes." "I'm very well, thank you, Slim." "That's all right." "Yes, my appetite couldn't be better." Slim glanced at her suspiciously, but her face was as serious as the meeting-house door. They took the field path that began at the kissing gate beyond the forge, and their way lay across meadows. The long, purple-headed grasses were very still, and the only movement was the movement of winged things that hummed and fluttered. Slim knocked off daisy heads with his stick. The pink sunshade still suggested queenliness and the height of fashion. The silence was becoming abominably oppressive. A queer, brown-backed cottage with its chimney all askew peered at them over a high thorn hedge. The air became suddenly full of the nasal bleating of an accordion. Then, like a cork out of a bottle, a woman's voice burst into song, the opening note sounding like the yell of a huckster shouting in an alley. Jesus loves me. It was an emphatic, fierce and assertive scream, with the accordion wheezing and sneering furiously. Slim caught Ida Marchant's eyes, and went off into hysterical gurgles. The voice had broken his spell of shyness. My word, does he? Shh, you bad! Jesus loves her. Oh, I say, what about... The hymning yells broke and diverged into mere mundane declamation. Sissy? Sissy, you dirty little devil, you come out of that there ditch or I'll smack you. Slim whispered with an air of incredulous awe. And Jesus loves her. Ida Marchant gave him a buffet with her sunshade. Shut up, don't be blasphemous. I wasn't. Who be it? My, what a squealer. Only Sally Soames. She's got a voice. No, really, she sits among the cabbages and warbles. If I were, you know who. Slim, stop it. Behave yourself. Don't you see the fun in it? Miss Ida did. They went on with splutterings of laughter. As for that dirty little devil Sissy, she must have ascended out of the ditch, for the voice flew up again into a thrilling yell. The spell of Slim's shyness had been broken. Ida Marchant's pink sunshade had pushed his cap askew. He readjusted it and then began to talk. Said the girl, What's all this about your knocking your old dad over the head? Slim told the truth. It was after you'd called me a coward down at the pool. The old man started bullying me directly I got home. I stood up to him, but he's a fair devil when he's nasty. I picked up a stake and gave him one on the knob. That settled it. I had to run like the blazes. Miss Marchant maintained an unprejudiced and attentive calm. Then you went up to the hall. I saw Nan first at Fox Farm. Father hunted me up there, but Nan barred him out. She gave me 10 bob and told me to go see old Mother Lowndes, and they took me into the stables. And you mean to stick to it? Why shouldn't I? She looked at him from between half-closed lids. I wonder if you can. Bet you 10 bob I can. Now, don't be cocky. You've just had 3 weeks at the hall, the first decent 3 weeks you've done in your life. Slim looked hurt. I say, Ida, you are rough on a chap. Oh, am I? Don't you see the wonderful change in me? Her provocative and mischievous face tilted its insolent little nose. Under the pink sunshade her reddish hair glowed against the green of June. New clothes. That means so many shillings in old Mercer's till. But clothes be clothes. Is the jam pot the jam? Slim humbled a huge dock with a sweep of his cane. Tell you what, Ida, I used to be a sneaky little beast and I know it, but can't a chap change? Inside as well as outside? Why not? Perhaps. Look here, you help at it. Me? Yes, you. You started it like it's sort of a responsibility you've taken. Well, I never... She went off into hearty laughter, but Slim's solemn face kept her to the main issue. Well, what do you want me to do? Teach you your catechism? Oh, drop it. You know. Help a chap take pride in himself. Dear me, how serious you are. Say you will. I'll make a man of myself for your sake. The girl gave him a push with her sunshade, but her eyes were not unkind. Now say you've no mother, she said. I'll be patient with you, as long as you don't talk treacly stuff. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping, Chapter 19. Sam Wetherell would have made an excellent barbaric god, ever on the alert to catch some earthly underling offending and to exercise a healthy spite in retaliating upon the offender. It was a distinct pleasure to Sam to be in the possession of a grudge against a neighbour. It spiced his mug of beer for him and enabled him to gloat over some plan for the crying of quits. A big black retriever had come to inhabit an empty barrel in the cottage garden. Sam had bought him for 2 shillings at Leatherbridge, and the dog, being savage, quarrelsome, and a bully, appealed to Wetherell by showing some of the qualities that he himself possessed. The dog's snarl when another dog passed by was music to Sam. He liked to see the beast wrinkle up his nose and show his big white teeth. For Slim had been a distinct loss to Sam. The bullying of the lad had provided him with one of his favourite recreations. There had always been something to curse and to cuff, and none of the other children had piqued Sam's love of cruelty as Slim had done. Hence Wetherell found himself in the mood of an ogre who had not tasted blood for many days. A Saturday night brawl in a village inn and a rough and tumble with a hawker of brooms and baskets had proved useful in letting out some of his bad blood. But he drank more, shirked all kinds of work more assiduously, and found himself the poorer for the loss of Slim and Van. It made him savage to think that he could get no more money from these two, but Mrs. Carlyon Lowndes stood like a grim angel in Sam's path, and behind her loomed all the majestic officialdom of the state. Sam had one particular grudge that he was waiting to settle, and the chance came to him one hot and dusty day in June. He was working in the road outside his cottage when he saw a familiar figure come over the hill in the shadowy way between the high hazel hedges. Sam stood up, and an alert and ugly gleam came into his eyes. Falconer was some 50 yards away, walking slowly and tapping the road with his iron-shod stick. He had Brick with him, but the dog was not on the lead. He was scampering to and fro across the road, investigating the hedgerows and ditches with all the panting keenness of a dog full of the joy of life. Sam rubbed his chin. He threw his shovel over the hedge and went in and unfastened the retriever's chain. He bent over the dog and talked to him in a queer, sibilant whisper, and the beast looked into Sam's eyes and growled. Wetherell led the dog to the gate, and kept him under the cover of the hedge, with his cap held over the dog's eyes. The black body quivered. The retriever seemed to understand that he was being held in ambush, and that adventure was in the air. Falconer came along between the hazels, striking the road with his stick. The sunlight scattered through the boughs, and from the distance came the rattle of a reaper cutting hay. Flies settled on Wetherell's ears and neck as he crouched behind the hedge. He brushed them away with quick, irritable jabs of the hand and listened to the approaching footsteps and the rapping of the stick. Falconer passed the gate, but Brick, tempted by some fatal lure in one of the hedge bottoms, had loitered and hung behind. Wetherell peered round the gate-post and saw the white dog who had attacked him at Fox Farm trotting slowly along the far side of the road. He drew back and let Brick go by before he unfastened the retriever's chain and showed him the mongrel sniffing the ground about the entrance to the quarry. Sam did not utter a word. He waved his cap, made a hissing sound by blowing sharply through his teeth, and saw the black dog go galloping down the road, leaving a trail of shimmering dust. Brick had turned aside into the quarry, whose rough precipitous walls were overgrown with grasses, brambles, and stunted trees. The hollow of the quarry was a wild rock garden, where the fronds of the bracken made a kind of mystery. Foxgloves bloomed on inaccessible rock ledges, and pink campions grew in sheaves amid the grass. Brambles and oak stubs had piled up mounds of foliage, where here and there was a black patch where gypsies or the cottagers had made a fire. Brick had not seen that black devil come galloping down the road. He was sniffing at a grass tussock where a rabbit had been sitting when the retriever swung into the quarry and charged straight at him. The white dog cocked his ears in amiable surprise and saw the black death rushing at him. This was no challenge to a romp, but a grim affair of red eyes and flashing teeth. Falconer had gone some 20 yards past the mouth of the quarry when he heard the snarls of 2 dogs fighting. He turned and shouted to Brick, but the snarling grew more furious, with Brick pinned and fighting for dear life. For the first time since he had been stricken blind, Jessie broke into a run. He stopped opposite the mouth of the quarry, for the hollow place seemed to gather the sounds of the fight and throw them back upon the road. Jessie had learnt to judge his distances from Fox Farm. He guessed that he stood facing the mouth of the quarry. "Brick! Brick!" He might as well have shouted at one of the stones in the grass, for Brick's white body was half hidden by the body of the retriever. The black beast had the mongrel by the throat and was shaking him from side to side. Jessie heard that fierce and half-smothered growling that a big dog makes when he has his teeth fastened in his enemy's flesh. Brick was kicking and twisting and scraping at the retriever's chest with his forepaws, but death had him by the throat and his growls changed to a stifled whimpering. Falconer listened and understood. He seemed to go mad for the moment, and then the shout he gave was like the roar of a beast as he charged blindly into the quarry. His first rush took him into a mass of brambles, and he fell headlong, his body crushing its way into the tangled foliage. The thorns drew blood and sharpened his blind fury. He scrambled up and tried to judge where the dogs were by the sound of the retriever's growls. Like a blind Polyphemus, he blundered about among the stones, stumbling, cursing, smiting the ground and the brambles with his stick, enraged by his own helplessness and by the bestial snarling of the dog whom he could not strike. Brick had ceased to growl and to struggle. He was a mere quivering, bloody thing, dragged to and fro by Wetherell's retriever. Jessie's stick struck the ground within a foot of where the black dog still worried Brick, and he seemed to become alive to the fact that a blind fury in the shape of a man was looming over him and striking right and left. Sam's dog let go of Brick, turned with a snarl and caught one of Jessie's haphazard blows full upon the muzzle. That chance blow daunted the devil in the dog. He yelped, sneezed, and fled at a gallop. There was silence in the quarry, and with the return of the summer stillness, the wrath went out of Jessie's heart. A great fear came upon him, because of his love for his dog. He threw down his stick, and began to feel about with his hands, calling softly, "Brick, old man! Brick! Where are you?" Not a whimper answered him, and presently Falconer's brown hands touched the warm body of his dog. The dog was dead. Jessie had known it when he had touched him and felt the torn, warm-blooded throat, and yet there was no anger now in Falconer's heart. The spirit of fatalism came and breathed a cold breath upon his forehead. A voice within him said that it was useless to rebel, to kick against savage nature, to ask oneself unanswerable questions. So Jessie knelt in the rank grass, one hand touching Brick's body, his blind eyes staring into space. The sunlight tangled itself in his tawny hair and beard, and the voices of the haymakers drifted from the Fox Farm fields. Falconer's thoughts went back to the autumn day when Anne Wetherell had brought Brick to him under the apple trees. He had been loath to take the dog because all the dogs that had owned him as a master had died violent deaths. Jessie had heard it said that people who are unfortunate bring misfortune upon those who become too dear to them in the world. He had found this true in his own person, and he brooded over it as he stroked Brick's head and felt the blind emotion struggling in his throat. Presently he took the dead dog in his arms and rose slowly to his feet. A cart passed along the road, and the sound of the horse's hoofs guided Jessie toward the mouth of the quarry. He made his way out onto the road and turned back towards Fox Farm. Sam Wetherell was watching him over the hedge. The retriever had bolted back to the cottage and taken to his kennel, and was licking a forepaw that Brick had bitten. Sam saw Falconer go by with the dead dog in his arms. He tilted his cap and scratched his head with the nail of his thumb. "Darn it, he must have been fond of the dog." And Sam, who had one soft spot of sentiment, felt sorry. Anne had been sent up to Ashurst, and as she climbed the steep slope of Pardon's Hill, she looked back and saw Fox Farm red against the green of the orchard, its willow trees and dusky firs. She had a glimpse, too, of the white gate, and even as she looked towards it, a brown shape moved up and hid a part of the white pattern from her view. Anne was near enough to see a man on a brown horse turn in at the gate, nor was she too far away to infer that the rider was Jack Rickaby. The men were out haymaking, and Anne herself had spent a morning with fork and rake, tossing and turning the fragrant swathes that had changed from green to grey on the yellow-shaven grass. Rickaby put his brown cob in the stable, and entered the garden by the gate under the white cluster rose. Monks' hoods and peonies were out in the rough borders, and the china rose on the front of Heather House was a mass of pink flame. Silent as the place seemed, with all the balm of a sunny June about it, it had for Rickaby a suggestion of expectancy. There was no floweriness about the hollow-backed, broad-chinned little farmer, and yet the colour that crowded the old garden set colour notes vibrating in the world of his emotions. It was a June day, hot and still, with the scent of hay in the air, and in the cool, stone-flagged passage of the house a woman waited for him, holding a tray set with the good things of a country summer: cream, white bread, red strawberries on an old green Wedgwood plate. "Hello, how are we getting on?" Kate was brown as a hazelnut, and her white linen dress had a red rose thrust into its belt. The half-light of the passage softened the harsh strength of her face, and yet it was this brown strength of hers, this magnetic health, that appealed to a man of Jack Rickaby's fibre. She was a big woman with powerful limbs, and she might have wrestled with him on equal terms. "We shall carry the upper field today." "Couldn't be better." "I heard you ride into the yard and made the tea." "That's fine. Where's Jessie?" "Out with the dog. Won't be back for another 2 hours." Rickaby hung his hat on a peg and followed Kate into the front room. She put the tray down and moved to the window, and he saw her draw the white chintz blinds dotted with pink roses along the tapes. The sudden shutting out of the sunlight made Rickaby's swarthy face look grim and sinister. Kate turned from the window. They began to talk like people who were uneasy when they were silent. "Well now, what a thing it is to have a thirst." "Just the right sort of weather. I'm having luck my first year." "You are, and that's a fact. Why, I never knew Jessie to strike the right week." Kate had drawn one of the Windsor chairs to the table. She looked up at Rickaby with a frown of protest. "Let's leave Jessie alone." He drew up a chair and settled himself slowly with the air of a man feeling the ground under him. "As you like." Kate handed him his tea. "You must know what it makes me feel at times." His eyes met hers as he took the cup. "Well, what?" "Oh, never mind. One grows accustomed to such things. It's like having a big tree piled up close to your house. You don't notice it when you're feeling fit. It's only when you're out of sorts that it gives you the blues." Rickaby stirred the sugar in his cup and then watched the bubbles go round and round. "I don't know," he said, "that it isn't a rotten thing to have to hide the best part of your life." "It might be worse. One gains more sometimes by putting up with worries and keeping quiet." "All the same, it's a game I don't like, I tell you, Kate. I often feel that I should like to square up to the world and have a damn good row and get it over." Kate looked at him steadily across the table. "Well, I don't want that," she said. "No, not unless I'm driven to it. I'm only taking the line that most of you men take when you crowd 2 lives into one." "Oh?" "You know quite well what's under the crust of respectability here in the country. People let things lie for the sake of peace and quietness and to save themselves from their neighbours. It's only when someone gets in a mad temper that the truth is dug up. I reckon it's the same all over the world." Rickaby sat square in his chair, his stubborn face thoughtful and a little sullen. "Well, supposing some tattling fool—" "I'd face it all right if the storm broke. Don't you doubt that, Jake. But as things stand, I don't see why we should jump right into the thick of a rumpus." Rickaby stared at his plate. "Perhaps you're right," he said, "but I tell you I don't like it when I think of Jessie. They'd finished their tea and half-emptied the strawberry dish when Falconer turned in at the farm gate. Neither of them heard the click of the gate catch. Rickaby was standing by the window, one hand feeling in the side pocket of his coat. "Suppose I'd better not," he said. "What?" "Smoke." Kate laughed, but even in the midst of her laughter a startled, listening look came into her eyes. "Who's that?" "Where?" "Coming down the path. It's Jessie." "No, it is. Had I better clear?" "Yes." "Tell him I'm down in the fields having a look at the men." Rickaby made a move toward the door, but Kate beckoned him back. They heard Jessie's footsteps in the porch. "You can't. You'll meet him in the passage. Here, stand in this corner. The door will cover you when it's open. I'll give you a chance to slip out." Rickaby looked savage. He spoke in a vicious whisper. "I'm not going to play the skulker. I tell you, you must. A woman knows what's best. It's a low game. Shush!" She caught him by the elbow and half hustled him into the corner so that the room door would cover him when it was open. They heard Jessie's footsteps at the end of the passage. Rickaby glowered at Kate. This hole and corner business went against his sturdy courage, yet he dared not speak now that he stood committed to the woman's passion for concealment. Kate opened the door. "That you, Jessie?" "Yes." "There's some tea left in here." She held the door back, so that Rickaby stood closed up in his corner. He heard her utter a sharp exclamation. She'd had her first glimpse of Jessie carrying Brick's blood-stained body in his arms. "Good Lord, Jessie, you haven't let the dog get under the reaper?" Falconer strode straight through the doorway. Kate had to fall back to prevent him blundering into her. "Mind, you nearly knocked me over." "Did I? What's happened to the dog?" "Happened? He's dead." Kate stared at him in vacant silence. She pressed the door back upon Rickaby, as though the bitterness in her husband's voice might have gone to the heart of this other man. Falconer's mouth twitched. Kate saw moisture glistening in his beard. The front of his shirt was bloody. "How did it happen?" "Some dog killed him." Jessie stretched out one hand and felt about him. He touched the table that stood in the middle of the room. Kate stared, opened her mouth and started forward with a sharp exclamation of disgust. "Jessie, what are you doing?" He was about to lay Brick upon the table. "Don't put the thing down there. What are you thinking of?" Jessie ignored her. He swept one arm across the table, brushing plates and cups aside with the large carelessness of a man whose heart was gripped by one emotion. A plate faltered and then fell with a crash upon the brick floor. "Jessie!" She swung the door away from Rickaby and gestured him to go. Then she rushed to the table, glanced over her shoulder and pushed a dish over the edge of the table. "Take the dog up, can't you? You'll have the whole tray over. I never did." She caught at the tray and drew it aside so roughly that the crockery clattered together. "Pick the thing up. Haven't you any notion of decency?" Jessie turned on her with a sudden rash of anger. "Let me alone, will you?" "My tea table isn't a butcher's shop." His blind face blazed. "Kate! I tell you there's a devil in me. I charge you let me be." "Oh, very well, very well. Perhaps you'd like me to go and pick an armful of flowers." Rickaby had slipped away, snatched his hat from a peg and gone softly down the passage, blessing that strip of carpet that covered the centre of the flagged floor. He felt ashamed of the business, of this hiding behind doors and slinking down passages, for the man was open and bold by nature, and his heart had gone out to Jessie over the death of his dog. The back door stood ajar. Rickaby pulled it open, only to find himself face to face with Anne Wetherell. The girl's arm was outstretched in the act of pushing the door before her. Rickaby said nothing. For the moment they stood and stared at one another, questioningly, distrustfully, with the tense silence of doubting thoughts. The man noticed the basket the girl was carrying in her hand. Then Anne stepped aside, a slight colour spreading over her pale face. Rickaby brushed past her and walked off across the brick-paved yard. "Damn!" was all he said as he flung the stable door open. "Damn!" End of Chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by littlemissclumsy. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 20. Half an hour later, Kate Faulkner appeared in the kitchen doorway. She held a pink sunbonnet by the strings, and her face was still flushed and harsh with anger. "Oh, you've got back, Anne. I am going down to the hayfield. The master wants someone to help him bury his dog." "His dog, ma'am?" "Yes, Brick. Isn't that plain?" "Do you mean that Brick's dead?" "A dog sat on him and killed him. One of the men can bury him if you think your wages don't cover digging a hole in the garden." Kate turned back down the passage, and Anne heard her take a stick from the rack and go out by the garden door. Anne stood very still, staring into the gloom of the great yew that overshadowed the kitchen window. The casual way the news had come to her had made Anne react the more deeply to the shock of the dog's death. She watched sunlight making golden blurs through the black foliage of the yew, and the glimmering light had a touch of the glimmer of tears. Brick dead! What must it mean to Jess? And Anne's thoughts went back to the autumn day when she had brought the dog to Jess in her arms. He had been loath to take the dog, and lo, those strange, tristful forebodings of his had proved too true. Anne told herself that she had brought pain and sorrow in her arms to Jess that autumn day. It might have been better if poor Brick had been left to drown. Where were Jess and the dog? In the front room? Then she must go in to him and say, "Mr. Jess, I have come to help you bury Brick." And Anne, smitten by the thought of Faulkner's sorrow, hung back with a species of timid pity. Often in life we are voiceless and afraid in the presence of grief. A distraught self-consciousness makes the mind timid and mistrustful of its own voice. Sometimes sheer selfishness refuses to be roused to the effort of sympathy and slinks by without a look or a sound. More often, a poignant sense of the inadequacy of words makes a friend come half shrinkingly to gaze on the face of the friend who suffers. Anne roused herself. She had a sob in her throat. How cowardly! You must go to him. And she passed out into the dim, cool passage, pressing her lips together and clenching her hands. Faulkner was sitting in a chair by the window, with Brick upon his knees. One of the chintz window blinds had been drawn back, and the sunlight poured in upon Faulkner's head, so that his tangle of tawny hair shone like gold. Anne had but to look at him and at the dead dog lying across his knees for all her self-consciousness to disappear. "Oh, Mr. Jess, to think that he's dead!" She crossed the room, simple and primitive now that her compassion carried her away. Her figure seemed to stoop tenderly into the haze of sunlight. Her hands quivered as though she yearned to touch Jess and comfort him. Faulkner raised his head. "Anne, I want to bury him." "Oh, Mr. Jess, somewhere in the garden where he'll lie quiet." Anne touched the dog's head. "I wish I had never brought him to you." "No, don't say that." "You were against taking him, Mr. Jess." "Yes, I was afraid of my bad luck. Even Brick could not break it. It broke him instead." Anne's eyes filled with tears, but her voice remained steady. "Whose dog did it, Mr. Jess?" "I don't know. It was down in the quarry near your cottage." Anne looked troubled, for Jess's words threw the shadow of a suggestion across her mind. She had noticed the black dog from Leatherbridge when she had gone down one evening to see the children, and Rose had told her that the dog was savage. But for the moment she said nothing of this to Jess. "Do you want me now, sir? It is no use waiting. Will you get a spade from the shed?" "Yes, Mr. Jess. And bring one of my old coats down from the cupboard. I'll wrap him up in it." "Yes, sir. Brick would have liked that." Jess's memory had chosen the spot where he meant Brick to be buried. It was at the roots of an old bush rose where the box-edged path curved off to the ivy-smothered summer-house. There were lavender bushes in this border and a mass of self-sown pansies covering the black earth. Jess told Anne to lead him to the rose bush. "It is the old pink rose at the corner," he said. "I could see it if I had eyes as I sit in the summer-house." Anne led him to the spot. "There are pansies and lavender here, Mr. Jess, and a clump of white pinks, but there is a bit of bare earth near the rose. Dig there, but try to keep clear of the roots of the bush." Anne dug the grave, putting the earth carefully aside so as not to soil the many-coloured faces of the pansies. Jess stood with the dog in his arms, his blind eyes turned towards the pools of blue between the white cloud mountains of the summer sky. The scent of roses and of box coloured for Jess the warm stillness of that June day. "It is finished, Mr. Jess. Spread the coat in it." She did as he desired. "Lay him in and cover him over." "Yes, sir. Just give his poor old head a kiss. He looks so pretty." She laid Brick in the grave and covered him with the coat. Then she picked 2 roses from the bush. "I've picked a rose, Mr. Jess. Will you throw it in?" He nodded and held out his hand. Anne gave him the rose, and their fingers touched. "I'll get your hand, sir." She took him by the wrist. "Now, Mr. Jess." The rose fell into the grave, and after it Anne threw the second flower that she had picked. "Would you like to go in, sir, while I'll cover him up?" "No, I'll stay here." Anne's eyes glimmered at him. She took the spade and began to put the earth back very gently, while Jess stood by in silence, his hands holding the collar of his coat. "It's queer what a difference it makes when one loves a thing, Mr. Jess." He nodded. "Some folk would laugh at us doing all this for a dead dog." "Then they'd be poor-hearted people. Most men would understand, wouldn't they, sir? Wasn't Mr. Rickaby sorry?" "Rickaby?" "Yes." Jess looked puzzled. "Why Mr. Rickaby?" Anne glanced at him over her shoulder. "He saw Brick, sir." "When?" "Why, Mr. Jess, when he was in the house an hour ago." "But he wasn't there." "But he was, sir. I met him coming out of the back porch when I came home from Ashurst." Instantly Anne realized what she had said, and she looked round at Jess with an upleap of troubled light into her eyes. Yet how should she have known that Falconer had been ignorant of John Rickaby's presence in the house? It had never occurred to her that she had caught the man in the act of beating a secret retreat. She stood, with her hands resting on the handle of her spade, and watched Falconer with a kind of prophetic dismay. His hands still gripped his coat collar, and a perplexed frown showed upon his forehead. "But what do you mean, Anne? Was John Rickaby in the house, and I did not know it? Mr. Jess, I thought you had had tea together." Falconer stood quite still and did not utter a word. The phases of thought that passed over the surface of his consciousness showed themselves on his blind face like light and shadow on a screen. His silence frightened Anne. It was like the hush before the lifting of a curtain that covered some hidden shame. Presently Jess's lips moved. Was I in the house when you met John Rickaby at the door? Anne had to moisten her lips before answering him. Yes, Mr. Jess, I heard your voice. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 21. An uneasy silence possessed them both. Anne felt her heart beating fast under her white apron. She wanted to slip away and hide herself and think over the significance of what she had said. "May I go, Mr. Jesse? I have some work to do." He turned his face towards her as though he would have searched Anne with his eyes had he not been blind. "Yes, I shall stay out here a while." "Thank you, Mr. Jesse." She left the spade standing beside the rose bush and fled away, with a fear of what might be passing in Falconer's mind. The thought that Jessie might ask her angry questions had made her heart beat as rapidly as the heart of one in a fever. The psychology of her panic would have puzzled Anne. She was like a child who had cast a stone at random and had fled in terror when she had seen the stone strike someone who was passing by. She reproached herself and yet met the reproach impulsively with a cry of, "How could I have known?" Falconer, when Anne had left him, stood with his blind eyes turned toward the ground. His broad, brown face looked grave and massive in the sunlight. There were no petulant, mean lines upon it, no suggestion of the more animal impulses that may rise to the surface when jealousy breaks up a man's commonplace and habitual reserve. A minute passed before he moved along the path to the summer house, stretching out his hands to feel for one of the oak posts that was covered with ivy. Falconer knew that he was close to the place, for he could smell the acrid, dusty scent of the ivy leaves. The stone roller lay in the corner where it had lain when he was a boy. Spiders' webs glistened in the sunlight, and Jessie heard the despairing buzz of a trapped fly. He felt his way in, and sat down on the bench where the woodlice lived in the rotten wood. One of the lessons that a mature experience should teach a man is that he should not think it strange and wonderful when he is wronged by other men. The man who is truly wise strives to accept such wrongs as part of the inevitable selfishness of life, keeping a calm haughtiness that moves above the petty rogueries and meanness of the world. And though there may be a difference between picking a pocket and stealing another's honour, the fatalist who has built up a steadfast pride may meet the greater wrong with the tranquillity with which he would have met the lesser. Sweating, tempestuous rages solve no problems. A man may come to that high level of tolerance and self-knowledge when he can see that his own failings may have justified what anger and jealousy would damn as sin. Brick's death had given a solemn softness to Falconer's mood, and he gazed calmly and without passion at the truth that a few chance words had suggested. This single incident had been sufficient to colour his suspicions, but the state of suspicion is ever a mean state, and an honest man prefers to confront the uglier truth. That Kate cared for him no longer, Jessie knew to his own cost. Nor could he condemn her for this lack of love when he himself had lost his love for her. Jessie went yet deeper into the truth. He told himself that Anne Wetherell had taken the share in his life that Kate had lost, and that if he had found someone who was nearer to him than an estranged wife, why should not Kate be the child of like impulse? Too often the essentials of life are ill-assorted and thrown into hopeless and pitiable discords, and few people have the moral courage to insist on the individual's right to render laws agreed upon by the many. Yet sincerity is impossible unless a man is brave enough to stand alone and to carry his thoughts grimly down to the bedrock of truth. Perhaps this was in Falconer's mind as he sat in the summer house and heard the bees working and smelt the acrid scent of the ivy. In thought he spread his hands and said, "If this is the truth, have I not helped make it true? Had my love been perfect, then indeed might I have cried, 'Behold, I'm wronged.'" Over yonder beyond the house they were carrying hay from the hayfield, and Kate Falconer had met one of Jessie's big blue-faced wagons rolling uphill under full sail. Jim Purkis, who was in command, showed a hot, beery and sunburnt face and grinned at his mistress with cheerful pride. Jim Purkis was one of those happy mortals who, when an undertaking turns out well, accept the success as proof of their own immoderate virtue. His grin was a knowing and triumphant, "What did I tell ye?" On such occasion, the son and Jim seemed to enjoy an affectionate and beery intimacy. Purkis had had private and confidential information as to the state of the weather, but when things turned out badly, Jim humped his shoulders and denied all intimacy with that depraved and debauched person, the son. He was not responsible, not he. In fact, he had had his doubts all along. But that day Jim grinned at his mistress. "What did I tell you now? Sure, I never carried a finer load. Says I to Mr. Rick down by yonder, 'Sir, old Daddy Purkis bean't no fool.'" Kate laughed. She was ready to humour the men at a time when they were carrying home fat crops. In the hayfield she found John Rickaby sitting his horse, and watching 3 or 4 of the Ashurst loafers raking up the hay that could not be carried that evening and piling it into cocks. They were queer customers clad in queer clothes. One long, lean gentleman with a sardonic face and a piece of grass in one corner of his mouth had once topped the stool in a lawyer's office. He wore a black billycock hat, a red waistcoat, and white trousers. His comrades were short, weary-looking men with red faces who moved as though 3 blades of grass on the end of a pitchfork were enough to break their lazy backs. Rickaby took off his hat to Kate as though it was the first time they'd met that day. He dismounted and looped the bridle over his arm. "I was taking care that you had no causes of collapse from overwork. Let's go and have a look at the next field." She saw that he was angry. "Well, what is it?" "I ran right into your girl as I was playing the sneak, at your request." "What, Anne?" "Yes. A thing like that shows how one stands to be caught out. Supposing she happens to ask Jessie what Mr. Rickaby thinks of dead dogs." Kate's face hardened. "Oh, bother the girl. Some people always arrive at the wrong moment." They walked down over the shorn grass toward the gate that led into the next field. When they reached the gate, Kate leant her arms upon it, and Rickaby waited beside her. The land dropped away from them into the soft lights of a summer evening, and in the woods the dome of each tree stood out with a distinctiveness that made Rickaby mistrust the weather. "Better leave this field a day or two, Kate. Now, about this afternoon. Make some explanation to Jessie. It's best to be in with the first word." Kate looked stubborn. "No, I shall say nothing. Don't you know that for a woman to start explaining to a man is to rouse suspicion in his mind? That's the wrong line to take." Rickaby put one foot on the lower bar of the gate. "But look here, my dear girl. If Jessie finds out, well, what then? Does he expect me to keep him a list of every person who comes into the house? Besides, the servants gossiping, I could say sharp things if he acted on that." "You're bold, Kate." "It's the best farming, at times, and only an hour ago." "Yes, I know, but didn't I say that I could put my fists up when there was nothing left but a square fight?" He eyed her with grim approval. "Well, have it as you wish. You've got the grit that makes a man ready to face anything." Meanwhile, Anne had got over her panic, for when a girl has milk pans to fill and calves to feed, she touches those healthy facts of a country life that should save her from the vapours. As she watched the young beasts with their noses in the frothy milk, she was near to the elemental needs of the flesh, and saw in the soft violet eyes a little world of pity and of pain. This work steadied the beating of Anne's heart. She was as one who had come to the edge of a cliff and been seized with a dizzy blindness and a nameless fear, but now her nerve had returned to her. She was able to open her eyes and gaze steadily into the void below. But the simile of the cliff remained. It served to symbolize the edge of a crisis from which Anne looked into a vague and haze-wrapped future. This incident of today had amplified and strengthened the memory of that evening when she had seen those two black figures clinging to each other against the sunset. Anne had a feeling that this drama would go on, that she was fated to bear a part in it, that the words she had spoken to Falconer were full of prophetic meaning. Unknowingly she had opened Jessie's eyes to this other life that had been developing so near him, and now, perhaps, she had a part to play in the little world of this sombre red-walled house. Anne was scouring the pails which had held the milk for the calves when she heard footsteps crossing the bricks of the yard. A hand rapped at the back door that hung half open. Anne, looking through the kitchen doorway, saw her father standing in the porch. "That you, Nan?" Sam had the hesitating look of a man under the influence of unfamiliar emotions. "What is it, father?" She placed herself so as to keep Sam in the porch. "Mr. Falconer about?" "He's in the garden." Sam Wetherell appeared to consider some line of action. It was the attitude of a man struggling to put aside a natural impulse that persuaded him to sidestep responsibility. "Say, Nan, they cut up about the dog." Anne's eyes gave a significant gleam. "So it was your dog, father?" "Aye, the beast. I let him off the chain and he set about Mr. Falconer's dog and told quarry. I didn't hear nought of it until it was all over, and Boss came back with a bloody paw. Then I saw Mr. Falconer go by with the dog in his arms. I guessed he was dead by the look of him. I tell you, Nan, I hadn't a word in me." Wetherell had told lies, but he was sincere enough in his rough regret for the death of Falconer's dog, and Anne felt his sincerity. She looked at him kindly. "It's half broken Mr. Jesse's heart. He was so fond of the dog." Sam swore. "Darn it! I be sorry, but I'd like him to know how it was my dog, and that I be sorry." "Will you see him, father?" "Me? Somehow I don't fancy it. You tell him, Nan. Say I be real sorry. I know where I can get the best lurcher in Leatherbridge. I'll give it to Mr. Falconer. On my own, I will, sure." Anne's eyes glimmered, and that soft, tender look curved her mouth. "I'll tell him, father. Thank you for coming up." Wetherell hesitated, as though he had something more to say, and then slouched out of the porch. He paused in the middle of the yard. "Tell him, Nan. It be the best lurcher in Leatherbridge. Aye, a regular sly, romping beauty. I've seen it at work. Rabbits? Lord, that dog's quicker'n any terrier after a rat. I'll get at him, sure." And Wetherell departed, a man with morals when he was concerned about a dog. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 22. When her father had gone, Anne went into the front room and glanced at the brass face of the oak-cased clock. Kate Falconer would not be back till supper time, and Anne thought that if Jessie was still in the garden she would seize her chance of giving him Sam Wetherell's message. She was glad that her father had come up to tell the truth. Anne found Falconer in the summer house sitting with his hands clasped between his knees. The sunlight came from behind her and touched his beard and chest, but the upper part of his face was in the shadow. May I speak to you, Mr. Jesse? He bent forward slightly so that his whole face came into the sunlight. What is it, Anne? My father's just been to the house. He wanted me to tell you, Mr. Jesse, that it was his dog killed Brick. He's fair grieved about it, and he says he'll get you the best lurcher in Leatherbridge. Father's fonder of dogs than he is of his own children. Falconer moved back into the shadow. It wasn't his fault, Anne. Dogs will fight. Will you let him give you another dog, Mr. Jesse? She knew what his answer would be. No. Brick shall be the last. Anne believed that he desired to be alone. She half turned to go, but Jesse made a sudden movement with his hands. Anne? Yes, Mr. Jesse. You don't see much of your own folk, do you? He was leaning forward again so that the sunlight fell upon his face. No, Mr. Jesse. She had a feeling as though someone were thrusting thoughts into her mind. She looked at Falconer and wondered. His face resembled the face of one who listened intently. Anne hesitated. Father used to come up sometimes, but I told him not to. Why? He used to bother me about me wages, and I did not want him hanging about here. No. And Slim, my brother, I never told you about Slim, Mr. Jesse. I meant to long ago. I had to hide him here one day when he and Father had had a fight. Jesse raised his head like a thinker roused abruptly from some reverie. Oh! It was about a month ago, sir. Slim ran away and came here, and Father chased him. I hid Slim and shut Father out. Then Slim went up to Furze Hall. I never told Mrs. Falconer about it, Mr. Jesse. I was alone in the house, but I didn't feel there was any harm in hiding Slim. I shouldn't have done it, only he was so frightened. Falconer leant back into the shadow. I remember, he said. It must have been the day I found the front door locked. Anne glanced at him. I did lock it, Mr. Jesse. It was for fear of Father. I went up to me room to get Slim 10 shillings out of my purse. I sent him away as soon as I found Father had gone. Falconer drew a deep breath. He said, Tell me more about your brother. Leaning back against the wall of the summer house, he sat and listened to Anne's voice, with strange spasms of exultation leaping through him, the exultation of a man's love when it casts off the unclean rags of doubt. He was astonished at the simplicity of the thing, and at the hypersensitive complexity of those imaginings that had created for him so much pain and doubt. Anne had had no love tale to hide. The simple happenings that he had twisted into the schemings of sex were smoothed and straightened even as crumpled silk is smoothed by the sweep of a woman's hand. Falconer felt his blind love for this girl clamouring suddenly for utterance and expression. A voice within him cried out that she belonged to him, that the intimate tenderness of his yearning towards her was justified by its sincerity. He longed to stretch out a hand and touch her, to draw her near to him in the darkness of his life. Anne. Yes, Mr. Jesse. Do you know, child, I thought you had a lover. Mr. Jesse! Well, it's not impossible, is it? She laughed and reddened, and then fell into a startled earnestness. Some thought had arrested the lighter mood. She looked at Jesse with serious and intent eyes. But I don't want that, Mr. Jesse. I'd rather be here at the farm. Falconer's face remained in the shadow. And I don't want to lose you, Anne. I don't suppose you know what a difference you've made to my life. I, sir? You and Brick. I've lost the dog. Some day I shall lose you. Anne's eyes gave a startled, questioning glimmer. She looked at Jesse as though his words were sinking slowly into the deeps of her heart. Her pale face caught a quick, warm colour. I don't want to go away from you, Mr. Jesse." He bent forward so that his face was in the sunlight. His big brown hands quivered. "I don't want you to go away from me, Anne. You've been very good to me. You've taken away some of the pain and the trouble. But a man can never say what tomorrow will bring. But some day I should like to see you happy." She made a movement with her hands. Her head drooped a little, and her eyes looked at the ground. "I'm happier here than anywhere, Mr. Jesse. I'd like to spend my life—" She faltered, reddened, and then went white with the passionate yet virginal pallor of a woman who has come near to betraying the secret of her heart. "I'd like to live here, always, if I could help you, Mr. Jesse. A little." Falconer fought back the strong man's love that rushed out to her. "You don't know what it means to me," he said, and then after a deep silence, "But things change. They may change here." His sad and steadfast face sank back into the shadow. It was as though he withdrew from the life fire at which he yearned to warm his hands, and Anne, too, felt a chill at the heart. Her young face looked older and more intent. "But it may be years, Mr. Jesse." "We cannot see through a few days, much less years." Anne opened her lips to answer him, but some sound from the direction of the rickyard drove the words from her mouth. "I must be going, Mr. Jesse." He lifted his face sharply. "Ah! Well, I'll stay on here a while." She gave him one long, indescribable look, and then turned away down the box-edged path with the evening sunlight shining on the rose bushes and the sheaves of summer flowers. The solid earth seemed to have grown less sure under her feet. The shadow of some impending change lay athwart the calm of the June day. Yet Anne felt a stirring of deep and secret joy within her heart. She mattered to Jesse. Had he not told her that? And all her innocent impulses went toward him with quivering and outstretched hands. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 22. That evening, Kate Falconer brought old John Smunk back to supper. He had appeared in the hayfield like some grotesque and saturnine rustic god, stick under arm, green felt hat jammed on the back of his head. Kate and Jack Rickaby had caught sight of him as they climbed the rising ground toward the farmhouse, perched like a great black bird against the sunset. He leered at them and thrust out his blue protruding lower lip. "I reckon you ought to be pleased with yourself, my dear. Best stuff I've seen this side of Ashurst, and carried dry as a bone." He twinkled at Rickaby. "Who says I beat down the quality, eh? I'll give Mrs. Falconer top price, sure." Mr. Rickaby looked sulky. He was a man capable of wholesome and vigorous hatred, and old Smunk's leering insolence carried its own smell. His character had an assertive and penetrating odour that made his enemies edge away with savage disgust, for though one might hate old Smunk, the man had power, and was a dangerous old devil to offend. Kate broke a bristling silence by asking after the corn merchant's wife. Mrs. Sarah was providing the woman of Ashurst with gossip, for she had been operated on for some grave internal trouble. A surgeon had come down from London, and it was said that old Smunk had been in a savage temper for days after he had paid the gentleman's fee. He sneered when Kate asked after his wife. Sarah? Oh, she's got her tomcat in her praying book. The doctors say she won't last 3 months. I'm sorry to hear that. He cocked a sly and callous eye at Kate. Are you now? Well, that's what everyone says. And yet my Sarah doesn't count for 2 penn'orth of turnips eating Ashurst. It puzzles me whether they're sorry for me or for her. Can't say I count much on either way. He glanced dully at John Rickaby. A heap of nonsense in this world, ain't there, Jack? And a lot of good sense, too. Ah, to be sure, but the nonsense seems to be the sort of muck folk top-dress their lives with. They must grow bits of flowers to make a show, and make a fuss about clean window curtains, lace caps, parsons' talk, missionising, and all that. Yah! My Sarah always had a taste for the nonsense. She's genteel. He made an insolent mouth and grunted. Don't you go in for being genteel, my dear. You get your grip on the real stuff. It's the money that counts. And he chuckled. Rickaby had had a sufficient dose of the old man's arrogance by the time they reached the farmyard. He mounted his horse and rode out by the white gate and left Kate to take John Smunk in to supper. Where's the master, Anne? In the garden, ma'am. Fetch him in. Sit down, John. You don't mind cold stuff, do you? Not I, barring in certain places. He dragged a chair across the bricks and sat down. Kate began to carve a sad-looking leg of mutton. Then Anne came in, leading Jessie by the arm. Smunk glanced up at him. Well, Jessie, my man, learnt to sew your own buttons on yet? It was the tone he might have adopted towards a boy or a fool, for the corn merchant had never troubled to reach that level of culture when a man ceases to blurt out his free opinions. His contempt for Falconer was as patent as his admiration for Falconer's wife. Anne, who still had hold of Jessie's arm, looked at old Smunk with a significant gleam of the eyes. Falconer himself appeared to throw aside the insult of the old man's pleasantry. He sat down in the chair that Anne brought for him. Is that you, Mr. Smunk? Surely, I'm here. But I've been talking about your wife's farming. Mutton? Thank ye. Any pickles? Onions preferred? Your wife's a wonder, Jessie Falconer. She's got a lucky touch, that's certain. Falconer began to use his knife and fork. He'd become pretty expert and fed himself more cleanly than old Smunk, who used the blade of his knife as he would have used a spoon. The corn merchant watched Jessie with a kind of interested contempt. Not bad, not bad. You don't have to feed him, Mrs. Kate. They laughed, and Jessie reddened. I'm not quite hopeless, he said. No, sure, but I tell you straight, man, your giving up the farming has brought the land luck. Whiskey? Just a drop. 'Tain't a polite thing to say to a neighbour, but truth's truth. I've seen it happen before. I've known a farm that broke man after man turn out a little gold mine with some chap who didn't seem to be able to do anything wrong. The luck of the land's a rum thing, but then what most people call luck ain't anything of the kind. I ain't the man I am just because I was lucky. He impaled a pickled onion and thrust it in over the blue edge of his lower lip. But when luck and grit go together, then the cash comes in. My dear, here's good health to you. I shall see you farming your 1,000 acres before 5 years go by. The meal was a silent meal, so far as Jessie was concerned, but his thoughts were busy while the others talked. John Smunk's blunt and insolent way of stating a truth had thrust Falconer yet further toward the future that had opened for him like a grey dawn. He was becoming less and less a part of the life at Fox Farm. Another personality had ousted his from byre, fields, and orchard, and as his grip upon the place grew feebler, the prosperity that had always eluded him returned to the place where another ruler ruled. When a man falls into a certain phase of thought, circumstances often appear to fall in with the tendency of his reflections. They flow like rivulets into the main stream of his impressions, adding to its steadfastness and volume, and hastening the inevitableness of its course. Even words spoken at random seem weighted with a premeditated meaning. They become oracular, part of the flux of a man's soul. Despite a clear atmosphere, and Jack Rickaby's distrust, the fine weather lasted, and Kate set her men to cut the grass in the great field north of the orchard. Jessie found himself left alone in the house, for Anne had put on a white sunbonnet and gone down to help in the field. Jessie was not sure of himself in the open grassland, but he knew the orchard and its trees as well as a man knows the furniture of his bedroom in the dark. He made his way through the garden into the orchard and set out to gain the north hedge, where he could listen to the sound of the reaper and smell the scent of the hay. The apples and pears were knotty old trees, all of them leaning slightly toward the northwest because of the prevalence of the southwest gales. Jessie knew nearly every tree, and could guide himself by the list of the lichened boles and the way some of the stumps of the old boughs pointed. The orchard grass had not been cut, and rose high above his knees as he waded slowly from tree to tree, feeling for his landmarks with outstretched hands. A rabbit scuttled away from under his feet, its body cleaving a narrow lane between the crowded stems of the grasses. Jessie reached the northern hedge, where the old stewing pear trailed its drooping branches. Close by stood an apple tree, whose trunk forked close to the ground. The spread of the three main limbs made a kind of seat where Jessie had often sat with a gun and watched for blackbirds when the summerlings were ripe. He felt for the tree with his hands and lifted himself up into the fork. The orchard hedge had not been cut for 3 years, and the hazel twigs hid Jessie from the workers in the hayfield. It happened too that the ground on the other side of the hedge was too rough for the reaper to pass over it, and the grass there had to be cut by hand. 2 men were scything along the hedge, taking swathe and swathe, one working some 6 paces ahead of the other. Now these 2 men talked, as men will when they have warmed to their work and taken several pulls at the beer jug. They were working within 10 yards of Jessie, and he could hear every word they said. "Never knew the master have weather like this here. Not him, I tell you, Tom. T'other farmers used to wait for Mr. Jessie to start cutting. Then they'd leave their machines in the sheds and sit tight, knowing there'd be wet weather." There was the harsh purring of well-sharpened scythes. "Terrible bad farmer he was. Let things go. Mrs. Falconer, she be the man to farm. Johnny Rickaby's put her up to a thing or two." "That he has. From what I hear, 'tain't all a question of farming." They laughed and broke off to sharpen their scythes. "Rickaby's a smart chap. He and the missus came out of the same bunch. Tell you, George, there be a darned lot of rotten muddling in this world. Why can't married folk be suffered to change round and round when things don't go easy? The missus and Jack Rickaby would make a fine farming couple. And there's poor old Noddy Falconer poking about with a stick and getting a bit of a dog to take him out on a string. Why, it must be terrifying to a woman of Mrs. Falconer's spirit. There ought to be a law that folk may try again when they've made a bad bargain." So these men of the scythe gossiped, and Falconer listened, as a live soul in a dead body might listen to the voices of people who gathered round. Yet, despite the inevitable bitterness that such words stirred in him, Jessie felt that there was much shrewd sense in what these men had said. He and his wife were incompatibles, and while he had become a helpless pensioner, Kate, strong, strenuous, and full of ambition, had her desires before her and her work to do. Jessie felt no anger against his wife. The comradeship, or whatever he chose to call it, that had sprung up between her and Jack Rickaby, seemed to him legitimate and eminently sane. He saw that they had the same purpose in life, and that their strong sympathy for one another was inevitable and honest. For 3 days, Falconer let these thoughts and impressions simmer within him. He was very silent and self-absorbed, sitting in the summer house or the garden with the set expression of an increasing purpose on his face. The more he brooded over the matter, the more he craved for an absolute and final rendering of the truth. It would be for him like a sharp-angled obelisk, cutting the vague and misty horizon of life. He desired to know, to grasp the ultimate act of this tragedy of discords. Until he had faced the truth, Falconer felt that he would have no new thought to think, no purpose to follow. He determined that he would speak out, and leave nothing lying between the forepaws of suspicion. If Kate would only be honest with him, Jessie felt that he could find a way to help her. It was better that they should understand each other as enemies than to live on under the shadow of an intrigue. Jessie hardened himself and chose his time, the half-hour after supper, when he sat at the open window and smoked his pipe, and Kate Faulkner read the paper or her farming journal, or jotted down notes and figures in her little day-book. Jessie's blindness helped him in this rough intrusion of his into the secret places of his wife's life. The darkness shut him up in a species of shadowy confessional box. There was none of the inward shock that the soul receives when eye accuses eye. It was a question of voices speaking to one another through a darkness that gave the effect of distance. "Kate," he heard the rustling of the paper she was reading. "What is going on between you and Jack Rickaby?" The words sounded crude and harsh, but Faulkner saw nothing of the effect they had upon his wife. She stiffened and sat staring at him, a hard pallor spreading across her face. But her rigidity was not the rigidity of one paralyzed by shock. Her eyes showed how swiftly her thoughts were moving, setting themselves to deal with this surprise attack. Kate was not a woman who lost her grip upon her self-control. She had that kind of courage that reacts instantly when challenged. Decision came to her very quickly. "You've thrown the thing like a boot, Jessie, and I will follow your example. I'm in love with Jack Rickaby, and that's the truth." She spoke quietly, without heat and without the aggressiveness of one who is conscious of being in the wrong. Folding up the paper that she had been reading, she turned squarely to Jessie with the air of meaning to go through to the bitter end. Faulkner showed no more emotion than his wife had done. His brain felt preternaturally clear. "I'm glad you've spoken out, Kate. It's better to have firm ground under one's feet." "That's what I've felt. Perhaps I've known more than you intended me to know. Now, I say it at once and frankly, that I've been thinking this over, and I don't see how I can blame you. If I'd loved you a little, it would have been different. You and Rickaby are cut out for one another. You don't care a jot for me, and I suppose I might say the same." Kate looked at him steadily, and with some curiosity. "That's very good of you, Jessie. I'm speaking the truth. It's a pity we don't have more of it in this world. It would help us. What is must be, I take it at that." Her brown eyes gave a gleam, and the colour came back into her face. "You mean to say, Jessie, you're not going to get angry?" "No, I'm not. What good would it do? One can't help these things happening. We have been pretty miserable together these last few years. The fault's yours and the fault's mine. It's the way we are made. Rickaby's got what you never found in me, I can see that clearly. I'm a bit of a woman." His wife looked amazed. She had not thought that Jessie could hurt her, but self-love is a subtle instrument, and when its strings are strong, it vibrates the more forcibly. "You take it coolly, Jessie." Her pride was piqued, despite her lack of affection for this man. "What else is there to do?" "But how?" She paused, frowning hard and biting her lower lip. "But how can we better things?" He asked the question for her. "Better things?" "Yes, for everybody's sake." She burst out with sudden passion. "Jessie, it's vile and beastly if we're sly over all this. We can't shove it away into a corner and pretend it isn't there. 3 people can't live on such a secret. They're low beasts if they do. I won't slime things over." He spoke as passionately as she had done. "Did I ask you to think of it in that way? I'm not that sort of man. It shall be a clear and open road." She stared. "What do you mean?" She was shocked by the thought that had seized her. "You won't shoot myself or the like? No, I promise you that. Give me time to think it over. I tell you, Kate, I see that you have your life to live. Let's be honest and do the best that we can." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 24. Falconer had not a friend to turn to in this crisis of his life, and for the first time he realized to the full the extent of his own loneliness. Moreover, he was a man of sensitive reticences, not one who could babble to anyone who was but half a friend. The only heart that had felt pity for him was the heart of the girl Anne Wetherell, and it was impossible for him to turn to her for sympathy, even though she might know the truth. Jessie set the plain fact of his life in order before him. Firstly, Kate was no longer his wife in any sacred sense. It did not concern Jessie what the men in surplices or the lawyers said upon the question of marriage. No past piece of formalism mattered. Jessie felt that Kate's liberty was due to her, and that he himself had a right to be free. Secondly, the farm and house were no longer his, though the law was prepared to regard them as his if he chose to take certain steps and fulfil certain conditions. He would have to pay up the mortgage money to his wife or exert his right of changing his mortgagee, provided that he could find a person willing to pay off the debt. Obstinacy might have gone some way towards complicating the issue. He might put the farm up for sale, struggle maliciously for his so-called rights, but Falconer found that he had no desire to create any upheaval. He was too sad, too sick at heart, too much of a fatalist to strive against the drift of circumstances. Kate was making a success of the farm, and he had a feeling that it should belong to her, for he had not made her happy. Thirdly, he was a blind and helpless man, incapable of earning his own living, not likely to last in the struggle of the survival of the fittest. He told himself that he could no longer live as a kind of pensioner at Fox Farm, now that all the intimate faith between him and his wife had vanished. The very thought of such a life had a gross and unpleasant flavour for him. Lastly, there was the one great, bitter, helpless fact of his love for Anne. A love that promised him nothing but silence and renunciation. How could he hope for anything from this girl? To dream of it was to dream of a thing that was dishonourable and abominably selfish. And here Jessie was strong, with the strength of a man who crushes his own yearnings and desires. He realized that he must put Anne out of his life, that she could take no part in it, that she had already become to him as part of the past. For a while he felt unable to feel things acutely. A kind of numbness came upon him, an apathy like the apathy of one who is ill. Yet, though the sensitiveness of his emotions seemed dulled, he could think clearly and with courage, and listen to the cold voice that reasoned with him as to the future. Even the memory of his dog's death stirred in Falconer nothing but a tacit and saddened acquiescence. Sometimes, when a moment of supreme weariness came upon him, he felt that the dog had had the happier lot. He thought how good it would be to sink into the deep sleep of death, to escape from that miserable self-consciousness that haunts the man of today. Yet a purpose matured in him slowly, painfully, with a sense of infinite effort. He laboured to bring it forth, almost as a woman labours to bring forth her child. A week passed before Jessie spoke again to his wife. He was sitting in the chair by the window. His pipe had gone out and his matchbox was empty. "Do you want a light, Jessie?" He turned towards her. "Thanks, Kate. I haven't much left." She put down the paper she was reading and went to one of the cupboards beside the fireplace. For the last week they'd held aloof from one another. When together they'd been possessed by an alert restlessness, like people who wait and listen for the first sound of some tumult or storm. "Thanks, Kate." He relit his pipe and she returned to her chair. Kate had a feeling that he was about to speak to her again of this matter that concerned them both so deeply. She could not fix her mind upon the paper that she was trying to read. Her eyes and thoughts wandered constantly towards Jessie. Presently he said in a level and quiet voice, "Kate, I want you to buy the furniture and the stock that belong to me." He spoke as though he might be asking her to buy him an ounce of tobacco up at Ashurst. She put her paper aside and looked at him intently. "Oh, you can have everything for £50. "What do you mean, Jessie?" "I've been thinking it all out. The farm's yours, to all intents and purposes. I want you to have it and everything else. It'll round things off, as it were. Do you mean we ought to begin our lives afresh? That's what we need. Your life lies here, but mine is here no longer. I'm a burden, an incubus, a thing that's in the way. Don't say I'm not. I want us both to get at the grim truth." They were silent a while, so silent that they could hear each other breathing. Kate's eyes had a glimmer of shame in them, but her mouth remained firm. "You don't spare either of us, Jessie?" "It's not a matter for make-believe. I'm going to start afresh, Kate, and leave you the life here. A farm's no use to me. It's all the use in the world to you. All this is the soundest sense, whatever other people may say." She stared out of the window with bleak, set face. Her husband had put the truth before her, divested of all sentiment and shorn of pity. He was telling her to do what she had so long desired to do, and now that the chance came to her, she had to struggle against vague inward prejudices and compassions. "But what will you do, Jessie?" "Oh, drift along. I sometimes think I was made for a vagrant's life." "It'll kill you." "Will it? I'm pretty tough. And if a man has a little money behind him, he can come by some sort of comrade. He can play the irresponsible wanderer for years. But you can't see." "I have thought of that." Twilight came, a dim, consenting dusk that made their faces pale and ghostly. The smoke from Jessie's pipe drifted in grey wisps through the open windows. The evening was very still. Scents from the garden drifted in, old-world scents, tangled up with the memories of youth and of home. The blue dusk smothered the distances, and away, above the black holly hedge, a great star shone. Kate sat forward in her chair. "Jessie, you're being more than fair to me. I mean to be fair back. The stuff here that belongs to you is worth much more than £50. I'll take it over from you at a valuation." He turned his face to her in the dusk. "Very good. We will have it all properly on paper, but I want you to pay me £50 down." "Why? Where's the hurry?" "The mood for the road may take me." "But you can't carry all this money." "No, I don't mean to. I shall put it in a bank in some good-sized town, say Winchester or Reading, or even nearer home. Some of it can be earning interest. I can tramp that way when I want cash." She thought a moment. "But supposing you go off soon?" "I can write, or rather get a lawyer or someone to write for the rest. You need not be afraid that I shall come back and play the cadger." They heard Anne moving in the kitchen. Jessie stirred restlessly in his chair. "This is grim earnest on my part, Kate. Don't doubt it." "I don't," she answered. "I can lay me hands on £50 within a week. Mossop might do the valuing." "Yes, he's a straight man. And get old Catlack to draw up some sort of agreement for us to sign. Mind, I renounce all claim to the farm." Their faces looked dim and strange in the dusk. Then Anne came in, bearing the lighted lamp. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 25. One July evening, Anne, coming into the kitchen with the milk pails from which she had fed the calves, saw a man's figure half swallowed by the great cupboard opposite the baking oven, a cupboard whose black deeps were the haunts of spiders and of mystery. All manner of things were kept in it: pails, brooms, boots, blacking brushes, a chair that had lost its back, candlesticks, empty tins and jam pots, cracked crockery, and sundry tools. The man was making a respectable racket, groping about in the dim interior and creating an immense disorder, to judge by the sounds that emerged out of the darkness. He backed out of the cupboard as Anne entered the kitchen, and, misjudging the height of the doorway, struck his head heavily against the oak lintel. Whatever humour there might have been in the incident was lost upon Anne when she saw this blind figure standing there with one hand to its head, the other hand holding a pair of heavy winter boots. "Why, Mr. Jesse, didn't you ask me—" He turned sharply, his right arm sinking to his side. "Is that you, Anne?" She was looking at the heavy boots that he had unearthed from the cupboard, and it occurred to her to wonder what Falconer wanted them for in the thick of an unusually dry summer. "They're all covered with mould, Mr. Jesse." "Are they?" Either the blow had dazed Falconer a little, or he was confused at Anne discovering him in such a quest, for he stood hesitatingly in the corner, his head within a foot of the whitewashed beams. He turned the boots over and felt the soles. "I thought they might want a few nails." "You won't be wanting them yet, Mr. Jesse." "No, perhaps not. Have a look at them, Anne. Do they want any touching up?" She took the boots, carried them to the window, and examined the soles. The hobnails and heel plates were all red rust, and the leather covered with blue mould. "They're stout enough, Mr. Jesse, but they want a clean, and some grease." Jesse had an idea. "It's damp in there." "It must be, sir." "Then put them up in my room, Anne. They'll keep better there for the winter." Anne knew more than Falconer suspected, and this most trivial of incidents had a meaning for her that she could not ignore. Things had been happening in the old house. Mossop, the estate agent and auctioneer, had been poking about the place with a notebook and a pencil, and old lawyer Catlack had been down with his clerk. And though no word may be spoken, it is possible for a woman who loves a man to feel the aura that flows from his moods and emotions. Unrest and sadness may spread themselves through a whole household. Our moods are like little clouds, casting perceptible shadows over the little landscape of life about us. Anne's eyes had a watchful look these days, and Falconer would have been astonished could he have seen what was passing in the girl's heart. She was in a state of great restlessness, thrilling to a word or a gesture or to the significant thoughts that stirred in her. No one would have marked out Anne as a personality that counted deeply in the life of the dim old house. She was so silent and unassertive, a figure that seemed to glide on the fringe of things, busied with the round of trifles that make up the cycle of such a life. It had never crossed Kate Falconer's mind that the girl saw more than she seemed to see, or that she felt more than she might be expected to feel. Anne did her work, and gave no trouble, and Kate was a woman who ignored any mechanism so long as it worked smoothly. The girl had proved very willing and useful, even to the point of patching Falconer's clothes. Therefore Kate spoke to her husband like one who looks into the distance and misses the object at her feet. "I haven't time today, Jessie. I must go up and see Catlack. The girl'll take you round." He had asked to be taken over the farm, for a desire had risen in him, urging him to stand in the old gateways and field corner that he had known these 30 years. Set in these old familiar places, Jessie could visualize the fields and woods that lay before him, and imagine the blue distances falling away between the gaps in the hedgerows and the hills that cut the grey horizon. Kate called Anne from the kitchen. "Anne, I've got to go up to Ashurst, and Mr. Jessie wants to be taken round the farm." "Yes, ma'am." "Jim Purkis is in the yard. Just run and tell him he can put the pony in the trap." Falconer was sitting by the open window when Anne came in to serve his guide. A rose-pink sunbonnet shaded the pale oval of her face with its large, intent and serious eyes, The strings of the sunbonnet fell down over her bosom. "I'm ready, Mr. Jessie." He rose from his chair, and the shadow cast by his head covered her face. "Here's your hat, sir. Which way do you want to go?" "I should like to go over the whole farm, Anne." She guided him out of the room by soft, swift touches of the hands. "Let us take the path through the fir wood." "Then the orchard will be the nearest way." When they came through the gate that led into the fir wood, Falconer paused, with head thrown back and a strange and elusive smile playing about his mouth. The perfume of the place was sweet to the point of pain. He could hear all the vague, mysterious movements of the wind in the treetops, and picture to himself the straight trunks merging into the far deeps of the woodland gloom. Here and there the sunlight would strike through the green canopy overhead and fall slantingly upon the brown fir needles, the thin grass, and the bracken. Anne looked at Falconer, and the wonder of the woods was in her eyes. She understood what the man felt, and the things for which he yearned. "It smells so sweet, Mr. Jessie." "Ah!" "Can you hear the wind in the treetops? And there's a squirrel." Falconer held out a big hand. "Take me through, Anne." She took his hand, and they walked on, like a couple of children, faces upturned with a kind of listening awe. "It's like the sound of the sea at Linmore, Mr. Jessie." He answered, "It's just this that made me a poor farmer." "Farming isn't everything." "No, though a man can dream too much. What a worry we make of life, with our little money-gettings, our scratchings and grubbings, our bustlings to and fro. You know, Anne, I've often thought I shouldn't mind being changed into one of these trees. It would be sad in the winter to have the wind roaring so." A streak of sunlight touched Falconer's face. "Anne, I can smell the bracken. It's funny to think of all those snaky fern roots wriggling under the ground. I love these wild places." "I wish half the land was wild, Mr. Jessie. Think of it. Just wandering and wandering until you come to the setting sun." "Ah, the golden land beyond the hills, the land we never discover." They left the fir wood, and went down over the shorn hayfields, where the grass was beginning to bristle with new and vivid growth. Away northwards, the grey-black towers of Poole Castle rose out of the smiling valley, and could just catch a half-moon's gleam of the great moat. "Yon's the old castle, Mr. Jessie." He sighed. "It's too far for us today. They're spoiling it, too, with these brakes and bean feasters from Linmore. I hear old Stubbs has got a licence for the place." "Quite crowds go there, Mr. Jessie." "I know. Flies to the beer, boozy fools who lie on their backs with their hats over their faces, sodden things in their Sunday clothes. A pub and a bit of grass to sprawl on does for the beasts. It's a sin to foul Poole Castle with such folk." He spoke with a curious burst of passion, and Anne felt the bitterness in his voice. She tried to lead his mood back to the beauty of the sunlight on the woods and meadows, but Jessie's thoughts had been launched on the angry sea of old prejudices. "I'd rather be a beggar or a tramp than a so-called working man." "Tramps are no good, Mr. Jessie." "They're more honest in their way. They don't pretend to work, whereas most men pretend and don't. Work for most of them means lounging through the day with something to carry now and again, something to open and shut, or something to mend, and they do it with an eye on a tip. They don't work because the work's good. That's why England's going to the dogs." "Well, they're only great boys, Mr. Jessie, most of them." "Are they, though? More money and less time, that's the cry. The fools don't realize that they aren't worth more than they get." And most of them aren't worth that. If pigs squealed because they weren't treated like that gentleman the dog, would anyone think their squeals worth listening to? The trouble is that there are far too many pigs. Anne's fingers tightened on his arm. Oh, look! What a lot of rabbits! There they go, scuttling into the wood! Her words pulled Falconer up as a rider pulls up a galloping horse. He turned his face to her and smiled. What fools we are when we run away from ourselves. What's the British working man to me? It's better to watch rabbits playing along the edge of a wood. They wandered on down hedgerows and across fields, skirted a wood and followed a path through standing corn. Anne went first in the narrow places, reaching back with her right arm and leading Jessie by the hand. Sometimes he would ask her to stop and tell him where they were and what she could see. I see through your eyes, he said, when she had described the meadows and willows of Willow End, lying below them in the sunlit, hazy valley. Anne's face flushed, and her eyes glimmered. They would always serve you, Mr. Jessie. And these words of hers threw him into a silent mood. The whole way home he appeared preoccupied and sorrowful, saying very little to Anne and walking with head bowed down. Anne's eyes watched his lips and face. She believed that she knew what was passing in Falconer's mind, and that this long ramble over the fields and through the woods was a leave-taking and a farewell. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Fox Farm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fox Farm by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 26. Anne was restless that night in her little room under the red roof. She lay abed and saw a few faint stars shining in through the dormer window out of the soft blackness of a summer night. The shadow of a presentiment troubled her, and the whispering rumours of her unrest haunted her like the sound of wind in the trees. Anne slept fitfully, and her last awakening came about the time of dawn. She started up, leaning upon one elbow, vaguely conscious that some sound had roused her out of sleep. It was one of those still, stealthy summer dawns, and the little attic was filling with a greyish light. Anne heard the tentative twittering of a bird, but the house itself seemed silent and asleep. She lay back, spreading out her arms, her hair making a black pattern on the pillow. Presently she heard starlings bustling and sliding between the lath and plaster and the roofing tiles, and the chirping of sparrows that grew busier as the light increased. Her eyes had an alert and watchful look. Now and again she fancied that she could hear someone stirring in the room below. Suddenly she drew in her arms, pushed the clothes back from her bosom, and sat up in bed. Boards creaked in the room below. Then a door opened. Anne could not distinguish the sound of footsteps, but she heard the creaking of the stair treads under the weight of someone who descended. Anne slipped out of bed and drew back the muslin curtains. It was a silent and splendid dawn, with haze on the hills and quiet sunlight slanting upon dew-drenched grass. Not a leaf moved. The red roses in the garden were steady points of glowing colour. Anne went to where her clothes lay and began to dress, her fingers trembling a little with impulsive haste. Now and again she stopped to listen for any sounds from the rooms below. She washed, piled on her hair hurriedly into a black mass, and pinned on a black straw hat. She was fastening her bodice when she heard the click of a turned lock, the dull rattle of the iron bar, and the sound of footsteps in the porch. Anne ran to the window and leant out. She had a view of the garden path and the gate that opened upon the road. Below her she saw Falconer standing like one who loiters for a moment before leaving some well-loved place. He had a sack over one shoulder and his iron-tipped stick in his hand. Anne could see his brown beard under the brim of his soft felt hat. As she watched him, He moved slowly up the path and stopped near the rose bush where Brick was buried. Anne saw him reach out, feel for a rose, pluck it, and put it into the breast pocket of his coat. Then he went on up the path, probing the air before him with his stick until he touched the pales of the gate. Falconer opened it and passed out, and Anne, leaning from the window, watched to see which way he would turn. For a moment he seemed to hesitate before he turned northwards in the direction of Willow End. Anne drew back from the window and finished dressing. Then she rummaged in her trunk and packed a few things into an old cloth bag she had often used for shopping. The black purse with her savings was not forgotten. Then she passed out of the room with its little tumbled bed, and the sunlight striking in at the dormer window and making patterns on the wall. Anne went barefooted down the steep stairs, holding her breath as she passed Kate Falconer's door. She found that Jessie had made a meal before leaving Fox Farm. Half a loaf of bread and a plate with a pat of butter lay on the kitchen table. Anne cut herself a couple of thick slices, and wrapping up the rest of the loaf in some paper, she put it in her bag. The tick-tack of the old clock sounded through the house as she put on the stoutest pair of shoes she had, wondering as she tied the laces whether they would carry her that day. She took the old cloak that hung behind the door and went down the stone-paved passage into the garden. The day was full of a peaceful, glimmering splendour. No sorrow or shame might ever have touched the earth, to judge by the golden joy of the morning. Grass and hedgerows sparkled. Everything seemed sweet and pure. The mystery of youth lay in the soft outlines of the haze-pearled hills. Anne's heart felt a great stirring of tenderness and pity. It seemed to her very sad that Jessie should go out as a wanderer on such a morning. And yet the sadness of the thing was neither sordid nor austere. It had warmth, colour, and that strangeness in reality that appeals to the heart. Anne clasped the sadness of life to her bosom. In it she held a secret and intimate joy, the love that a woman sometimes gives to a man. She came to the quarry cottage, and the windows blinked sleepily under the eaves of the thatch. No one stirred there, save the black retriever, who came out from his barrel with a rattling of the chain. The dog gave one or two short, deep-chested barks as Anne went by. She looked at the old cottage with an emotion that mingled the suggestions of many memories, but that place had no power to turn her from the road that she had chosen, nor could it rouse in her any feeling of regret. The quarry, with its tangle of wild growth, touched her more. She turned aside to glance into it before passing on down the open road. Anne had left the glittering aspens of Willow End behind her before she caught her first glimpse of Jessie Falconer. She had been so long in overtaking him that she had begun to wonder whether he had left the high road and turned down some side lane. She had reached the bottom of Hawthorn Hill when she saw Falconer's tall figure moving between the rocky banks that towered up on either side of the road. He was travelling at a steady pace, as though he desired to escape from a neighbourhood where he was known before the country folk were up and about. At the top of Hawthorn Hill the road cut sharply to the right round the base of a steep hill that carried a clump of towering firs. The trees were ancient trees, red-stemmed, storm-twisted, standing high against the heavens and visible for many miles. Anne had come within 100 yards of Jessie when he disappeared round the curve of the road, where the tall firs threw their shadows across the highway. Anne found the road deserted when she reached the top of the hill, though she could see for 300 yards or more. Broad stretches of grass sloped from either side of the highway towards thickets of old thorns, and these hawthorn glades merged into the heavier shades of groves of oak whose green domes curved against the blue. Anne hesitated, went on for a few yards, and then paused with a quick half-turn of the body. About 10 yards from the road she saw Falconer sitting on a bank under one of the thorn trees, his sack and stick lying on the grass beside him. He had heard footsteps and was listening. Anne felt the sudden hurrying of her heart. She had climbed to the crisis of life on this wild hill with its gnarled thorns. The woman in her trembled. She was conscious of a solemn feeling of suspense, of the finality of the words that were yet unspoken. What should she say to Falconer? The sunlight, slanting between the foliage of 2 oak trees, fell upon her, a slight, tense figure, poised on the crown of the empty high road. She moved forward a few steps and reached the grass. Falconer's face looked alert and a little puzzled. He sat listening, his hands upon his knees, his head turned slightly to one side. Anne moved on over the grass. A great trembling came upon her. She felt that she must speak or faint. "Mr. Jesse!" She saw the sharp uplift of his chin and the blind and startled look that swept across his face. A moment's silence seemed heavier than the heavy shadows of the oaks. Anne felt that she could not bear the silence, that she must rush forward and tear it down as she would have torn down a curtain. "Mr. Jesse!" "Anne!" She pressed one hand over her throat with a quaint, tragic gesture. "I thought that you were going. I heard you soon after daybreak." Falconer remained absolutely still. She saw his lips move, but it seemed a long while before the words came. "Anne! What are you doing here?" She was silent a moment, and the silence felt like a stifling hand over her mouth. "Mr. Jesse, you're going away from us. I've felt it. So long. So surely." His hands gripped his knees. "Yes, I'm going away," he said. She dropped her cloak and bag upon the grass, and her movement towards him was one of swift appeal. "Mr. Jesse, you can't go alone. That's how my mind is fixed. You can't go alone. It's like stepping out into the dark of a winter night. One soon gets used to the darkness, Anne. I don't want people to gossip and chatter. When you go back, keep my secret." Her face was white and determined. "I'm not going back, Mr. Jesse." "Child, I'm not going back. I'm not going to let you go out alone in the world. You shall have my eyes to see for you. Anne, you don't know what you're saying. I know every word of it. I tell you, Mr. Jesse, what poor fools we are if we're afraid to do what's best and bravest." She bent and touched his hands, but he thrust hers gently aside. "I'll not listen to you. Go back home." "I haven't a home, Mr. Jesse." Falconer seemed caught by a sudden dread of her pleading. He groped for his sack and stick and started up from under the boughs of the thorn tree. "You don't know what you're saying, Mr. Jesse. It's for you. I don't care." He turned on her with a kind of fierceness. "Care? What manner of man should I be not to care? Good God, do you think I'm going to drag you along with me on the road? Go back home." He swung away and went striding over the grass, striking it with his stick till he felt the road. Anne stood very still, watching with eyes that yearned and yet defied him. "Mr. Jesse?" He faltered a moment and then walked off along the road, swinging his sack up over his shoulder. End of chapter 26.